Chapter 640. In Xixiang explained to her that he didn't mean that she had to keep an eye on how to cook in the kitchen, but that it was best to find an opportunity to sneak into the kitchen before eating to understand how the food was prepared, who made it, where the vegetables were sold, where the rice was produced, and where the seasonings were produced. The last rule, which was also the most important one, was that if you were to eat in a completely unfamiliar place, and if you didn't make it yourself and couldn't see how it was made, you had to be the last to eat. You'd rather eat the leftovers from someone else's bowl than be the first to take a bite. It could be said that each of these lessons had been forged with blood and lives. Most people didn't have so many concerns, but for people in special jobs, these were crucial. Gun Yinji knew the nature of In Xixiang, and his men's jobs were special, and these were common knowledge from their daily training to ensure they had good habits when carrying out missions and wouldn't fail miserably. Over time, Gun Yinji was also subtly influenced by him. It wasn't that she didn't trust the people here, but she had been brainwashed by their rules. She wouldn't feel at ease if she didn't take a good look. Besides, she was really hungry. Perhaps she would eat whatever was given to her at this time. Unfortunately, there was nothing to eat in the kitchen, and the nun didn't like her either. She planned to catch a few more fish from the river outside and cook for the nuns herself to thank them for taking her in. Gun Yinji gave herself a thumbs up. Others treated her coldly, but she still wanted to roast fish for them. How awesome! Gun Yinji slowly walked down the long hallway, but didn't return to the house. Instead, she walked down the dark stairwell and arrived at the door on the first floor. Unlocking the padlock, she pushed the door open and took a deep breath. The rain had stopped, and the moonlit sky outside was like it had been washed. The air was especially fresh. The air was like the oxygen bar in the Black Forest. One breath would make one drunk. Gun Yinji habitually took out her phone to check and saw it only had 10% battery left. Yeah, she would ask Josephine if they had an iPhone charger when she got back. She would charge the phone first and then think of a way to call In Xixiang and his men. She couldn't trust the German police anymore, and Smith was probably being eavesdropped. She didn't want to contact them. Putting the phone back in her pocket, Gun Yinji walked out. Although it was no longer raining, there were still some puddles on the concrete floor. The sky outside was not bright yet. The sun was hidden in the clouds in the distance, and the sky was just beginning to turn white. In the early morning, the Alps were shrouded in a thin layer of mist. In the distance, the forest was completely dyed, creating a beautiful scene of flat forest and desert mist. Gun Yinji looked at the beautiful scenery and felt refreshed. She took a deep breath and put her unhappiness to the back of her mind. She was still wearing her dirty tennis shoes, and her hands were tucked under the nun's robe as she strode towards the iron gate that was half the height of a person. This time, she used one hand to support herself on the waist-high metal door and flipped over it. After going out, there was no cement road, only asphalt road. After a while, there wasn't even any asphalt road left, only muddy mountain paths. Gun Yinji avoided the mud on the road and specifically walked on the grass. It was easier to walk. She walked back the way she came yesterday and didn't go far before she saw the small river. It was the same river she had seen when she fell off the cliff. The silver fish in the river were all afraid of Gun Yinji, but her fishing skills were getting better and better. Soon, she caught a few more silverfish and strung them up with straw ropes. She carried them back to the convent. When she went in, only an hour had passed. It was just past 5 in the morning. However, the nuns had already woken up and were washing up before going to the dining room for breakfast. Gun Yinji carried the fish directly to the kitchen. She poked her head out of the kitchen door and saw that the depressed old nun from before was no longer there. There was no one in the room, and the oven was empty. The bread and cake she saw earlier must have been baked already, right? Gun Yinji turned to look at the hallway again and saw a nun walking over with her head down. Gun Yinji quickly called out to her. The nun looked up. It was Josephine, who had let her in yesterday. Gun Yinji was overjoyed and waved at her with a smile. She asked in English, "Sister Josephine, you came just in time. I want to roast some fish. Can I borrow your kitchen?" Gun Yinji knew that Christian convents were different from the Huaxia Empire's monks and nuns because they didn't forbid meat. They could eat fish and meat, so she asked openly. Josephine saw the fish in her hand and nodded with a smile. She replied in English. Sure, feel free to use it. She continued, but breakfast is already ready. The Reverend Mother said to return to your room and brought breakfast to your room. I just went to your room to look for you, but you weren't there. I thought you already left. Gunyinji placed the fish in the kitchen and said gratefully, Oh, it's already in my room? How can I accept that? I'll roast a few fish for everyone to eat. As she spoke, Gunyinji found a knife and began to cut the fish. She had been able to skillfully cut the fish with a small Swiss Army knife for the past few days. Now it was even easier with a long kitchen knife. As Gunyinji scraped the scales, she asked Josephine, How many people are there in this convent? I only caught 5 fish. Will it not be enough? Josephine smiled. It's okay. There are only 5 of us, including the Reverend Mother. The Reverend Mother woke up early today to make breakfast and has already gone to bed. So there are only 4 of us, including you. So the elderly nun who didn't like her today was the Reverend Mother. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly suppressed it. Then I'll roast them all. 1 for each of us. Sure, you can roast them here. I can help you. Josephine agreed readily. Oh, that's great. Gunyinji's face lit up with joy. She quickly cleaned up the fish and found some salt from the kitchen. She added a little alfalfa honey and olive oil before placing it on a baking tray and putting it in the oven. Josephine smiled amiably and said, Your hand gestures for catching fish are quite familiar. Yes, I like to fish and roast fish myself when I'm at home. Gunyinji avoided the topic and didn't respond to Josephine's question. Josephine felt a bit disgusted when she heard the Reverend Mother say Gunyinji was lying last night. However, now that she saw Gunyinji and heard her speak, she didn't feel anything. She didn't care if Gunyinji was lying or not. In this convent, with only 5 people left, Josephine really didn't know what else was worth scheming against. Even if Gunyinji wasn't telling the truth, it was none of her business. Josephine felt much better about Gunyinji when she thought about it this way. She watched her roast the fish with interest and asked, How long do you need to roast it? Gunyinji looked at her watch. 15 minutes is enough. The small silver fish was very tender and wouldn't taste good if it was roasted for too long. Josephine waited with her and told Gunyinji about the various customs of the convent. Gunyinji listened attentively and occasionally nodded before asking, So only the Reverend Mother has a phone in your convent? You can't usually go online here, and there's no signal? Yes, the mountains here are too high, so the signal is terrible. There's usually no signal. Josephine shrugged nonchalantly. We don't go online anyway, so we don't need to contact the outside world. Cell phones and internet aren't important to us. Gunyinji groaned inwardly. She needed a cell phone and internet. It seemed like she would have to borrow the Reverend Mother's phone. Gunyinji then asked about the Reverend Mother. You said the Reverend Mother was the one who made breakfast here this morning? She was the only one. Yes, another sister was supposed to make breakfast today. We were all on duty, but the Reverend Mother said she wanted to do it herself this morning, so she let her go. Josephine took a deep breath. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted fish. It must be delicious. Gunyinji also gulped. Sure enough, fish roasted in a proper oven with proper seasoning was really fragrant. When it was time, Gunyinji opened the oven and put on a pair of large gloves to take out the roasting pan. The 5 fish inside were roasted to a golden yellow color and were still sizzling with oil. One look, and you could tell that they were delicious. Josephine's eyes almost popped out of her head. Serious, I didn't know you could roast fish so well. It's so beautiful. Even the roasted fish from a 4-star Michelin restaurant can't compare. Josephine, you're exaggerating. Gunyinji couldn't stop smiling. After all, she felt like her life was worth it for a German nun to praise her terrible cooking skills in the Huaxia Empire. She put the 5 fragrant roasted fish on long white bone china plates with gold rims and placed them on a large tray. Josephine volunteered to take her to the dining room. Let's go. Let's bring it downstairs to the dining room for them to see. Gunyinji nodded vigorously. Take my breakfast downstairs too. It'll be fun eating with everyone. Okay. Josephine nodded quickly. She didn't understand why the Reverend Mother insisted Gunyinji eat alone in her room. It wasn't like the nunnery hadn't entertained lost travelers in the past. They always ate with everyone like a family. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She smiled. Maybe the Reverend Mother has her reasons. Is it okay if I go downstairs? It's okay, it's okay. It's just eating together. What's wrong with that? Josephine didn't care. Also, you roasted fish for us. Those travelers didn't even do anything. They were waiting for us to serve them. Gunyinji couldn't help sweating. If it was in the past, she would probably be one of those ignorant travelers waiting to be served. They walked to Gunyinji's room. Josephine went in to retrieve Gunyinji's breakfast tray. Gunyinji glanced at it. On the red cherrywood tray, there were 3 bone china plates. On one of the plates, there were 2 small golden yellow buns, and on the buns were roasted blueberries. One had a blueberry muffin, and the other had 2 pieces of roasted bacon with yellow scrambled eggs. There was also a glass of milk. It looked delicious, except for the blueberries. She could dig the blueberries out when she ate later. Gunyinji thought about it and went downstairs with Josephine to the dining room on the first floor. The dining room was very spacious, but there were only 3 nuns sitting at the dining table. They all stood up to greet Josephine when they saw her. They looked at Gunyinji curiously and asked Josephine, "Who is she? Is she a new sister?" "No, she's not a new sister. She's a lost traveler who came here to rest." Josephine smiled and gestured for Gunyinji to put down the tray with the 5 roasted fish. Serious roasted fish for everyone. It smells delicious. The 3 nuns' eyes were immediately drawn to the roasted fish. Their eyes lit up, and they were obviously more friendly toward Gunyinji. Gunyinji was secretly amused. She thought to herself that this was the epitome of being soft-hearted by others and being soft-hearted by others. Josephine pulled Gunyinji to sit across from the 3 nuns and placed Gunyinji's breakfast tray in front of her. The thinner nun saw the breakfast on Gunyinji's tray and said enviously, "Serious, you actually have bacon and scrambled eggs? How rare. We only get to eat bacon once a week." Gunyinji looked at the 3 people's breakfast. They all had 2 blueberry buns and a piece of blueberry cake. They had the same as her, but they had an extra bowl of oatmeal, and she had an extra plate of bacon and scrambled eggs. Josephine said to Gunyinji sheepishly, "Don't listen to her. It's actually not bad to eat bacon once a week. It's healthy." Gunyinji smiled and distributed the roasted fish to the nuns one by one. At the same time, she asked Josephine calmly, "Is this how you treat guests who come to stay?" "Of course not. You're the most special." Josephine immediately replied with a smile. "The Reverend Mother not only personally cooks for you, but she also personally delivers it to your room." "I see." Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She remembered how Hua Xiaoheng and the others treated food provided by strangers. She pushed the tray in front of her forward and exchanged it with the nun who said she liked bacon and scrambled eggs. "Sister, I was just in the mood for oatmeal. Come, let's exchange." The nun was pleasantly surprised and quickly said, "Yes, yes. Thank you, Sister Serious." Josephine didn't think there was anything wrong with this. She was happy to see Gunyinji voluntarily give up the bacon, so she didn't stop her. Gunyinji exchanged breakfast with the nun. Coincidentally, the nun was waiting for Josephine to come down to eat with them. They hadn't eaten yet, so a clean tray of breakfast was perfect for the exchange. Everyone was satisfied and ate Gunyinji's roasted fish as well as the convent's breakfast. They chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very joyous. After breakfast, Gunyinji said she wanted to borrow their phone to make a call. However, Josephine brought her to the Reverend Mother's room and discovered that the Reverend Mother was still asleep. "Wait a little longer." Josephine quickly said, "Didn't you say you want to charge it? Only the Reverend Mother has an iPhone charger." "Okay." Gunyinji had no choice but to nod in agreement. "I'll wait a little longer." She walked back with Josephine and had just turned the corner of the corridor when a nun walked over and said to Josephine, "Sister Josephine, Tess suddenly fainted just now. I took her back to her room and realized she was only asleep. No matter how I called her, she wouldn't wake up." Josephine laughed when she heard that and said, "Asleep? Did she faint or just fall asleep?" With that, they went to the nun named Tessa's room together. Gunyinji took a closer look and realized that this nun named Tess was the nun who had exchanged breakfast with her that morning. Her heart sank, and she quietly took a step back. Josephine's attention was on Tess. She bent down to touch Tess's forehead and felt her breathing. She smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. She really is asleep. Let her sleep for a while. If she has a fever, take her to the hospital." Josephine moved aside, and Gu Nianji looked up at the nun. Her face was rosy, and her breathing was long. She was sleeping very soundly. Gu Nianji reached out and pinched the nun's face hard. Normally, if someone suddenly fainted, they would wake up with a pinch. However, Gu Nianji had pinched so hard that she could wake someone who fainted, yet Sister Tess was still sound asleep. She had just finished breakfast and was already sleeping like this. What was the difference between that and fainting? Gu Nianji knew there was something wrong with the Reverend Mother. What about the others? Gu Nianji didn't want to think too deeply. At least the other 4 nuns shouldn't be a problem, right? But at this point, Gu Nianji didn't have time to figure out who was good and who was bad. She didn't have the time or energy. She was only worried that what happened here had something to do with the people who wanted to kill her. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? She had come here to stay for only one night, and these people wanted to drug her? If it was just simple murder for money, it wouldn't make sense. When she had arrived, she had obviously been dressed in rags and didn't look like a rich person at all. On the contrary, the people who wanted to kill her were very resourceful. They could even answer the police call and use a Trojan to control other people's phones. If they had chased her here, she should leave quickly. Gu Nianji immediately made a decision, but didn't tell anyone. She only said to Josephine, "I'm a little sleepy too. I can't even keep my eyes open. I woke up too early in the morning and want to go back to sleep. I'll come after the Reverend Mother wakes up." Josephine nodded. "Okay, you did wake up too early today. Go to sleep. These 2 sisters and I have to go to morning classes at the Rose Hall over there and can't come out. I'll call you when it's time for lunch. After lunch, we'll go find the Reverend Mother to borrow a phone and charge her." Gu Nianji heard that the 3 nuns had to go to morning classes and wouldn't be coming out for a while. This was exactly what she wanted, so she quickly nodded. "You guys go ahead. I'll go back to sleep. Oh, I can't even keep my eyes open. Why am I so sleepy?" As she spoke, she walked to her room. From the corner of her eye, she saw Josephine and the other 2 nuns turn in another direction and enter a door. They watched as the door closed gently. Chapter 641. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. There were only 5 nuns in the convent. The Reverend Mother was doing something in her room, Tess was fainting in her room, and the other 3 nuns were shut up in the Rose Chapel chanting, so it was much easier for him to slip out without being discovered. Gu Nianji glanced in the direction of the Reverend Mother's room and regretted that she couldn't borrow the phone there. She was worried that the phone was also being controlled. She silently returned to her room to pack. She definitely couldn't stay here any longer. To avoid alerting the enemy, Gu Nianji wrapped her pillow in the blanket to make it look like a person was sleeping under the blanket. She then wore the jacket she had changed out of yesterday under the nun's robe. She put her wallet, a pack of sanitary napkins, a Swiss Army knife keyring, a Zippo lighter, and her phone back in her pocket. Josephine also wrapped her underwear into a ball and stuffed it under the nun's robe. The nun's robe was long and big, so she could hide many things inside. Gu Nianji opened the door in the nun's robe and peeked into the hallway. There was no one in the spacious hallway. There were few people, but the place was big. This ancient castle could really hide people. Gu Nianji walked all the way down the stairs and opened the door. She quietly left the convent and quickly walked towards the path in the forest. Turning onto the mountain path, Gu Nianji walked faster and faster, sprinting along the path she had come from. The morning in the mountains was very quiet, but the sound of a car engine quickly broke the silence. Gu Nianji's heart pounded as she quickly hid. 2 black police cars sped past her on the mountain path. Gu Nianji shivered. She knew she had guessed correctly. The people who were after her were here again. Last time, it was the police. She crouched nervously in the grass and didn't move until the 2 police cars were out of sight. Then she hunched her back and turned to run deeper into the forest. The Reverend Mother took a short nap in her bedroom. She didn't sleep all night and rushed to make breakfast in the wee hours of the morning. She hadn't been like this for many years. Occasionally, her body couldn't take it anymore. When she returned to her room after making breakfast, her eyelids were fighting to keep her eyes open. She couldn't help but fall asleep on the bed until that person called her again and told her that they had already set out to catch the fugitive and asked her to keep the fugitive under control. The Reverend Mother sat up from the bed and remembered that she had crushed the anesthetic used to beat wild animals and applied it to the bacon. Then she fried it until it was red, just for Gunyenji. This kind of anesthetic could even deal with bears, let alone the fugitive. She would fall into a deep sleep. She wouldn't wake up even if someone shouted in her ear with a loudspeaker. This was the first time the Reverend Mother had done something like this, so she felt very uneasy. He could only continue to encourage himself. She was helping the police to catch the fugitive. It was everyone's responsibility to cooperate with the public. The Reverend Mother kept convincing herself in her heart, and the lingering sense of guilt gradually subsided. But he couldn't fall asleep. He got up and washed up. After a while, just at 7 o'clock, the sound of a car braking suddenly came from outside the monastery. The Reverend Mother stood up abruptly and looked out the window. Outside the iron gate, 2 police cars came to a screeching halt. A policeman in a police uniform with a gun at his waist and sunglasses got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, he kicked open the iron gate of the monastery that was half the height of a person. Then he got back into the car. The 2 police cars drove straight to the entrance of the monastery castle. The doors opened, and this time 7 or 8 police officers in the same uniform got out. They looked up at the castle in front of them. The Reverend Mother quickly came out of her room and knocked on Gunyenji's door. No one answered. Josephine had just finished chanting and came out of the Hall of Rose. Seeing the Reverend Mother knocking on Gunyenji's door, she quickly said she wanted to sleep for a while. She should be asleep now. The Reverend Mother nodded with satisfaction. Then let her sleep. She then said to Josephine, "You go back to your room. There are outsiders here today, so don't come out. Tell the 3 of them clearly as well." Josephine quickly agreed and went to the other 2 nuns' rooms to tell them to stay inside and not walk around. The Reverend Mother went downstairs alone to greet the police. "Excuse me, are you police officers from the Munich Regional Police Department?" The Reverend Mother asked out of habit to confirm their identities. The leader of the police grunted and showed the Reverend Mother their ID. "Where is she? Where is she?" The Reverend Mother lowered her voice and said, "I drugged her. She should be sleeping in her room right now." The police officer immediately broke into a smile, revealing a set of neat white teeth. He reached out with his right hand and snapped his fingers. "Lead the way. We're going to catch the fugitive now." As he spoke, he pulled out the gun at his waist and waved his arm behind him. "Follow me." 2 of the 7 or 8 police officers stayed at the door to guard it. What if the woman was sly and really escaped? They had to be careful. The other 5 or 6 people followed behind the Reverend Mother into the narrow and dark stairwell. The Reverend Mother felt a little strange. Shouldn't the police be leading the charge themselves? Why would they let the citizens lead the way? She pursed her lips and walked in front with a straight face. She led them to the room on the 2nd floor where Gunyenji was staying. She pointed. "Sirius is inside. She's already asleep. She won't wake up even if you take her away." "That's great." The police officer's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Reverend Mother." The Reverend Mother nodded with a straight face. "I'm helping the police catch the fugitive." Yes. Reverend Mother is helping us solve our problems. We'll definitely tell the boss when we get back." The police officers immediately became serious and waved at the Reverend Mother. "You go first. Leave this to us. Don't scare the Reverend Mother." The Reverend Mother turned around with a straight face and saw Josephine's round eyes. The 2 nuns beside her also looked at her in shock. "What are you looking at? Go back to your rooms. The police are catching the fugitive. Don't get in the way." The Reverend Mother glared at them, especially Josephine. "You, go back and recite the rosary 500 times. You're not allowed to eat dinner until you've finished." Josephine was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly turned back to her room and slammed the door shut. She leaned against the door and started crying. She could tell that the adorable Sirius was doomed today. But she couldn't understand why Sirius, who was so young and adorable, would become a fugitive. In front of Gunyinji's room, the police officers took the key that the Reverend Mother had given them and carefully turned the lock. As soon as the lock was unlocked, one of the police officers raised his leg and kicked the door open. Then, without any regard for the consequences, he started shooting into the room. On the bed, under the bed, in the bathroom, behind the door, in the closet, on the windowsill, everywhere the naked eye could see, they fired a volley of bullets. The thin duvet in the room was riddled with bullet holes, and white feathers were flying everywhere, blocking the view. The police officers nervously blocked the door and waited until all the flying white feathers fell to the ground before rushing in and yelling, "Put your hands on your head! Get down!" There was a motionless human figure under the duvet on the bed. It must have been shot to death, right? A bold police officer rushed over with his gun and lifted the duvet, then quickly fired another shot. Boom! This time, the entire duvet pillow split open. Countless feathers flew out and covered the person's head and face. The person screamed in fear and jumped out of the room. The police officers outside fired into the room again until they ran out of bullets. They put away their guns and stared blankly at the feather debris in the room. "Where's she? Someone with sex on the bed. It's clearly a pillow." The police officers knew they had been tricked and were so angry that they fired into the air. They yelled in the hallway, "Reverend Mother, get out here!" The Reverend Mother heard the gunshots outside and knew something was wrong. She opened the door a crack and was watching the police officers. Now that she saw them firing into the air in anger and asking her to get out, her heart sank. Was the fugitive not in the room? That was impossible. The anesthetic was used by the nunnery to deal with ferocious wild animals. Did it not work on humans? Also, she had clearly heard Josephine say that the fugitive was sleeping in the room. The Reverend Mother scuttled out of the room and asked the police officers in the hallway weakly, "Did you catch her?" The police officers saw the Reverend Mother come out and rushed over to grab her by the collar. They said fiercely, "Look, where is she? Where is she?" The Reverend Mother looked at the mess in Gunyinji's room and was shocked to see that there were no signs of anyone inside. She straightened up and said, "But she was sleeping in the room just now." "Sleep my ass." The police pounded on the door with the butt of their guns. "If she's sleeping in there, go in and find her for me." The Reverend Mother trembled as she was pushed into the room. The duvet on the bed was wide open, and there was only a pierced pillow under the duvet. There was no one there. What was going on? The Reverend Mother turned to Josephine's room and shouted, "Josephine, come out. Tell the police gentleman, where did Sirius go?" The police officers turned to see a fat nun with a double chin peeking out from the crack of the door. She stammered, "I don't know. The last time I saw her, she said she was sleepy and wanted to go back to her room to sleep. Then we went to chant. Bah, she must have run away." One of the police officers understood and glared at the nuns. "Tell me, which one of you tipped her off?" The Reverend Mother saw the police officer's unfriendly expression and quickly said, "I didn't tell anyone. They didn't know Sirius was a fugitive. That woman must be too cunning. I heard her lie to Josephine yesterday, so I decided to help you." One of the police officers glared at her angrily. His fingers itched to shoot all these silly nuns. However, his colleague tugged at him and said in a low voice, "Don't cause trouble for the boss. They could handle killing Gunyinji, but if they killed all the nuns, it would be a big deal. They might even be used as scapegoats." They had forgotten that people who killed with their own hands had no right to say they were scapegoats. The police officers who wanted to shoot were finally persuaded to put away their guns and began interrogating the Reverend Mother and Josephine, repeatedly asking for information about Gunyinji. Josephine had no choice but to tell them everything from the first time she saw Gunyinji yesterday to the last time she saw Gunyinji this morning. She even told them about how she swapped breakfast with Tess in the morning and how Tess was still unconscious. The Reverend Mother was shocked and quickly took them to see Tess. Tess was sleeping like a dead person in her room and didn't wake up even after they slapped her. Only then did the policeman realize that the fugitive was very cunning. He must have noticed that the situation was not right, so he immediately exchanged the anesthetic breakfast with someone else. Then, he took the opportunity to run away when the others were not outside. Damn it, this is too much. We came here for nothing. The police slammed their guns against the wall and picked up their walkie-talkies to contact them. Reporting. Target escaped. Target escaped. Not at the convent. Not at the convent. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Their switchboard quickly connected to the Copernicus satellite system again to track Gunyinji's phone signal. But Gunyinji's phone wasn't made by a European manufacturer and didn't have the Copernicus system's backdoor installed. Therefore, when she didn't turn it on to make a call, the Copernicus system wouldn't be able to track her. Roger that. Team 2, retreat. Team 3, move out. Their boss changed his strategy, so they didn't have to continue searching the convent. A few police officers drove away in their police cars, startling flocks of birds in the quiet valley. Josephine's eyes were red as she held back her tears. She looked at the Reverend Mother and said loudly, "Reverend Mother, don't you want to explain what's going on?" The Reverend Mother refused to back down and said coldly, "Sister Josephine, what kind of attitude is that? I cooperated with the police." Cooperated with the police? Josephine clenched her fists and took 2 steps forward. She said angrily, "Are they the police? They're robbers. I want to file a complaint. I want to file a complaint against these robbers who broke into people's homes and did whatever they wanted." So she only wanted to file a complaint against the police. The Reverend Mother sighed in relief and took a step back. Her tone softened as she said, "I want to file a complaint too. Go to my room and call the Munich Police Complaint Department." Josephine raised her head. "I'll go right now." She rushed to the phone in the Reverend Mother's room and called the Munich Police Complaint Department. She said with dissatisfaction, "Your department sent 7 or 8 police officers to our convent today to do whatever they want. This is too much." The police officer on the other end of the line took her complaint seriously and quickly said, "Don't worry. Please wait a moment. I'll go check the numbers of the officers who were sent out today and report it to them. They'll definitely give you an answer." Josephine's anger calmed down a little, but she still said forcefully, "They opened fire here and almost killed someone. If Sirius had really been sleeping in the house at the time, she would have been shot dead." The police officer checked for 5 minutes and came back with a puzzled expression. "You're saying that the people who were sent out today were from the Munich Regional Police Department?" "Yes, we saw their IDs. But we didn't send anyone out today." The police officer on the other end of the line was confused. "It just started today. Our people haven't even started working yet, so there wasn't a single call." "Huh. Are they fake police officers?" "This is too despicable. How can you let these criminals go around harming people?" Josephine continued to scold the police officer for half an hour. The police officer on the other end of the line could only smile bitterly. He took down her complaint and reported it to the Munich Regional Police Department's Major Crimes Unit. Someone had broken into the convent pretending to be a police officer. This was already under the jurisdiction of the Major Crimes Unit. After making the complaint call, Josephine frowned and said to the Reverend Mother, "Reverend Mother, the police said that they didn't send anyone out today. The people who came might be fake police officers." The Reverend Mother covered her mouth in shock and stopped herself from screaming. "Really? Those people were really fake police officers?" "It's very likely." Josephine nodded. "I knew something was wrong when I saw them shooting randomly into the house, but I really didn't expect them to be fake police officers." Josephine waved her hand indignantly. "If they're fake, then Sirius, who they're after, is definitely not a fugitive. They wanted to harm her. Reverend Mother, I'm very disappointed in you. The Virgin Mary will not forgive you." The Reverend Mother blushed from Josephine's words. She lowered her head and silently counted the rosary beads in her hand. Then she turned around and went to the Rose Hall to pray. Josephine wasn't in the mood to pray. She returned to Gunyinji's room and cleaned it up. She only sighed in relief when she saw that Gunyinji had taken away her nun robe and brand new underwear. But then she thought about how upset Sirius must have felt when she discovered that there was something wrong with the Reverend Mother's breakfast. Her heart grew heavy again. "Virgin Mary, please protect your people." She knelt by the bed and began to pray for Gunyinji. While Josephine was deeply worried, Gunyinji had already returned to the place where she came from. The river shimmered with light, and the white clouds in the sky blocked the direct sunlight. The weather in the mountains had completely cooled down. She didn't feel hot, even in the nun robe. But now she didn't want to wear such cumbersome clothes. So as soon as she returned to the small forest, she took off the nun robe and folded it on a large rock. She was still wearing the already tattered tracksuit, but she had already washed it once. Although it was a bit tattered, it was clean. Gunyinji touched her long, fluffy hair and sighed. She was hungry again. Without another word, she found a branch and fashioned it into the shape of a harpoon. She began to fish by the river. The small silver fish in the river didn't know how powerful Gunyinji was, so they didn't know how to dodge. She caught a few of them and placed them on the grill she had set up earlier. Chapter 642. The beehive the bear cub had rolled over for her yesterday was still there. She dug out some wild honey and smeared it on the fish before continuing to grill. Soon, the sweet aroma of grilled fish wafted through the forest. Gunyinji had just picked up a grilled fish and was about to put it into her mouth when she suddenly heard a rustling sound from the forest behind her. Then there was a slight tremor in the grass, and the next moment, a round black bear cub practically rolled to her feet. So it was an old friend. Gunyinji's mood instantly brightened, and she smiled brightly. She picked up the other grilled fish that hadn't been smeared with honey and was only half-cooked. She passed it to the bear cub. "Here, I'll treat you to some fish." The bear cub looked up at her and stuck out its tongue to lick the half-cooked fish. Then it opened its mouth wide and swallowed half of it in one gulp. Gunyinji quickly let go to avoid being bitten by the bear cub. "Don't be in such a hurry." Gunyinji rolled her eyes. "There's still a lot left. Eat slowly." She caught a total of 5 fish and smeared 2 with honey for herself. The other 3 were half-cooked for the bear cub. Gunyinji sat on the grass and slowly ate 2 of the honey-smeared fish. The other 3 half-cooked fish were all in the bear cub's stomach. The girl and bear ate to their heart's content and laid on the grass to bask in the sun. Gunyinji was drowsy, but her mind was still thinking about what had happened that day. How had those people found her? She lay in the grass with a sweet and sour weed in her mouth. She carefully recalled what had happened from beginning to end. She couldn't think of anything special. She hadn't met anyone when the bear cub had brought her to the convent, so the bear cub couldn't have betrayed her. She hadn't even had the chance to borrow the Reverend Mother's phone. So how did they know she was at the convent? Then she remembered the Reverend Mother, who hadn't been very nice to her. Could be her doing something, like calling the police because she didn't like her. She thought about it for a while and still felt it wasn't right. Most people wouldn't call the police just because they didn't like someone. That didn't make sense. There must be something she didn't know about, but she didn't want to think about it now. She had to think of a way to move forward. She couldn't stay in one place forever. After resting on the grass for a while, Gunyinji stood up and shook off the grass on her. She waved goodbye to the bear cub. "Little Black, I'm leaving. If I can make it out alive this time, I will definitely help you guys." Gunyinji didn't know what to wish for, and the bear cub might not even care. Gunyinji didn't know what to wish for. Gunyinji made a bundle out of the long nun's habit and wrapped the brand new underwear. She slung on her back and strode forward. After walking for a while, she saw that the sun was already setting in the west, and the sky was about to turn dark. When she turned around, she realized that the little black bear was still looking in the direction she had left in. Its lonely shadow was stretched out by the setting sun. Gunyinji was a bit reluctant to part with the cub, but she knew that her journey would be fraught with difficulties. She didn't want the cute black bear cub to be killed by those people, so she hardened her heart and left. Gunyinji walked alone in the high mountains of the Alps, and her mood became gloomy. She used to light a night light when she slept. She didn't dare sleep alone, but now she could sleep anywhere. Not to mention that there was no light. Even if she was alone in the wilderness, she would still be able to sleep. Gunyinji laughed bitterly to herself. Massaging her legs, she looked around. If she couldn't find a place to stay, she'd have to sleep outside again. Gunyinji sat down on the grass and took off her shoes. She noticed there were some blisters on her fair, tender soles. She used the sharp tip of the Swiss Army knife to pop the blisters, then dipped her feet in the stream. She then sat down on the grass and crossed her feet to dry them in the setting sun. After her feet were dry, Gunyinji slowly put on her shoes. She planned to find some berries to eat. She was tired and didn't want to catch fish. She'd had 2 grilled fish in the afternoon and 1 in the morning. She'd had too much fish today, so she didn't want to eat anymore. The sky gradually darkened, and the sound of birds fluttering could be heard in the evening sky. Gunyinji squinted to see the traces of birds flying in the sky. She noticed they were all flying towards the small forest diagonally ahead of her. Was that where the birds returned to the forest? Gunyinji followed it. Walking into the forest, she saw many nests high up in the trees. She swallowed her saliva and quietly climbed up a tree with a bird's nest. Sure enough, there were eggs in it. Gunyinji took advantage of the fact that most of the birds hadn't returned yet to dig out the nests one by one. She didn't take all the eggs in a nest. Instead, she took 1 or 2 eggs from each nest. That way, it wouldn't be too conspicuous and the birds wouldn't notice. Coming down from the tree, Gunyinji had already dug out her pocket full of eggs. She carried the bag of eggs back to the river and made a small fire. She buried the eggs in the embers and quickly roasted them. Gunyinji sat cross-legged on the grass and ate 3 eggs. She planned to eat the remaining 7 or 8 eggs tomorrow morning. After eating the roasted eggs, she went to find a mountain spring to drink and rinse her mouth before returning to the grass. She took the nun's habit and covered herself with it. She fell asleep on the grass. There was a small fire next to her, so wild animals didn't dare to come near her at night. White smoke rose from the fire and mixed with the night fog of the Alps. Even the forest rangers didn't notice it. Gunyinji had a good sleep. When she woke up the next day, she didn't feel sore at all. It was obvious she was used to sleeping on the grass. She sat up and spaced out for a while before smiling. The adaptability of humans was limitless. She got up to find spring water to rinse her mouth and ate the 3 eggs she had roasted yesterday. Gunyinji packed the nun's habit again and carried it on her back to continue walking. This time, she walked along the river until evening. She was a little tired and sat on a big rock by the river to rest her feet. She planned to find a forest nearby to see if there was anything edible. Berries, eggs, or mushrooms would do. She could tell the difference between edible mushrooms and poisonous ones. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she walked into the forest. The trees in the forest were relatively dense. They weren't too thick or tall, so they probably hadn't been growing for too long. Gunyinji looked around and immediately saw a few bushes with berries growing not far from her. She quickly walked over. Just as she bent down to pick the berries, a crisp sound suddenly came from the silent forest. It sounded like someone stepping on a dead branch. Gunyinji's heart sank. Why was there such a sound here? At that moment, her body was moving faster than her mind. Before she could figure out what was going on, she had already fallen to the ground and quickly rolled to hide behind the bush. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of silenced bullets came from a certain angle in the forest and hit exactly where Gunyinji had bent down. If she had been a second slower when she fell to the ground, the bullets would have passed through her waist and left her paralyzed. Gunyinji was nervous. Were those people chasing her again? But she didn't see any police or police cars this time. She hid behind the bushes and slowly moved backwards. The forest wasn't big, but because it was dense and the grass was thick, it wasn't easy to find someone there. Gunyinji slowly moved deeper into the forest. A few more gunshots sounded outside, but this time they weren't aimed in Gunyinji's direction. Instead, they were far to the left. Thud! A large bird fell from tree. There was a whistle from outside, followed by cheers. Gunyinji could tell it was German for "well done." Her heart skipped a beat, and she pricked up her ears to listen to what the people were saying. The sound of conversation came nearer and nearer and nearer, until it finally left the grove. "Hans, how was the hunting season this time?" "Not too bad. I hunted a snow wolf, a few foxes, and was planning on hunting a bear." "That many?" "I only hunted a few rabbits and a bird." The people outside laughed heartily. They were all men's voices, so they were here to hunt. Gunyinji suddenly remembered when she had dinner with Ijichu at the hotel and heard the people talk about hunting season in the Alps. So the hunting season had officially begun. Gunyinji quietly hid in the small forest and waited until the sounds outside had completely faded before coming out. It was already dark. Gunyinji walked out of the forest and was instantly stunned. She saw 4 or 5 men wearing cowboy hats and large sunglasses calmly holding their guns and aiming in the direction she came out from. Or rather, at her. Gunyinji quickly fell backwards. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A few bullets barely grazed her forehead as they flew into the bushes, sending up large amounts of dust and grass. Gunyinji rolled back into the forest and hid behind a large tree trunk. She shouted at the people outside, "What are you doing? Aren't you here to hunt?" "Yes, we're here to hunt." The men outside roared with laughter. "You're our prey. It's not illegal to kill you." Gunyinji was so angry she almost vomited blood. She really didn't expect such barbaric practices to exist in modern, civilized society. Indeed, people who were killed during hunting season did not have to bear criminal responsibility. In the end, she could only blame herself for accidentally entering the hunter's hunting grounds and losing her life for nothing. But Gunyinji was never one to sit and wait for death. Those people had truly miscalculated if they wanted to use this method to silently eliminate her. It's not up to you to decide whether it's illegal or not. Gunyinji couldn't help but argue. "Kill me if you have the guts. Let's see if you'll go to jail for breaking the law." There was silence for a while, but soon a series of orderly, well-trained footsteps came from outside the forest. They walked to the front of the small forest and calmly said to Gunyinji, "Come out. If you don't come out, we'll set the forest on fire." Gunyinji raised her voice. "Set on fire. If you set it on fire, the rangers will naturally deal with you." As soon as she finished speaking, a bullet whizzed through the air from the silent shotgun and hit the tree Gunyinji was using as a shield. So they had deliberately said that to provoke her so that she would argue with them. And they could also find her position. Their marksmanship was simply unparalleled. Gunyinji immediately shut up and quickly changed her position to hide, but her eyes were still fixed on the tree from before. Whiz, 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 whiz. Another series of bullets came from outside the forest and hit the tree, almost piercing through the entire trunk. She listened attentively to the footsteps outside and felt that they seemed to be running in a leisurely and orderly manner. Were these King hunters? They were clearly soldiers. Gunyinji's heart rose to her throat. If she guessed correctly, these people were not ordinary hunters, nor were they policemen. They were soldiers, proper soldiers. Of course, they couldn't be regular German soldiers. That was because Germany's regular army was also under surveillance by the US-led NATO, so it was even more impossible for them to be assassins. Therefore, they could only be mercenaries. The enemy had actually sent out mercenaries to deal with her. For the first time, Gunyinji felt that she might really be doomed this time. But she had always been a person who wouldn't turn back until she hit the wall. She wouldn't admit defeat until the very last moment. Gunyinji gritted her teeth and quietly crept through the entire forest to climb the mountainside behind the forest. Behind the forest was a low mountain range in the Alps. It was a relic from the Ice Age, and the rocks were so hard that even a knife couldn't leave a mark. Fortunately, she was slender and small-boned, so she could pass through the narrow cracks in the mountain. Not long after leaving the forest, the moon rose and moonlight shone on the earth. The mountain range actually lit up. Gunyinji poked her head out from the mountainside, and the people in front of the forest saw her with binoculars. Over there, she ran away. After her, 4 or 5 men put away their shotguns and chased after her halfway up the mountain. Gunyinji looked back as she ran and saw that those people had actually caught up so quickly. She focused and realized that they probably had binoculars, so they could easily find her traces. Gunyinji calmed herself down and ran between the cliffs with her waist bent. She never stayed in one place for more than a second. The gunshots with silencers kept ringing behind her, but she ignored them and focused on finding the way forward. She grabbed the long tree vines and jumped over the mountain stream. When she landed on the grass on the other side, she almost sprained her ankle, but she immediately steadied herself and ran in a zigzag pattern on the mountain. She didn't know how far she ran in one breath, but she only felt like there was a knife in her throat. Her lungs burned with pain, and she couldn't breathe. She stopped to hold her waist to rest, but a bullet followed her like a shadow and grazed her arm. Gun Yinji's arm was grazed, and blood instantly gushed out and dyed her entire sleeve red. The pursuers were getting closer and closer. Gun Yinji's arm was in unbearable pain, but she still tried to run forward and didn't dare to stop any longer. The smell of fresh blood attracted the beasts. Not far away, Gun Yinji saw 2 green lights on the opposite mountaintop. Upon closer inspection, they weren't lights, but the eyes of wolves. There were more and more green eyes, indicating that the number of wolves was also increasing. Gun Yinji groaned inwardly. There were pursuers behind her and wild wolves in front of her. What should she do? She looked up and saw a mountain rock suddenly blocking her way. Gun Yinji had been running in a panic and didn't know which way to go. Seeing the mountain rock blocking her way, she froze. She couldn't go forward, and she couldn't go back. Was this a dilemma? Gun Yinji covered the wound on her arm with one hand and stood under the big rock for a while to see that the bleeding had finally stopped. She looked around reluctantly and saw a mountain spring flowing out from behind the rock. Since water could flow out from behind the rock, there should be a way out. Gun Yinji walked around the rock and saw a small, narrow hole hidden in the vines behind the rock. She pushed the vines aside and found that the cave was so small that only one person could pass through, and it had to be a very thin person or a child. Adults who were slightly stronger couldn't go in. Gun Yinji hadn't eaten her fill for the past few days and had been running around, so she had lost a lot of weight. If she had been slightly chubby, she wouldn't have been able to go in. Now seemed to be the right time. Gun Yinji probed with her hand and was delighted. She lowered her head and burrowed into the cave. This time, she sniffed at the entrance of the cave first and didn't smell anything out of the ordinary. Last time, the cave where the female wolf gave birth to her cubs had almost killed her. This time, her luck shouldn't be so bad. After Gun Yinji burrowed in, she walked forward sideways. The path in the cave was very narrow. With how thin she was now, there were several times where she had to desperately suck in air and hold her chest tight to barely squeeze through. She didn't know how long the path was, but as long as she could avoid those people and the wolves, she didn't care if she kept walking. The cave was indeed too narrow. The people who were chasing her came here and realized that they had lost track of her. They looked around and finally found the cave. However, the cave didn't allow adult men to pass through. They tried again and again, but even if they held their breath until their chests were about to explode and one of them squeezed so hard that he broke a rib, they still couldn't squeeze in. Motherf asterisk cur. How can you run like this? A man cursed as he took a shotgun and fired into the cave. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of bullets hit the entire cave and sent stone chips flying. Smoke rose and blocked the view. Gun Yinji groaned and covered her arm again. This time, her left arm was grazed by a bullet again. The wound had just stopped bleeding, but now it was cut open again. Gun Yinji didn't dare to look at her bloody arm. She closed her eyes and pressed her hand tightly against it. The pain made her whole body tremble. Her whole body curled up like a shrimp against a stone wall. Fortunately, those people couldn't get in, so she didn't have to rush out. She was sandwiched between the stone walls, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. She waited for the pain to pass before continuing forward. She didn't know how long she walked. She only remembered that her legs and chest were numb. She finally passed through the narrow path that almost strangled her and saw a slightly wider area. There was finally a place in the cave where she could sit down and rest for a while. Chapter 643. Gun Yinji endured the pain and removed the bag made of a nun's habit from her back. She took out the brand new underwear that Josephine had given her, found a tank top, and tied it tightly to the arm that had been grazed twice by the bullet. Then she quickly changed into the nun's habit and even wrapped a black scarf around her head. Even if the enemy had binoculars, they wouldn't be able to see her easily. In the dark, black clothes wouldn't reflect light, so it was easy to blend in with the night. After changing, Gunyinji sat down to rest for a while before she finally recovered. Gunyinji panted slightly and closed her eyes to lean against the cave. She clenched her fists and began to think in her mind. Who had such a deep grudge against her that they had to kill her, and also had the power to mobilize the police and mercenaries to kill her? Thinking about it this way, the scope should have narrowed down, but she still had no clue. She had been with Hua Xiaoheng and the others for as long as she could remember. Hua Xiaoheng had protected her completely, so it was impossible for her to have a grudge against anyone. Now she was only Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter. Was it because of that? Gu Ninji immediately thought of her sister, Gu Yanran. Did she want to kill her? She quickly shook her head and ruled out Gu Yanran. It wasn't that she didn't think Gu Yanran wouldn't kill her, but she simply didn't think she had the power to do so. If Gu Yanran had been able to instruct the Munich police to hire such powerful mercenaries to hunt her down, then she wouldn't have had to suck up to Hua Xiaoheng to avoid being hunted down by the mercenaries in the first place. These mercenaries were really good at pretending. In order to make it look like they accidentally shot her during hunting season, they really used hunting rifles and not sniper rifles. Gunyinji knew that if they really used sniper rifles or even anti-material rifles, she would have been dead already. What was so strange about an anti-material rifle shooting through a tree? The best anti-material rifle could shoot through a brick wall from a mile away and blow up the head of a criminal hiding in a house. Gunyinji could only be glad that the enemy didn't dare to kill her without restraint and needed to cover up. Whether they were disguised as police or hunters, they didn't want to reveal their true identities. Why was that? It meant that the mastermind must be very afraid of the person behind her, right? So they desperately used all sorts of identities to disguise themselves. Who were they afraid of? Was it Hua Xiao or Professor He? Gunyinji looked down and took out her phone from her trouser pocket. She discovered that there was only 15% battery left, but there was still half a bar of signal left. Should she try calling Hua Xiao and Professor He? She couldn't call Hua Xiaoheng directly, but she could still call Inshi Xiao. Looking for Brother Xiong was equivalent to looking for Hua Xiao. Only they could save her. Gunyinji's reliance on Hua Xiaoheng had become a kind of faith. She believed that he was omnipotent and that he would definitely come to save her. Before that, she had to save herself. She had to ensure that she was still alive before he arrived. She dialed In Shixiang's number with the help of the starlight, but she couldn't get through. That half a bar of signal wasn't enough to support the call to the Huaxia Empire. Gunyinji could only give up and thought of Professor He instead. She knew that he was still very powerful in America. But this was Germany. Would it be the same? She also knew that Professor He had gone back because of his father's sudden illness. Would Professor He be put in a difficult position if she rashly called him? After some thought, she still tried calling He Jichu's number. Just like In Shixiang's number, she couldn't get through. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief and stopped trying. She couldn't get through anyway. Leaning against the wall of the cave, she was half awake and couldn't sleep well. The gunshot wound on her arm was probably still infected because she had a high fever in the middle of the night. The night in the cave was already very cold, and with her high fever, it was even colder. Hugging her legs, she sat in the cave and buried her head between her knees. The wound on her arm was already numb, so she couldn't feel the pain anymore. Her head was dizzy, and it wasn't a normal kind of pain. The pain seemed to have transferred to her head. She could only grit her teeth and didn't even dare to make a sound. The night finally passed, and when the light of the day shone into the dark cave, Gunyinji woke up sweating profusely. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, as if she had been drenched in the rain. Her legs were weak, and her entire body was sore. Only her arm didn't seem to hurt anymore. Gunyinji composed herself and slowly untied the vest covering the wound. She touched it with her hand. The blood had already turned dark brown and stuck to her arm, so she couldn't see what the wound looked like. However, it really didn't hurt anymore. Even when she pressed it with her hand, it didn't feel as painful as yesterday. Closing her eyes, She slept for a while in the cave before supporting herself against the mountain wall and standing up slowly. Her legs didn't seem to be her own. She wanted them to move forward, but they wouldn't listen. It was too strenuous. She could only move one step and stop to catch her breath for a while before moving forward again. Walking and stopping like that. She walked for almost 4 to 5 hours before exiting the other side of the cave. As soon as she exited the cave, she saw a dark blue lake. The lake was surrounded by slightly withered grass, indicating that autumn was approaching. Further away were the Alps, which were gentler than the mountains on the other side of the cave. They weren't as steep and dangerous. The nearby lake water was so blue that it looked transparent, like the most clear sapphire had fallen to the ground and turned into lake water. But when she got closer, she discovered that the lake water should be a light green, the same color as the clear seawater. The reason it looked blue from afar was because the entire blue sky was reflected in the lake water. Gunyinji looked up at the sky. This was the top sapphire, just like the sky of a certain Tibetan she had seen on the internet. It was the closest place to the sky and also the highest place on the entire blue planet. That was the good thing about the Alps. There were lakes and rivers everywhere. No wonder the major rivers that ran through Europe all originated from the Alps. Gunyinji was a little more cautious this time. She looked out of the cave for a while to make sure there was no one around before slowly walking out of the cave and towards the lake. There were some dandelions growing by the lake. Their green leaves supported small, white, fluffy balls that swayed in the breeze. Gunyinji walked to a blue stone by the lake and squatted down. She put the vest she had tied around her wound in the lake water to clean it. The vest was stained with her blood and dyed the lake water near the shore a light pink. She dipped it in the lake water and gently washed her arm that was stained dark brown with blood. She did it bit by bit, afraid to touch the unscathed wound. Dandelions could stop bleeding. She planned to dig up a few dandelions and crush them to apply to the wound if the blood didn't stop flowing. These were the contents of Hua Xiaoheng's field survival course for the Special Operations Forces. She had followed Hua Xiaoheng all those years. She didn't go to school for the first few years, but the things she learned were definitely no less than in school. Her arm was washed clean bit by bit, and the dark brown blood stains were gone. Her arm was clean and white, without a single pore to be seen. As for the wound from the bullet, where was it? Gunyinji felt from head to toe, but couldn't see where the wound was. If she hadn't just washed off the dark brown blood stains, she would have thought she hadn't been grazed by the bullet at all. Gunyinji touched her arm, a little confused. What was wrong with her? Was it her problem, or was there something wrong with the world? She had a fracture the day before and was as good as new the next day. She had been grazed by a bullet the day before and lost so much blood, but today she was as good as nothing. And it was all a high fever. After one night, she was back to normal. Could it be that her high fever was a miracle cure? In the future, she wouldn't need to take medicine when she got sick or injured. She would recover from a fever. Gunyinji thought about it, but felt it was too ridiculous. She pouted and hugged her knees as she sat by the lake, not knowing where to go. Ever since she came out of the small cave, she understood that she had probably passed through a small mountain range in the Alps. Now she was on the other side of the mountain. She sat by the lake for a long time until her stomach growled. She finally sighed and resigned to her fate to find something to eat. There were fish in the lake, but it seemed to be deeper here than the small river on the other side of the mountain. The fish wouldn't swim to the shallow shore, and she didn't dare jump into the lake. It would be difficult to catch them. She couldn't eat fish, so she had to think of another way. She definitely had to find berries, and then she had to find bird eggs. After what happened the day before, Gunyinji now avoided everyone who hunted in the Alps. She knew she was overreacting, but she only had one person and one life now. No matter how careful she was, she couldn't be too careful. She walked around the nearby mountains for a long time and found a nest of bird eggs. She took 4 or 5 out, then gathered a bunch of berries and returned to the lake. She started a fire, buried the eggs, and roasted them. Then she ate the berries to supplement her vitamins. Relying on these things, she walked and stopped, and after 2 days of walking along the lake, which was extraordinarily large, she at last saw a house. Or rather, she saw a wooden house standing on the grassy hillside. From her angle from the river, she could see the wooden walls painted red, the black log roof, and the white fence around the house. What excited her the most was that there was a satellite TV receiver on the roof of the wooden house. She saw the umbrella-shaped satellite antenna emitting a silvery white glow in the evening sun. She quickly took out her phone to look at it. There was only 5% power left, but her phone actually showed 2 bars. She wanted to cry. Gun Yinji's hands trembled as she quickly opened the contact list on her phone. She immediately found In Shixiang's number and called him, but it was voicemail again. She almost thought that In Shixiang's phone had also been hijacked by a Trojan. But on second thought, with Brother Zhe around, how could Brother Xiong's phone be hijacked? That was impossible. Then what was the reason? She quickly thought of the time difference. It was around 6 in the evening in Germany's daylight time. It should be midnight in the imperial capital, so perhaps Brother Xiong was already asleep. But this time, Gun Yinji didn't dare leave a message. She quietly hung up. She remembered that she had called In Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi the first day she was in danger and left a message. However, neither of them had returned her calls until now. This was also a rather strange thing. Gun Yinji felt uneasy, but she quickly shook her head and didn't think about it anymore. Looking up at the wooden house on the hillside, she decided to stay there for the night and charge her phone. Of course, if this family didn't have iPhones, then there was nothing she could do. She was just unlucky and couldn't blame anyone else. Gun Yinji washed her hands and face by the lake again and combed her hair with her hand before walking along the mountain path to the hillside. Behind the fairy tale-like red and black wooden house was a towering forest. The mountain peak behind the forest was covered in pure white snow. Red, black, green, and white intertwined and almost reflected the glow of a rainbow under the golden sunset. Gun Yinji squinted to admire the beautiful scenery and slowly walked to the white fence of the wooden house. The front yard of the house was paved with a green lawn that was neatly trimmed. White curtains fluttered on the windows, and roses were planted under the windows with beautiful, bowl-sized flowers. The roses looked like they had just been watered. There were crystal-clear water droplets on the petals that slid down from time to time and fell into the grass, disappearing in the blink of an eye. There was no one in the front yard, but Gun Yinji could hear the sound of someone chopping wood coming from the backyard. She thought about it and didn't call out a greeting. Instead, she walked around the fence and walked in the direction of the sound. The wooden house faced north, and the setting sun shone into the backyard. The setting sun melted gold, and the evening clouds merged. A well-built, bare-chested man had his back to Gun Yinji as he chopped wood with a large axe. Near the gate, there was a very handsome motorcycle. On the ground beside it, there were 10 or so thick tree trunks, and on the other side, there was a tall pile of firewood, which should have been cut down. They were only about a foot long and an inch square, and they were stacked neatly. It was obvious that they were prepared for the winter fireplace. Gun Yinji clicked her tongue and thought that it was rare for people to use such a primitive fireplace in this day and age. The fireplaces she had seen before all used electricity or gas to simulate natural firewood, but they didn't actually burn wood. This family seemed to be a real German family that burned firewood, right? Gun Yinji stood to the side and watched for a while. The man was well built, and his muscles were unparalleled. His back was to the sun, and beads of sweat rolled down his light bronze skin. The tendons on his arms were bulging, and his shoulders were broad. However, they suddenly contracted at the waist, revealing a perfect inverted deltoid. It had the physical beauty of an ancient Greek sculpture. The man only wore a pair of jeans, and one of his long legs and knee-length rain boots was raised and pressed against the workbench. One hand was pressed against the tree trunk, and the other was sawing. His arms moved vigorously, full of strength and rhythm. It was a standard 9-headed body. This figure reminded Gun Yinji of Hua Xiaohong. She was a little dazed as she stared at the man's back. When the man finished sawing a tree trunk, he turned around leisurely and glanced at Gun Yinji. He calmly bent down to pick up his jacket from the workbench and put it on. He had a cigarette in his mouth. He had a high nose, deep eyes, blonde hair, and blue eyes. His black eyebrows were very neatly shaped, as though they had been measured with a ruler. It made his eyes look extraordinarily beautiful. The way the man held the cigarette in his mouth also resembled Huashaoing. They both had a careless indifference and calmness, as though they were thousands of mountains and rivers away, but also had a calmness of being close at hand. His facial features were the classic Germanic beauty. There was a small groove on his chin, and when he was expressionless, he had a religious air of abstinence. It was a strong contrast to his aggressive figure. Gun Yinji stared at the man, smoking, and momentarily forgot to speak. Perhaps she was staring at his cigarette too intently. The man thought for a moment, took the cigarette out of his mouth, threw it on the grass, and stepped on it. Gun Yinji's gaze followed the arc of the cigarette to the knee-length rain boots on the man's feet. She watched as the boots brought its owner closer to her step by step, and finally stopped 3 steps away from her. It was a very polite and safe distance, and Gun Yinji's nervousness eased. The man said in German, "What's the matter?" It was supposed to be a powerful tone, but because his voice was so gentle, it was like the ripples of a breeze on the surface of a lake. It sounded like it was trying to drill into her heart. It was another strong contrast. The man with the overflowing male hormones was actually speaking so gently. It was so incongruous. Gun Yinji's ears twitched involuntarily, and she completely forgot the German she had just learned. She had learned German at the last minute, so she could only understand some daily conversations, as well as some legal and news terms. It made it difficult for her to speak normally. Sighing, she blushed and directly asked in English, "Do you speak English?" The man seemed to be taken aback, and the outline of his face was illuminated even more deeply by the setting sun. He was cold and silent, and his blue eyes that were like a lake reflected the sky and clouds, strongly attracting Gun Yinji's gaze. He pursed his thin lips and stared at Gun Yinji. After a while, he nodded slightly and switched to English, yes, a little. His English accent was that of a normal German, with some German pronunciation habits. Gun Yinji composed herself and smiled at him. She said in fluent English, "That's great. It's like this. I came to the Alps with my friends and have been walking for a few days. I wanted to see the scenery here, but I got lost. This place is too remote, and my phone often has no signal. I wanted to ask if you have a charger here." An iPhone charger? Because she saw that the owner of the place was an adult man, Gun Yinji instantly changed her mind and didn't want to stay the night. She only wanted to borrow his charger to charge her phone and hinted that she had friends with her. She didn't directly say that she was alone like she did at the convent. Gun Yinji had always been a very cautious person, and she was even more alert now. She was extremely wary of everyone. The man looked at her from head to toe, from her tattered sportswear to the sports shoes he couldn't tell the color of, and the small black bag on her back. She clearly looked like she was lost, but she actually said she had friends. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Gun Yinji silently for a while. Chapter 644. The little girl looked so skinny, and her face was only the size of a palm, but her eyes were full of life. When she looked at someone, her expression was like 2 pools of limpid autumn water that wanted nothing more than to drown them. What a pair of passionate, bright eyes. Unfortunately, its owner clearly didn't know her own charm and looked at him unconsciously, which made her even more alluring. The man looked away and grunted again. "I have an iPhone, and I happened to bring a charger back today." He then said something loudly in German towards the wooden house. Gun Yinji heard him say Mother Hannah, and her heart skipped a beat. She looked over. The back window of the wooden house opened, and an old woman who looked to be in her 60s smiled kindly at them. She said in German, "Reinitz, bring this cute little girl in. I think she's very hungry, and her eyes are shining from hunger." Gun Yinji was speechless. Was it that obvious? Reinitz chuckled. His voice was like the middle string of a cello. Just a casual pluck was enough to leave a lasting impression. Gun Yinji, who was attracted to voices, felt her ears burn when she heard his voice. She thought to herself that this man was amazing. He could seduce people with just his voice. Go in. There's only Mother Hannah's house within 10 miles. Reinitz leaned to the side and whispered gently. He walked over to open the gate, and stood to the side to invite Gunyinji in with a smile. Gunyinji was instantly relieved to see the kind mistress of the house. The man also looked very cultured, so he shouldn't be a despicable person like Seth. "Thank you," Gunyinji said and followed him inside. The old woman named Hannah had already opened the back door and stood at the door with her arms outstretched. "My little girl, you've worked hard. Come a Mother Hannah." Gunyinji had been wandering the Alps for 8 or 9 days, and this was the first time she had heard such heartwarming words. She almost couldn't hold back her tears. However, she managed to hold it in and took a deep breath to hug Hannah. She said in German, "Thank you." Gunyinji didn't know much German, but she could say simple things like hello, thank you, goodbye. However, her pronunciation was very accurate. It was an authentic Hanover accent that she had learned from Hijichu. Hannah was very surprised and also said a series of words in German. She spoke quickly with a Hanover accent. Gunyinji was speechless. She couldn't understand a word and looked at Reinitz for help. Reinitz stood next to her, and his eyes flashed when he saw her big, expressive eyes. He chuckled and said something to Hannah in German. Hannah immediately switched to English. "You don't speak German? But what you said just now was very accurate. It was an authentic Hanoverian accent. I'm a Hanoverian myself, and hearing it made me feel very close." As she spoke, she pulled Gunyinji's hand into the house. Gunyinji smiled sheepishly. "I only know a few simple German phrases. I don't know anything more complicated." "That's okay, we all speak English." Hannah winked at her, very cheerful and childlike. Gunyinji smiled and saw Reinitz walk in from the corner of her eye. He walked past her and turned into the room on the other side. Hannah pulled her to sit in the kitchen and brought out freshly baked bread, mayonnaise, and 2 white sausages. She placed on the table in front of her and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Sirius." Gunyinji was very hungry. She looked at the food and gulped, but didn't dare to eat it. "Sirius. Nice name, very pretty, just like you." Hannah greeted her warmly. "Are you eating? Aren't you hungry?" Gunyinji still didn't dare to move. Her bright eyes scanned the food as she nervously tried to come up with an excuse to reject him. After all, it was food from a stranger. It was best not to eat before she knew if it was good or bad. Hannah saw that her gaze kept drifting to the white sausages and thought she was still embarrassed. She quickly picked up the knife and carefully cut the white sausages for her. She said kindly, "Here, look, this is the white sausages I made myself. I used the best black pork in Bavaria. It was raised in the wild and didn't use any animal feed. Try it." Gunyinji gulped again. Her eyes were glued to the white sausages. They looked so delicious. She really wanted to eat them, but after the incident with the Reverend Mother at the convent, she was very careful about eating other people's food. While she was hesitating, Reinitz walked out of the room and sat on the high stool next to her. He picked up the knife and fork and ate a piece of white sausage, then a piece of bread, and a sip of milk before saying to Mother Hannah, "Mother Hannah, go check the bathroom. I think she wants to take a shower." Gunyinji blushed immediately and mumbled, not knowing what to say. Reinitz seemed to understand what she was thinking. She only dared to pick up the knife and fork to eat when she saw other people eat it. Now that he said that, she was too embarrassed to eat again. Hannah quickly said with a smile, "Serious, Reinitz doesn't know how to talk. Ignore him. You've been out for a few days. I'll go prepare some clothes for you. I hope you like them." She stood up and went to the room Reinitz had come out from. Only Reinitz and Gunyinji were left in the kitchen. Gunyinji finally noticed that Reinitz had changed his clothes. The thin plaid flannel shirt and jeans were gone. Instead, he wore a slim white shirt, khaki slacks, and a pair of tennis shoes. He stretched his long legs and lazily sat next to her. He pointed at the white sausage on the plate and said gently, "Eat it. It's delicious. I tasted it just now, and it's not bad." Gunyinji looked at Reinitz's eyes that were as blue as a lake and faintly felt that he seemed to understand her concerns, so he ate quietly to let her know that the food was fine. Gunyinji was a bit embarrassed by his understanding. She felt like she was a frightened bird engaging the heart of a gentleman with her own yardstick. Even in a terrible case like Li Haiqing's, there were prosecutors who insisted on justice and there were police officers who silently hid direct evidence from their corrupt superiors. How could she treat everyone she met as harboring evil intentions? If she didn't need it now, she would really be overreacting. Gunyinji picked up the knife and fork in front of her and slowly forked a piece of white sausage in her mouth to chew. Perhaps it was because she hadn't eaten proper food in 8 or 9 days, but the white sausage tasted so good in her mouth that it made her cry. And she really did cry. "Why are you crying? Does it not taste to your liking?" Reinitz said gently as he picked up a tissue from the dining table to wipe her tears. His movements were very gentle, but although he tried his best to restrain himself, it still left a few red marks on Gunyinji's delicate skin. He froze and didn't know what to do with the tissue. He said quietly, "Your face is too soft." It was originally a statement, but when it came out, it had a hint of ambiguity. Gunyinji wiped her face and smiled. She didn't reply and took big bites of the white sausage. After swallowing, she said, "It really is delicious. It's even better than the white sausage from 4-star Michelin restaurants that I've eaten before." Reinitz only realized his words were a bit presumptuous after he said them, but Gunyinji didn't mind and easily resolved it. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and changed the topic. "Of course, there's only one secret to making good white sausages, and that's pork. If the pork isn't good, even the best chef can't make good white sausages." Gunyinji drank a mouthful of milk and nodded. "Yes, it's just like our Huaxia Empire's saying, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. It's the same principle. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice." "Well said." Reinitz chuckled quietly. His blue eyes sparkled like stars, and he was extremely charming. Gunyinji looked away and picked up a piece of bread. She looked down and smeared mayonnaise on it before taking small bites. Reinitz sat next to her and watched her eat. Seeing that she finished the 2 white sausages in no time, he got up to fish out another white sausage from a steamer. He cut it up and placed it in front of Gunyinji. "Thank you." Gunyinji's head was almost down to her chest. She was very embarrassed. Reinitz looked at her bewildered expression and sighed inwardly. What a child. Just a moment ago, she was stubbornly refusing to eat food from a stranger, and now she felt bad for a little kindness from someone else. "No need to thank me. You're too thin and need to nourish yourself. But you shouldn't eat too much at once. Don't eat any more after finishing this white sausage. There's still a lot in the steamer, so you can eat later." Reinitz gently advised her, "Go shower in that room after eating, then rest for a while before coming back for dinner." He could see that the young girl's physical strength was almost at its limit, but she was still very energetic. When she looked at people, her dark eyes were so bright it seemed like they could suck people in. Reinitz never knew that black hair and eyes looked so good. His sense of beauty was clearly towards blonde girls of the same race. "Eat slowly. I'm going out for a smoke." Sensing Gunyinji's awkwardness, Reinitz got up and left the kitchen to smoke outside. After a while, Gunyinji saw Reinitz's back through the kitchen window. He was sitting on a white fence in the front yard with his long legs propped up and a cigarette in his hand. The way he smoked really resembled Hua Xiao. Gunyinji quickly looked down and continued eating. She hadn't seen Hua Xiao for so many days, and everyone looked like Hua Xiao. Actually, who could compare to him? She lowered her head and slowly finished everything. Gunyinji stood up and stacked the plates and cutlery to take to the sink to wash them. "Leave them here, I'll wash them." Reinitz's voice came from behind. Gunyinji turned around to see that he had come in at some point and was leaning against the kitchen door frame with his arms crossed. "It's fine, I used them. I'll wash them." Gunyinji insisted and turned back to put the dishes in the sink. Just as she was about to turn on the faucet, a large hand came from behind to turn on the faucet, and it happened to cover her hand. Gunyinji quickly retracted her hand and rubbed it against her back as if she had accidentally touched something dirty and needed to clean it. Reinitz smiled and turned on the faucet. "Go shower. I'll wash the things here." Gunyinji also knew that her messy hair and dirty face were probably an eyesore. She didn't insist and took a step back before saying quietly, "Thank you." Then she turned to leave and went to the room Reinitz pointed out to her. She was tenacious at such a young age and didn't drag her feet. This personality surprised Reinitz because he didn't dislike it at all. He added detergent to the sink and smiled slightly. Gunyinji walked out of the kitchen and turned a corner in the small hallway. The door to the room was open, and the plump Hannah was bending over to make the bed. The walls were white, the floor was made of wood, and there was a Victorian-style dresser on the left side of the window. A four-poster bed was in the middle of the room, and the white bedding with flowers was clean and had the smell of sunshine. It looked like it had just been showered. Gunyinji coughed lightly and said, "Mother Hannah, thank you." Hannah turned around and looked at her with a bright smile. "You're welcome. Are you done eating? Go shower." As she spoke, she put a pile of clean clothes on the bed. "This dress is what I wore when I was young, and the underwear is from before. It's brand new, and I haven't worn it yet." The underwear was still in the bag, and it was also a tank top and panty style. Gunyinji nodded. "Thank you. I'm going to shower." She walked over to hug Hannah and kiss her on the cheek. When German juniors showed affection to their elders, they would kiss them on the cheek. As expected, Hannah was overjoyed and hugged Gunyinji and kissed her on the cheek as well. She said happily, "You're so cute. I've been telling Reinitz to get married and have children so I can have a beautiful granddaughter to take care of, but he wouldn't listen. Otherwise, my little granddaughter would be as old as you already." Gunyinji's eyes widened in shock. "No way. How old is Reinitz? How could he have a daughter my age?" Hannah froze. She looked at Gunyinji carefully and said, "Are you 11 or 12? Gunyinji was speechless. Of course, women like to be called young, but for a girl who was about to turn 19 to be 11 or 12 wasn't a compliment. It was an indication that she was underdeveloped. Gunyinji puffed out her chest and said, "How could I be 11 or 12? Mother Hannah's eyes aren't working." Puffed. A man's light laughter came from the door. Gunyinji froze. Reinitz actually followed her and stood at the door. Hannah glared at Reinitz and said, "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Hurry up and get married and have children. You're almost 30. 28. I'll be 29 next month, and I'm still not 30 yet." Reinitz's voice came from behind. "Mother Hannah, Sirius should be 15. She's right. How could I have a daughter that old?" Gunyinji blushed again. This mother and son pair were really good at arguing. She mustered up her courage and whispered, "I'm already 18. I'll be 19 next month." Hannah and Reinitz looked at each other, speechless. Hannah patted Gunyinji's shoulder awkwardly. "Hurry up and shower. I'll go see what we're making for dinner. Sirius, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Anything is fine. Thank you, Mother Hannah." Gunyinji quickly thanked her and watched Hannah stumble to the door. Reinitz stepped aside at the door. Hannah glared at him again and walked past him to the kitchen. Gunyinji walked over to close the door, but Reinitz leaned against it and looked down at her. Gunyinji held the door and didn't know if she should let Reinitz leave so she could close it. After a while, Reinitz said nonchalantly, "Looks like you Huaxia girls are really young. You look about the same as an 11 or 12-year-old girl here." Gunyinji was annoyed and puffed out her chest again. "Do you 11 or 12-year-old girls here have D-cups?" Gunyinji was instantly filled with regret when she saw Reinitz's stunned expression. She wanted to bite her tongue off right now. Who told you to talk nonsense? What was wrong with her to argue with a man she didn't know? She blushed and tried to close the door. Reinitz straightened and quickly glanced at her chest. He raised his eyebrows and said, "I can't tell." Then he turned to leave. Gunyinji gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "It's fine if you can't tell. Do you want me to show you just to prove I have D-cups? What a fool." Gunyinji slammed the door shut and carried the dress Hannah had left on the bed into the bathroom. The bathroom was mainly decorated in blue, with light blue walls and dark blue frosted tiles. Only the bathtub was pure white. It looked like a Navy-style decoration and was unexpectedly pleasing to her eyes. Gunyinji didn't take a bath. She only opened the shower curtain to block the bathtub and stood inside to take a shower. There were many different types of shampoo and Vasi's facial cleanser. It was much better than the one at the convent, although it wasn't the brand Gunyinji was used to. Of course, she wasn't picky. They were kind enough to take her in, but she was picky about the brand. Wasn't that unreasonable? Closing the shower curtain, Gunyinji washed herself from head to toe. especially her hair, which had only been properly washed once in the past few days. Her long hair was tangled and knotted. Gunyanji spent a lot of effort to wash her hair. Then she quickly rinsed her body and used the shower gel. Wrapping herself in a towel, she looked in the mirror in the bathroom and realized why Hannah and Reinitz said she looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. She was really too thin. Her face wasn't big to begin with, but it used to have a bit of baby fat, but now it had completely faded. On her palm-sized face, only a pair of large, soul-stirringly dark eyes remained. She had a sharp chin, a slender neck, and a high, protruding collarbone. Her image described what it meant to be as skinny as a stick. As for her chest, Gunyanji looked down. Fortunately, it was only a little thinner. It probably wasn't as spectacular as a D cup, but it was still a C cup. Needless to say, her waist was big enough to hold with her hand. Being so thin was actually very unattractive. If it weren't for her height, even people from the Huaxiao Empire would think she was only 13 or 14 years old. Chapter 645. German girls were slightly taller, so they were around 7 meters tall at the age of 11 or 12, which was Gunyanji's current height. So when Mother Hannah said she was only 11 or 12, it wasn't baseless. It was based on the standards of German girls. Gunyanji resentfully changed into the dress Hannah gave her. It was a traditional German dress with a blue and white striped skirt and a lake blue top. There was a corset at the waist and chest, and the top part of the dress was a small vest style. The corset made her breasts stand out. She definitely wasn't a little girl who hadn't developed yet. Gunyanji's mood improved, and she clenched her fists. She wanted to eat. Being this skinny wasn't healthy, and she wouldn't have the strength to escape. After what happened at the convent, she didn't think she was safe now. She found a hairdryer in the bathroom and began to dry her hair. She stopped when it was half dry. As soon as she put down the hairdryer, she heard someone knock on the door. She opened the door with her hair down. Reinitz stood at the door. He didn't expect the little girl to change into a different person after a shower and a change of dress. Her long, black hair flowed down her back like seaweed and had natural curls. His fingers couldn't help but twitch. Then he secretly clenched them to resist the urge to touch her hair. Her palm-sized face was still tender from a shower, and her cheeks were naturally flushed. Her plump and moist lips had a perfect shape. Gunyanji looked at him in confusion. Her upper lips slightly puckered like a seductive kiss. Reinitz's gaze moved away from her lips unnaturally, but when he looked down, he saw her perky breasts. He immediately looked up at the sky. "Dinner is ready. Come eat." He turned and walked away. Gunyanji smiled and nodded at his back. "Okay, I'll be right there." She returned to her room and braided her half-dry hair. She tied it up with her old rubber band and went to the kitchen. Hannah probably knew she was starving, so she prepared a sumptuous dinner. There was a deep white porcelain bowl filled with thick soup. It smelled like seafood, but it wasn't necessarily so. Gunyanji thought, how could there be seafood here? Freshwater or lake food was more like it. Other than the plates in front of everyone, there were 5 oval-shaped porcelain plates. One had freshly roasted beef triangles on it, and another had several sticks of bread. Thankfully, there were no blueberries on it. There was also a long porcelain plate with sliced white sausages. The 4th one contained a glutinous pig trotter and a long porcelain plate with a small cake that had just been baked. It smelled so good that Gunyanji couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm herself. "Come and sit down. This is the clamshell soup I prepared especially for you." Hannah greeted her warmly and gave her a bowl. Gunyanji couldn't help but take a spoonful. Sure enough, it was clam meat that had been cooked into a soup. However, she couldn't mistake the aroma. Reinitz smiled and cut a piece of bread for her. He placed a few pieces of white sausage on the porcelain plate in front of her and said gently, "Eat slowly, there's still a lot in the pot." Reinitz glanced at her. Just like before, he forked a piece of white sausage from her porcelain plate and ate it, then ate a piece of bread and some of her clam soup. He held his beer mug and smiled at her. Reinitz glanced at her. Just like before, he forked a piece of white sausage from her porcelain plate and ate it. Then he ate a piece of bread and some of her clam stew. Holding his beer mug, he looked at her with a smile. Gunyanji glanced at her. Just like before, he forked a piece of white sausage from her porcelain plate and ate it. Then he ate a piece of bread and some of her clam soup. He held his beer mug and smiled at her. Hannah quickly said to Reinitz, "Reinitz, you have your own portion. Why do you always eat seriouses?" Gunyinji understood that Reinitz wanted her to eat with peace of mind, so he took the initiative to eat all the food on her plate first. Gunyinji smiled at Hannah sheepishly. "Let's eat together. It'll be more lively this way." "Sure." Hannah happily scooped a bowl of clam soup for herself and said, "Reinitz brought this back from Berlin. He really likes seafood, and so do I. It's just that we're quite far from the big city and the sea, so it's not easy to get it." "Can't you buy it online?" Gunyinji asked curiously. "We're not in the range of online delivery." Reinitz smiled faintly as he took a sip of his beer. Gunyinji ate a few mouthfuls of bread and thought a question. "Reinitz, you work in Berlin?" "Yeah." "Then how did you get here?" Gunyinji's eyes lit up. If Reinitz could travel from Berlin to the remote Alps, she would be able to find her way out. Even if she didn't return to Munich, she would be able to escape as long as she could get to a place with internet access. She was in such a passive position because her phone and internet were blocked. She was completely cut off from the outside world. Otherwise, those people would have come to rescue her a long time ago. Reinitz smiled at her. "I rode my motorcycle here. First, I took a plane from Berlin to Munich, then rented a motorcycle from Munich and rode it all the way here." Gunyinji immediately recalled the cool motorcycle she saw in the backyard and let out a long, "Oh," as if she had a sudden realization. Hannah and Reinitz laughed together. The mother and son smiles were warm and genial, and people couldn't help but feel good about them. There was some truth to the saying that one's appearance was born from one's heart. Gunyinji sighed inwardly as she gathered her courage to ask Reinitz, "Reinitz, when are you going back to Berlin? Can you take me out with you? I don't need to go to Berlin. You just need to take me out of this mountain and find the closest town." She was worried he would reject her, so she quickly said, "I'll pay. I won't freeload and let you take me back for free." Reinitz's smile faded as he looked down to take a sip of his beer. He said gently, "Yeah, I'll take you out. You don't have to pay." He then left. Gunyinji keenly sensed that Reinitz's mood seemed to have soured. She carefully looked at Hannah and whispered, "Mother Hannah, is Reinitz unhappy?" Hannah raised her sparse eyebrows and said disapprovingly, "Is he unhappy? I don't think so." Gunyinji was speechless. It was so obvious. How could she not feel it? Reinitz has always been like this. He has a good temper and is never unhappy or angry, Hannah said mysteriously to Gunyinji. Also, we are women, and he is a man. A man must give in to a woman, or else he won't be a gentleman and won't be able to find a wife. Gunyinji was speechless. No way. Reinitz's looks were already above average when compared to the average handsome guy. He wasn't any worse than those so-called European and American male stars. Gunyinji felt that her own sense of beauty was still there, so she only listened to Mother Hannah's words and didn't make any comments. She only said, "Reinitz is very handsome." "Mother Hannah, you must have seen too much of him, so you don't think so?" Then she spent the rest of the time praising Mother Hannah's delicious dinner. She also ate a lot. Mother Hannah was so sleepy that she went back to her bedroom to sleep, but Gunyinji was still slowly eating her 7th white sausage. Reinitz had already finished smoking and stood outside for a while. He waited for the smell of smoke to dissipate before returning inside. At that time, he saw that Gunyinji and Hannah were deep in conversation, so he didn't disturb them. He leaned against the kitchen door and quietly listened to their conversation. Later, Hannah was sleepy and wanted to go to sleep, so Reinitz quickly moved to the side. Gunyinji stood up to watch Hannah leave and didn't see Reinitz. When Hannah came out, she saw Reinitz but didn't say anything. She smiled and patted his shoulder before leaving. Reinitz looked at Gunyinji with interest at the kitchen door for a while. Seeing that she was still eating, he walked in and sat next to her. He put his hand on her knife and fork and said gently, "You can't eat the last white sausage anymore. It's not that I'm stingy, but I'm afraid you can't take it. You'll have a stomachache at night." After starving for a few days, Reinitz instinctively felt that this girl's body wouldn't be able to take it. Gunyinji's eyes dimmed. She thought of her strange body and the wounds that healed overnight. She said in a helpless tone, "So what? I said I won't eat and drink for free. I'll give you money." "Do I care about money?" Reinitz, who had always been gentle, finally became angry. "You only care about money. Even if you ate 100 white sausages, how much would that be? But your body really can't take it. Come, stop eating. Drink some milk, then go wash up and sleep." As he spoke, he very naturally wrapped one hand around Gunyinji's neck and used the other to bring the glass of milk to her mouth. Gunyinji couldn't help but open her mouth to take a sip of milk. Reinitz smiled and praised her gently. "Good girl." Then he urged her to wash up. "Go rest. I'll clean up here." When Gunyinji first arrived, she had a small meal, and Reinitz had also cleaned up. Now, he had to clean up again. Gunyinji felt really embarrassed. "Let me help you." Gunyinji stood up. "No, there's not much. I can make it faster." As Reinitz spoke, he stacked the porcelain plates. Gunyinji had already finished all the food on the plates. He glanced at Gunyinji and smiled. "It's a good thing that you can eat. I don't like it when little girls eat like little birds." Gunyinji pursed her lips and smiled awkwardly. She whispered, "I'm not like this at home. I'm really starving this time." "Yeah." Reinitz glanced at her and didn't expose the lie she told him when she first arrived. But Gunyinji was embarrassed. She stood next to Reinitz and watched him wash the dishes. She handed him the detergent and said shamefully, I actually got lost by myself." "I know." Gunyinji, her face turned even redder. I wandered around the mountains for a few days. I only ate berries, occasionally grilled fish and bird eggs." Gunyinji told the truth. "I ate such delicious food today. I couldn't help it. I said it's okay. I didn't let you eat because I was afraid your body couldn't take it." Reinitz used the back of his hand to gently touch Gunyinji's stomach. "It hurts here. Do you want to eat some digestive tablets?" Gunyinji shook her head with a smile. "I'm fine. I should be fine, right?" She wanted to test how strong her body could be. Reinitz didn't try to persuade her anymore. He quickly washed the plates and cutlery, wiped them, and put them back in the closet. Gunyinji handed him the hand sanitizer for him to wash his hands. Reinitz laughed. His blue eyes gazed deeply at her as he asked her, "Don't you need to charge your phone?" Yes. Gunyinji quickly took out her phone. "Do you have a charger for this iPhone?" Reinitz looked at it and said, "This is last year's model. My phone happens to be the same model." He walked out of the kitchen and went to his room to get the charger. Gunyinji followed behind him and discovered that Reinitz's room was actually next to the guest room she had just showered in. Reinitz came out with the charger and saw that Gunyinji's expression was a bit strange. He thought about it and said, "The house is small, so please bear with it. There are only a few rooms. If you don't want to stay here, you'll have to stay with Mother Hannah." Of course, Gunyinji didn't want to stay with someone else. She immediately shook her head. It's fine. I understand." She then immediately said good night to Reinitz. Reinitz smiled and nodded. "Good night." He then returned to his room. Gunyinji also returned to her room. Although the two rooms were next to each other, the soundproofing was probably pretty good because Gunyinji couldn't hear anything outside at all when she closed the door. She plugged the charger into the wall socket and plugged in her phone. At this time, her phone had less than 2% battery left. Thank the heavens. Her luck really had its ups and downs. Gunyinji's phone was charging, so she swiped it open to see that there were still 2 bars of signal. She tried the internet connection, and it seemed like it could connect, but it was too slow. She couldn't even open text messages or receive any messages, so she gave up. She opened the contact list on her phone and wanted to call Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi again. This time, the phone rang for a long time before it finally connected. It wasn't voicemail, but the operator of the Special Operations Forces switchboard picked up the call. "Hello, Special Operations Forces HQ Telecommunications Department. Who are you looking for?" Gunyinji didn't say anything and hung up in a daze. How could Yin Shixiang's number be picked up by the switchboard? That's impossible. Could there have been major changes in the Special Operations Forces during the month that she was gone? She held the phone and thought for a long time before finally deciding to try Chenlai's number. She dialed the number and it rang for a while before someone picked up. Gun Yinji was overjoyed and quickly said, "Brother Chun, it's Yinji." The person on the other end seemed to freeze for a moment before a gentle female voice said, "Yinji, I'm Eaton. Dr. Chun is currently performing a major surgery on the head of the military. It'll take another 10 hours. Do you need something?" Gun Yinji immediately became discouraged. Brother Chun is performing surgery? Then tell him that I have something urgent to discuss with Brother Xiong and the others. I left a message for them, but they haven't replied. Can you ask Brother Chun to help me ask Brother Xiong if they receive my message? Yi Zieten replied amiably. Okay, don't worry, Yinji. As far as I know, Lieutenant Colonel Yin and Lieutenant Colonel Zhao are also on a mission. They left more than 10 days ago. They can't bring their original phones when they're on a mission. Oh. Gun Yinji understood and sighed in relief. It was good to know that they weren't purposely not answering her calls or replying to her messages. Although Gun Yinji felt that Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi were definitely not traitors, she was still afraid that they would be used by the traitors. Now that she knew that they were on a mission, she could truly relax. That's good, then. Thank you, Dr. Yi, Gun Yinji said briskly and immediately hung up. Yi Zieten also hung up slowly, a smile still on her face. She opened a small app on Chun Lai's phone and clearly displayed the coordinates of Gun Yinji's call. Gun Yinji ate a full dinner and quickly became sleepy. She couldn't wait for her phone to finish charging before she fell asleep on the bed. It was supposed to be a sweet sleep, the most comfortable one she'd had in the past 8 or 9 days, but she was woken up in the middle of the night by a stomachache. She tossed and turned in bed for a while and finally couldn't resist going to the bathroom. When she came back, she thought she could relax a little, but within 2 minutes, her stomach hurt again and she had to go to the bathroom again. After this happened a few times, Gun Yinji secretly wondered if she had been poisoned, but she felt better after going to the bathroom. Her stomach was full, and she finally vomited in the bathroom. She also had a slight fever, but it definitely wasn't the feeling of being poisoned. It was more likely that she had eaten too much at night. This was the consequence of overeating. When Gun Yinji came out of the bathroom for the 5th time and crawled back to bed weakly, there was finally a knock on her door. "Sirius, are you okay?" Reinitz's pleasant baritone voice rang out from the door. Gun Yinji struggled to get up and leaned against the door to say weakly, I'm fine. I just had a bit of diarrhea. I'm better now. You should go to sleep." She thought the room was soundproof, but going up and down to the bathroom a few times had indeed alarmed the person sleeping next to her. Gun Yinji was very embarrassed, but her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand. She slid down the back of the door and sat behind it, panting. It was quiet outside, so Reinitz should have already gone back. Gun Yinji sighed in relief and hugged her knees. She rested her head on them, and her stomach ached again. She didn't want to go to the bathroom. She really didn't want to go, but it seemed like she could not go. Gun Yinji was struggling in her mind when she suddenly heard a click from the window. She looked up weakly, and her eyes widened. She saw that the window of her room had been pushed open from the outside. Reinitz's tall figure leaped through the windowsill and walked to her side. He half knelt in front of her and reached out to the back of her neck to lift her head. "What's wrong? Did you eat too much tonight?" Chapter 646. Reinitz's tone was calm. He was only stating a fact and had no intention of mocking her, but Gun Yinji still felt ashamed. She desperately lowered her head to prevent him from looking up. Reinitz didn't use much strength in the beginning. From the first moment he saw her, he felt that this little girl was too fragile. She was like the snow covering the top of the Alps that would melt as soon as the sun came out. He was worried that if he used a bit more strength, he would break the little girl's neck. However, the little girl was quite stubborn. She stiffened her neck and didn't let him look up. Reinitz used a bit more strength, and Gun Yinji finally couldn't help looking up. In the dark room, Reinitz's typical Germanic beauty suddenly magnified in front of her eyes. Gun Yinji only felt dizzy and quickly looked away. She mumbled, "I'm fine." Reinitz pursed his thin lips and touched her forehead with concern. He scolded her lightly. "You're fine? You're already running a fever." As he spoke, he carried her horizontally and put her back on the bed. Lie down for a while. I'll go get you medicine. No need. I'll be fine after a nap. Gunyinji also touched her forehead. She had indeed started to run a fever. She should be getting better soon, right? Normally, a fever was also a sign that the immune system was starting to kick in. Therefore, many viral diseases would cause a fever. The body's own immune system would kick in and kill the invading virus. Only then would the body get better. However, Gunyinji wasn't sure if she had eaten too much this time or if a fever would work. Gunyinji drowsily fell asleep on the bed. In a daze, she felt like someone had put a cold towel on her forehead and fed her a slightly bitter medicine. She didn't want to drink it, but the person was very stubborn. He pinched her nose and forced her to open her mouth. In the end, she had to drink several mouthfuls of medicine. Gunyinji was very resistant and struggled to spit out. The smell was so bad that she frowned. The person didn't seem to care at all. He brought water over to wipe her down and let her rinse her mouth. He then took away the dirty blanket and replaced it with a clean blanket for her. The vomit in front of the bed was quickly cleaned up. Only then did the person sit down again and continue feeding her medicine. Gunyinji had just felt comfortable for a while, but was forced to drink bitter medicine again. She began to cry. She was a patient. How could they treat her like this? She grumbled a few words in Mandarin. The man wiped her tears with a tissue. He didn't understand what she was saying, but he began to pat her shoulder to comfort her. At the same time, he continued to change the wet towel on her forehead and gave her medicine every once in a while. This position unexpectedly calmed Gunyinji down. After this round of torment, Gunyinji didn't go to the bathroom again. At most, she only muttered a few words when the man fed her medicine before falling asleep again. When Gunyinji woke up the next day, the first thing she saw was someone sitting against her headboard with his eyes closed. His left hand was supporting his head, and his right hand was constantly patting her shoulder. She looked up the man's arm and saw Reinitz's religiously handsome face. The person who took care of her last night was actually Reinitz. Gunyinji touched her stomach and found it didn't hurt anymore, but it still seemed like she had a fever. Her stomach was still uncomfortable, and she felt like vomiting whenever she moved. Reinitz's body trembled slightly, and he woke up. He looked down and happened to see Gunyinji's large, black, and shiny eyes. "You're awake? Do you still feel uncomfortable?" he asked her gently. His attitude was much gentler than yesterday. Gunyinji shook her head and nodded. She whispered, "My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, but my stomach still feels uncomfortable." Reinitz touched her forehead. "You still have a fever. You can't eat anything today. I'll make you another bowl of dandelion juice." So the slightly bitter medicine she drank yesterday was dandelion juice. Gunyinji didn't resist anymore. She grunted and asked curiously, "Did you make it yourself?" "Yes, Mother Hannah made it. People here have been sick since young, so we drink our own dandelion juice." Reinitz stood up as he spoke. After taking care of Gunyinji for a night, even someone as strong as Reinitz showed signs of fatigue. Gunyinji struggled to get up. "I'll do it myself. You look very tired. Go get some sleep." "I'm much better." "I'm not sleepy." Reinitz smiled. "Go to sleep. I'll be right back." He turned around and walked out, his tall body filling up the door. The door closed gently. Gunyinji heard Reinitz and Mother Hannah talking in hushed voices. Her heart was filled with gratitude as she slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. She still didn't sleep well. She knew Reinitz and Mother Hannah took turns taking care of her. She didn't wake up until the evening. Reinitz was sitting on a small sofa in front of her bed, reading a book. His head was lowered, and from Gunyinji's angle, she could see his long eyelashes. They were actually light gold and matched with his blue eyes. He looked exceptionally beautiful. However, Gunyinji found that she still liked Huashao's thick, long eyelashes and deep, dark eyes. She stared at Reinitz in a daze. Thinking of Huashao, her gaze softened. Reinitz looked down at his book and felt her gaze on him. He calmly looked up and saw that she was awake. He moved closer to tuck in the thin blanket. "You're awake? Are you hungry?" Gunyinji couldn't help but laugh. "I don't dare to eat and drink to my heart's content anymore." As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that her voice was very small. She had to pant a few times just to speak. She was extremely weak. Reinitz sighed. You're sick. Don't talk anymore. Rest well. Gunyinji shifted on the bed. She wanted to get up and go to the bathroom. She had slept in bed all day. Even if she didn't eat, she had drunk dandelion juice all day. It was hard not to want to go to the bathroom. So her strange constitution didn't work on diarrhea? What's wrong? Reinitz saw that Gunyinji didn't want to sleep. Are you feeling unwell? Gunyinji was crying. Brother, can you go out for a while? She looked at Reinitz, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Reinitz also stared at her. After a while, he seemed to understand what she meant. He calmly stood up. I'm going out for a smoke. He walked out and gently closed the door. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief. She had a new understanding of Reinitz's ability to understand others. She lifted the thin blanket and got off the bed. There was a pair of furry slippers in front of the bed. The toes were actually shaped like a black bear cub. She looked at the slippers and couldn't help smiling. She thought about the intelligent black bear cub she had met on the other side of the mountain. She wondered if it still remembered her. Gunyinji thought about it as she put on the slippers. She stood up and walked only 2 steps before her legs gave way. She fell to the floor with a thud. Reinitz, who was at the door, flung the door open and saw Gunyinji fall on the floor in front of the bed. He quickly walked over to help her up and didn't say anything. He almost carried her to the bathroom door. He thought about it and pushed the door open. He walked Gunyinji to the toilet and had her hold on the sink next to the toilet. Once she was steady, he lowered his head and left. Gunyinji's face was so red it looked like it was burning. But there was nothing she could do. Her legs were still weak from yesterday's diarrhea, but she couldn't wait. Fortunately, Reinitz had already brought her here. She could take care of the rest herself. Gunyinji flushed the toilet with a red face. She slowly stood up with the sink and turned on the water to wash her hands. Reinitz heard it from outside. He knocked on the door and asked, Are you done? I'm coming in. Gunyinji slowly walked to the door with the help of the wall. She opened the door and happened to see Reinitz. Thank you, Gunyinji whispered. Reinitz didn't say anything else. He simply stretched out his strong arms to carry her and put her back on the bed. He pulled the thin blanket over her. Sleep a little longer. You can eat something tonight. Otherwise, you'll be too weak. Gunyinji nodded. She was already much better, but the diarrhea was very draining. She was very tired and couldn't even walk steadily. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Reinitz went out to discuss dinner with Hannah. Afterwards, he made her a pot of Koik's oat seafood porridge. They didn't have rice, so they couldn't make rice porridge. They had a lot of Koiks and oats. Gunyinji didn't have the strength to eat it herself, so Hannah fed it to her. Humans were iron, but rice was steel. After finishing a bowl, Gunyinji felt much better. She had slept all day, so she wasn't very sleepy. But Hannah was used to sleeping at 8:30 every night, so she quickly said good night and went back to bed. Reinitz ate dinner, cleaned up the kitchen, and went to his room to shower. Gunyinji took the opportunity to take a look at her phone. It was already charged, but to her disappointment, there was no signal today. It was back to how it was a few days ago. Holding the phone, she lay on the bed and silently pondered what was going on. After Reinitz finished showering, he came to see if Gunyinji was asleep. He saw her lying on the bed with her eyes wide open. Her eyes were blank, and it was obvious she was thinking about something. His gaze fell on the phone in Gunyinji's hand and seemed to understand something. He said to her, This is the mountains, so the signal is often intermittent. Don't worry. Oh, Gunyinji was a little shocked. Then how do you contact people outside the mountains? Don't you have a landline? This place is too remote, so there's no phone line here. Reinitz patiently explained to her. Mother Hannah doesn't like to talk on the phone either. If something happens, she will go over the mountain to the ranger base. They have a phone and internet. Ranger, Gunyinji guiltily thought about the fire she set on the other side of the mountain and their ambiguous position. They definitely wouldn't dare to go to the ranger and walk right into the trap. Reinitz would take her out anyway, so she didn't need to go to the ranger. Gunyinji nodded. I see. Then she stopped worrying about the internet and phone and asked Reinitz, How long will you be staying this time? When do you plan to leave? Can you take me with you? Reinitz smiled. I was supposed to leave today, but you're sick. I can stay for another 2 days. Oh, Won't it affect your work? Gunyinji felt very bad. She knew that Westerners usually took annual leave for a fixed amount of time. If they exceeded it, they wouldn't get paid. No, I have a lot of annual leave. I haven't taken it in years. Reinitz seemed to know her concerns and said tactfully, "Okay, go to sleep. I'll read here." Gunyinji knew he wanted to take care of her, and she didn't know if she would have a relapse at night, so she didn't refuse. She slipped under the thin blanket and said, "Then I'll sleep. You good night." "Good night." Reinitz smiled and put his hands in his trouser pockets as he stood in front of the bed and looked at her. Gunyinji closed her eyes peacefully and pretended to be asleep, but she actually just wanted Reinitz to be at ease. Reinitz looked at her for a while and bent over to tuck her in. He took the book he had been reading on the bedside table and continued to read. The lights in the room were turned off, leaving only a warm yellow desk lamp on. Gunyinji felt the atmosphere was very familiar, and the familiar environment made her feel very safe. However, she couldn't sleep now and didn't dare to toss and turn in bed. She just lay straight and silently thought about what to do next. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi had actually gone on a mission more than 10 days ago. Calculating the time, it was just before her accident. Was this a coincidence or was it deliberate? There was also Smith and the others. They hadn't heard from her for so many days. Did they not have any suspicions? Gunyinji's mind was a mess, and countless thoughts ran through her head. She had a vague bad guess, but because it was so frightening, she didn't dare believe it was true. Time passed slowly, and when Gunyinji came back to her senses, she found that Reinitz had already fallen asleep on the sofa. His breathing was long and soothing, just like his entire person, giving off a calm and gentle feeling. Gunyinji looked away and slowly sighed. She told herself that as long as she could leave the Alps and return to a place with internet and people, she would be saved. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to tell Reinitz tomorrow and ask him to take her away earlier. Closing her eyes, Gunyinji began to feel sleepy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard the low roar of a motorcycle outside the window, but when she listened carefully, she couldn't hear it anymore. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly heard the rustling of the fence, followed by a dull thud. Gunyinji's eyes widened in an instant. She was about to sit up nervously when she saw Reinitz, who had been sleeping soundly on the sofa, suddenly jump up and quickly pounce to the window. He lifted a corner of the curtain to look outside. Gunyinji was much more energetic after lying down for the entire afternoon. She was no longer as unsteady as she had been in the morning. She climbed out of bed and silently put on her original clothes. She wore the nun's robe over it and carried her treasures inside. Her phone, charger, Reinitz's, a small bag of sanitary napkins, a Zippo lighter, a Swiss Army knife, and her wallet. Putting on her sneakers, Gunyinji moved to Reinitz's side and looked outside. The starry sky outside was very bright. When she moved closer, she happened to see a few sneaky people holding guns and climbing over the fence. Then, at the edge of the fence, one person stopped, lay on the ground, and reached down. Then he pulled forcefully and pulled someone up from the ground. This movement was so strange. Could there be a trap near the fence? Reinitz seemed to know what she was thinking and said without turning his head, "To prevent wild animals, there are some traps near the fence." No wonder the sound just now was the sound of a person falling into a trap. Gunyinji felt very apologetic and whispered to Reinitz, "Thank you for taking care of me, but I have to go. These people are after me, and I'll drag you guys down if I stay here." Reinitz suddenly turned around and looked at her deeply. His blue eyes were like the ocean, tolerant and thought-provoking. She nodded at him and turned to leave. Reinitz suddenly reached out and grabbed Gunyinji's wrist. "You're still sick. How are you going to leave? Where are you going in the middle of the night?" Gunyinji didn't look up. She looked down at Reinitz's hand, holding her wrist. "Of course I'm leaving the same way I came. Otherwise, how do you think I got here? Someone is after you?" Reinitz narrowed his eyes. "Bad girl, you're not telling me the truth." He didn't use a question, but a statement instead. Gunyinji nodded shyly. Her voice was almost inaudible. "Sorry, I didn't want to either. She struggled to break free from his hand, but Reinitz's grip was firm. She couldn't pry his hand away no matter how hard she tried. Come with me. Reinitz didn't let go of her hand. Instead, he took her hand and quickly left the room. He took her back to his room first and picked up a duffel bag from the sofa beside the bed. At the same time, he took out a gun from the drawer of the bedside table and stuffed it into Gun Yinji's hand. He asked her, "Do you know how to shoot?" Gun Yinji immediately trusted him even more when he handed her the gun. She nodded quickly. "Yes, hold it well and listen to my orders." Reinitz looked at her deeply again and suddenly hugged her head. He kissed her forehead. "Be brave." Gun Yinji closed her eyes tightly. Her neck stiffened as she awkwardly dodged to the side. However, Reinitz quickly let go of her and didn't intend to continue. "Don't be afraid." He comforted her. "I'll get you out of here safely." With that, he took her hand and continued walking. When they passed by Mother Hannah's room, Reinitz opened the door and woke her up. He simply said, "There are bad guys. Hide quickly. Serious, and I will distract them." Then he pulled Gun Yinji away. Mother Hannah was startled and quickly climbed out of bed. She put on her coat and hid in the basement. "Where are we going?" Gun Yinji was a bit confused. Although the small wooden house didn't have many rooms, the hallways were full of twists and turns. She couldn't see the direction clearly. "The backyard, of course," Reinitz said without turning around. Gun Yinji's room faced the front yard. The sneaky people with guns had come from the front yard, and the direction Reinitz was pulling her was the backyard. Chapter 647. The two of them passed through the kitchen, and Reinitz pushed open the kitchen door to look around. The kitchen door faced the backyard. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The night sky was clear, and occasionally a few crows cawed in the woods. It was eerie in the middle of the night. At that moment, two sneaky figures also climbed over the fence in the backyard and fell into the trap with a thud. It seemed like the people in the front and backyard hadn't been spared. Reinitz held Gun Yinji's hand and practically dragged her as he stumbled forward. His motorcycle was parked at the backyard entrance and was very close to the two people who had fallen into the trap. They ran near the motorcycle, and Reinitz kicked the wooden planks on both sides of the backyard door into the trap. "Ah!" The two people in the trap screamed and fired at the same time. Of course, the random bullets didn't hit their targets. Gun Yinji didn't have the time to admire these people's wretched state. Reinitz had already put a large motorcycle helmet on her. "Hold on to me. We're going now." Reinitz put his travel bag on Gun Yinji's back and straddled the motorcycle. He turned to her and said sternly. The usually gentle person suddenly showed a decisive side, and Gun Yinji couldn't help obeying his orders. She straddled the motorcycle behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Reinitz felt a burning sensation on his waist where she was hugging him. His eyes dimmed, and he stepped on the gas. The motorcycle made a loud noise and startled the jackdaws in the night sky. "What's that sound?" The people who had groped their way into the front yard and backyard jumped in fright. By the time they reacted, they only saw a motorcycle speeding up the mountain road at lightning speed. The motorcycle's headlights drew a long curve, and in an instant, it was far away. "What's going on? Did they already run away?" "Maybe it's a diversion." "Yeah, I don't know if they ran away or stayed." The men in black discussed and split into two groups. Most of them went after the motorcycle, and a small group decided to set fire to the cabin. Gun Yinji hugged Reinitz's waist tightly and pressed against his broad back. The motorcycle ran as fast as lightning, constantly bumping on the bumpy mountain road. Although he was wearing a helmet, he could still feel the mountain wind blowing past his ears. She looked up and saw that Reinitz wasn't wearing a helmet. She immediately understood that he had given her the helmet. Gun Yinji was touched. She wanted to return the same kindness to all those who had protected her and treated her well. Reinitz gripped the motorcycle's handlebars with both hands and focused on slamming on the accelerator. He wasn't wearing a helmet, so he could hear the sounds of the pursuers getting closer and closer. These people also came here on motorcycles. The first thing that woke them up was the sound of the motorcycle coming to a screeching halt. If someone were to stand halfway up the opposite mountain, they would see a motorcycle running wildly in front, followed by 4 motorcycles on the narrow Alps mountain road. The headlights of the motorcycle drew a long arc in the night sky, converging into a river of headlights. The people on the motorcycle were like small boats floating in the river, swaying and swaying, as if they would capsize if they were not careful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bullets scraped the ground and flew towards Gunyinji's motorcycle, kicking up a large cloud of dust. "They're shooting." Gunyinji's voice trembled as she reminded Reinitz. "Hold on tight. Take out your guns. Get ready to shoot." Reinitz suddenly turned around and glanced at Gunyinji, then quickly turned his head to look ahead. Gunyinji already had her gun in her hand. As soon as Reinitz gave the order, she immediately turned to the side and calmly aimed at the tire of the motorcycle that was chasing them. She raised her arm and squeezed her wrist, pulling the trigger. Bang! Gunyinji's marksmanship was very accurate. With just one shot, she blew up the tire of the motorcycle at the front. Boom! The motorcycle instantly lost its balance and rolled down the mountain. The people on the motorcycle quickly jumped off to avoid the crash, but they were also seriously injured. They hugged their legs and rolled down the mountain with the motorcycle. The motorcycle at the front was knocked down, so the 3 motorcycles behind became Gunyinji's targets. When Reinitz heard the noise, he turned around to look and froze. He didn't expect this little girl's marksmanship to be so good. He turned around and took a deep breath before slamming on the accelerator again. The 3 motorcycles behind saw that the people on the motorcycles they were chasing were so accurate, so they immediately changed their route. They crisscrossed on a narrow mountain road and drove their motorcycles in all sorts of different ways. Gunyinji was dazzled and wasn't so lucky this time. She couldn't hit the target even after firing several shots. The people on the motorcycles behind saw that their countermeasures were working and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The situation immediately reversed, and the people on the 3 motorcycles behind started shooting at Gunyinji. Gunyinji panicked and yelled at Reinitz. "Can you slow down a bit?" "I didn't hit them." Reinitz tilted his head and listened. He held the motorcycle with his right hand and extended his left hand. "Give me the gun." "Aren't you going to drive?" Gunyinji was a bit worried. It wasn't a big deal that she couldn't hit them, but if Reinitz wasn't focused while driving, he would end up like the motorcycle that rolled down the mountain. "It's fine. Give me the gun." Reinitz spread his hands at her steadily. "Hurry." Gunyinji had no choice but to place the gun in his hands. Reinitz didn't turn around and tilted his body slightly to listen to the sound of the motorcycles behind him. As if he was trying to determine the location by sound, he raised his left arm and turned his wrist diagonally downwards. There was a crisp bang. Bang! The wheels of the motorcycle in the back made an explosive sound, and the entire motorcycle suddenly fell forward. The people on the motorcycle didn't have time to jump off and were thrown forward by inertia. Immediately after, there were 2 gunshots. The 2 people who had just been thrown off the motorcycle were shot in the head and rolled down the mountain with the motorcycles. Gunyinji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Under the bright moonlight, Reinitz's typical Germanic beauty was no longer gentle and warm. Instead, it was cold and indifferent. His superb shooting skills were only slightly inferior to Hua Xiaoheng's, and he was better than anyone Gunyinji had ever seen. There were still 2 motorcycles left behind. Seeing that the people in the front were so powerful, they didn't dare to drive too close and deliberately kept a distance. However, they fired even more intensely at Gunyinji's side. No matter how fast Reinitz's motorcycle went, it couldn't outrun bullets. He didn't have time to retract his arm, and a layer of skin was grazed by the enemy's bullet. "Hold the gun." Reinitz stopped shooting and stuffed the gun back into Gunyinji's hands. "There's a cliff in front. Hold on tight. I'm going to lure them over." Gunyinji complained internally, but there was no other way. At this time, she could only trust Reinitz. After all, his shooting skills were so good, wasn't it? Reinitz gripped the handlebars with both hands and stepped on the brakes. The motorcycles behind suddenly realized that they were getting closer and closer to the motorcycles in front. They couldn't help but be overjoyed and madly stepped on the gas to chase after them. At the same time, They kept firing. However, Reinitz's motorcycle skills were very good. He drove in a figure-8 pattern on the road and constantly confused the people behind. When the other party felt that the target in front was within reach, Reinitz suddenly stepped on the gas again. The motorcycle made a deafening roar and suddenly accelerated forward. The motorcycles behind instinctively stepped on the gas and relentlessly chased after them. When Reinitz heard the motorcycles behind them getting closer and closer, he stepped hard on the gas and gripped the handlebars tightly. He used all his strength to twist to the left, and at the same time, he used his feet to support himself on the ground to slow down the motorcycle's inertia and make a sharp 90-degree turn. Gunyinji sat behind Reinitz and waited for the motorcycle to turn around. She was shocked to discover that the 90-degree turn on the mountain road was practically a corner of death, because the left side of the road was a hill going up and the right side was a cliff going down. If they didn't know the road and were driving so fast, they could fall even in broad daylight. Her heart was in her throat. Just as the motorcycle was about to slow down due to the sharp turn, Reinitz turned around and hugged her. Then he stepped on the gas pedal and used the reaction force to leap into the air. Carrying her, he dove down the hill on the left. There were many vines growing on the hillside. As soon as Reinitz jumped up with Gunyinji in his arms, he grabbed the vine closest to them and tried his best to stop the slide. Gunyinji clutched tightly to Reinitz's shirt and closed her eyes, not daring to look. The people on the two motorcycles behind them didn't understand what was happening and suddenly realized that the motorcycle they were chasing had already turned a corner and was already out of sight. They hurriedly stepped on the gas and chased after it. When they reached the intersection, they discovered that it was a 90-degree turn. The people on the motorcycles immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was too late. Although they slammed on the brakes, the turn was too sharp, the mountain road was narrow, and the cliff on the right was too close to them. Before they could react, they had already fallen off the cliff with the motorcycles. Reinitz held Gunyinji's head tightly in his arms and used his body to protect her. He grabbed the vine with one hand and held Gunyinji with the other. The two of them hung on the mountainside by relying on the vines. It wasn't as dangerous as the last time Gunyinji fell off the cliff. They finally got rid of the last two motorcycles chasing them and could finally catch their breath. Reinitz lowered his head to kiss Gunyinji's hair and said gently, "It's okay, serious. It's okay now." Gunyinji slowly opened her eyes and looked up at the situation around her. They were hanging on the mountainside, surrounded by vines and large patches of leaves that rustled when the wind blew. Fortunately, the hillside here was a bit flatter than the one Gunyinji had come from. It wasn't a straight cliff. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hang on and would have rolled down a long time ago. Gunyinji poked her head out of Reinitz's arms and murmured, "Where's this? We can get out from this road." Reinitz shrugged and was about to continue speaking when he suddenly frowned and looked in the direction they had come from. He froze for a moment and couldn't speak for a long time. Gunyinji saw that Reinitz had suddenly become quiet and felt a bit strange. She looked at him, then followed his line of sight and was also stunned. She saw that Reinitz's home, in the direction of that beautiful wooden cabin, was burning with a raging fire. There were helicopters circling back and forth in the night sky, spraying white foam to put out the fire. Although it was far away, the fire was so bright that it didn't take much effort to see it. Gunyinji's heart suddenly shrank, and she almost cried. "It's all my fault. Mother Hannah. Mother Hannah. She. If anything happened to Mother Hannah because of her, Gunyinji would never forgive herself for the rest of her life." Reinitz hugged her tightly in his arms. His voice was very low and very different from his usual gentle voice. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and whispered, "It's okay. Mother Hannah will definitely be fine." "How do you know?" Gunyinji's tears were already flowing. "It was such a big fire. The people who were after me must have stayed there. They split into two groups. Because the helicopter, there's a ranger's plane. They came to put out the fire. When we left, Mother Hannah was already hiding in the basement. There's water there and another exit," Reinitz said calmly and gently. He wasn't completely sure, but he had to comfort Gunyinji like this. Seeing her sad, his cold and hard heart began to ache. Really? Gunyinji wiped her tears. Then should we go back and take a look? No. Reinitz immediately objected. There are still people after you. I suspect they have a backup plan. We can't go back. But your mother... Gunyinji was extremely apologetic. Reinitz, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have. Don't say should or shouldn't. Reinitz cut her off. Since it already happened, there's no should or shouldn't. He lowered his head and looked deeply at Gunyinji. His azure eyes looked a bit translucent in the night sky. Reinitz's expression was like the water in the glacier. Although gentle, it was also extremely cold. Gunyinji closed her eyes. Then what should we do? What about you? What about Mother Hannah? Reinitz thought about it and tugged at the vines. We'll go up. There's a shortcut up the mountain. We can get out of this mountain. Oh, really? Gunyinji suddenly opened her eyes. Her large, dark eyes looked like they could speak to Reinitz. Without the motorcycle and the possibility of something happening to Mother Hannah, Gunyinji's spirits had suffered a heavy blow. But now that she heard there was a shortcut, she perked up. Okay, I'll take you up. Reinitz's right hand hugged Gunyinji's waist tightly. He tugged at the vines with his left hand and stepped on the rocks under his feet. The two of them climbed up a distance. Gunyinji was a bit uneasy. Reinitz, let go of me. Let me climb up myself. It's too dangerous. Reinitz refused to let go. I'll take you up. Trust me. Gunyinji could only shut up and focus on climbing with Reinitz. The two of them climbed from midnight until dawn. They finally reached the top of the small mountain when the sky began to brighten. There was indeed an unknown path there. It wasn't a paved road, but a path that the people here made with their feet. There were weeds and wildflowers that looked like small lanterns swaying by the side of the road. Reinitz finally let go of Gunyinji. He lay on the grass by the side of the road and panted heavily. No matter how strong he was, he would be exhausted after carrying an adult woman up the mountain in the middle of the night. Gunyinji knew he must be exhausted. She slowly moved to his side and sat down cross-legged. She whispered, Reinitz, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Reinitz closed his eyes and shook his head. However, he said, You have my travel bag on your back. There are 2 unopened bottles of water in there. Gunyinji reached into the bag and felt 2 bottles of water. But she didn't drink. There were 2 of them now, so they should save the water for when they were the most thirsty. Reinitz saw that Gunyinji didn't speak and opened one eye to look at her. He asked, Why aren't you drinking? I'm not thirsty. Gunyinji shook her head. I didn't put in as much effort as you did. Reinitz opened his other eye and looked at Gunyinji with both blue eyes. An extremely gentle smile blossomed on his face. It was like sunlight shining into a glacier, warming the water beneath it. Gunyinji looked away and looked in the direction of Mother Hannah's cabin. She murmured, The fire is out. There's only white smoke left. Mother Hannah should be fine, right? Reinitz didn't speak for a long time. The two of them rested at the top of the mountain for a while before Reinitz got up and said to Gunyinji, If we follow this road for 2 days, we'll reach the small town up ahead. Gunyinji clasped her hands together and said to the sky, Thank you, Reinitz. She looked at Reinitz and said solemnly, Thank you, Reinitz. I'll definitely reward you well when I get back. Reinitz looked at her for a while and wanted to say, I risked my life to save you just to covet your reward. But looking at Gunyinji's extremely pure black eyes, he didn't say anything and only smiled helplessly. Let's go. He took his travel bag from Gunyinji and carried it on his back. He lowered his head and walked forward. Gunyinji followed behind him with her hands tucked under the nun's robe. She looked back in the direction of Mother Hannah's cabin from time to time. Reinitz turned around to talk to her, but seeing that she was still worried about Mother Hannah, he quickly said, When we reach the small town up ahead, I'll call the ranger base. We'll know Mother Hannah's situation then. Okay, you must call. Gunyinji was very cautious. If you need special treatment, don't hesitate to tell me directly. Reinitz looked at her meaningfully. Serious, you make it sound like your family owns the big hospital. My family doesn't own it, but I could try my best to help find a good doctor. Gunyinji said seriously. For Mother Hannah's sake, I'll do my best. Reinitz grunted and didn't say anything else. Gunyinji walked a few steps quickly and looked back as she said, "Really, you can ask for anything. Don't make Mother Hannah suffer." Ah, ah. She didn't expect the grass on the mountain road to be so slippery. Gunyinji accidentally stepped on a particularly slippery patch of grass and fell forward. Chapter 648. Reinitz heard her scream and quickly turned around to grab her hand to stop her from slipping forward. "Be careful. The mountain roads here are not easy to walk on." 09 Small say that if she had really slipped, she would have rolled down the hill. Reinitz was very worried about her, so he simply held her hand and led her away, not letting go of her anymore. Gunyinji was also shocked. She wasn't good at walking on mountain roads, so it was better to follow Reinitz. The two of them walked in silence for a while. Reinitz also looked back at Mother Hannah's house and suddenly said to Gunyinji, "I was adopted by Mother Hannah." Gunyinji was speechless. Reinitz was lost in his memories. "I was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. I was only adopted by Mother Hannah when I was 12. Reinitz paused and felt a lump in his throat. "I'm very grateful to her. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am now." Gunyinji didn't know what to say. After a while, she comforted him sympathetically. "Mother Hannah is so kind. Good people will be rewarded. You'll be fine." "Really?" Reinitz didn't seem to believe it. "Is that what you Asians believe in? Good people will be rewarded?" "Yes." Gunyinji blinked. "What's there to doubt about?" Reinitz smiled and didn't argue with her. He continued, "I was very naughty in the orphanage when I was young. No one wanted to adopt a naughty little boy. When I turned 10, I understood that if I was naughty, no one would be willing to adopt me. So I began to be obedient and well-behaved. But at that time, I was already 11 years old, and very few people were willing to adopt children older than 10. Gunyinji glanced at the gentle and refined Reinitz. If it weren't for the ruthlessness and decisiveness Reinitz displayed when he fired the gun just now, Gunyinji would have always thought that Reinitz was a gentle gentleman. Of course, he was also a gentleman now, but he wasn't gentle. He had his own edge, and Gunyinji admired that about him. He acted when he needed to and didn't hesitate. But whether he was gentle or ruthless, it didn't match the word naughty. Gunyinji couldn't help but think about what kind of child Reinitz was when he was young. "I was very depressed. I thought that I would never become good again. I wanted to continue being naughty and bad. When I was 12, Mother Hannah came to the orphanage and adopted me," Reinitz said lightly, his expression extremely calm. Gunyinji could only hold his hand to comfort him. Reinitz returned the handshake and smiled at her. "So what you said about good people being rewarded, I hope it can come true. Then Mother Hannah would be all right." "I will." Gunyinji nodded with absolute confidence. Reinitz pursed his thin lips and changed the subject. "Do you know who the people who were after your life today were?" Gunyinji felt that she had to be honest with Reinitz. Of course, she had to be honest where she could be honest, and if she couldn't, she was sorry, but she still couldn't tell the truth. She thought about it and chose what she could tell Reinitz. "I'm a lawyer, and I offended a very powerful person. 9 days ago, he set up a trap to kill me, but I managed to escape." "And then?" Reinitz didn't ask who she offended and only asked how she escaped. "I rolled down the cliff and landed on the other side of the mountain." Gunyinji pointed to the mountains across from them. "Later, they chased me again. I panicked and ran through a small cave over there." 09 Small say net. "Yeah, I know that small cave. I used to play there with my friends when I was young." Reinitz nodded and believed Gunyinji's words. "Really? You have friends?" Gunyinji asked curiously. "Didn't you say that Mother Hannah's family was the only one in a 5-mile radius?" "That's right. There used to be other people living here, but they all moved away. In the end, Mother Hannah was the only one left." Reinitz was very emotional. "After I went to university, I went to work in Berlin and came back once a year." "Oh, that's such a coincidence." Gunyinji sighed from the bottom of her heart. "You see, good people are rewarded. I helped others, so when someone tries to harm me, I can meet a good person to help me." She purposely looked at Reinitz to indicate that he was a good person. Reinitz looked at her with a smile and deliberately said, but lawyers are usually bad people. It's all in the movies and on TV. Gunyinji was speechless. His words made so much sense that she was actually speechless. I'm just kidding. Reinitz was in a better mood and changed the topic again. Logically speaking, you jumped off the cliff. The Alps are so big and uninhabited, so it shouldn't have been easy for them to find you. I also find it strange. Gunyinji tilted her head and thought about it. In the beginning, there were 4 fake police officers chasing me. I could explain that it was because I called the police and that the police officers were in cahoots with the bad guys. Then in the nunnery, I could also say that it was the Reverend Mother who called the police. But then I met the hunters and the people who chased your house. I can't explain that. Actually, she had a vague guess in her mind, but it didn't make sense. So she kept wondering if she had overlooked some details. I still think there must be a reason. Reinitz also analyzed for her. If you weren't alone and were with friends, I could say that someone might have betrayed you. But you were always running for your life. Who would betray you? Who would betray you? Gunyinji nodded and thought deeply. Yes, I was always alone. How did those people find me? They found me so accurately and in such a timely manner. It was almost as if I had betrayed myself. After saying that, she suddenly froze. How could she have forgotten? Her phone. All she could think about was that Smith and the others' phones might have been installed with a Trojan horse, so they could intercept her calls and texts. But what about her own phone? She was very sure that her phone wasn't installed with a Trojan horse, but as long as it was a phone, it would emit a signal when it was turned on. Regardless of whether there was a base station nearby, it would automatically search for a network it could connect to. Gunyinji quickly remembered that when she saw the nunnery, she immediately turned on her phone to search for a signal. Similarly, when she saw Mother Hannah's cabin, her first reaction was to turn on her phone to search for a signal. She still remembered the ecstasy she felt when she saw 2 bars of signal on her phone. And after every ecstasy, there would be a chase after her like a shadow. It was as if these people knew where she was. Reinitz's words just now reminded her that in a wild area like the Alps, how could these people accurately find a person's location in the vast mountains? This kind of technical method was no less than looking for a needle in a haystack. But what if this needle had a positioning system? For example, Europe's Copernicus satellite positioning system. Then this satellite positioning system could completely locate the needle with a margin of error of less than 10 meters. A range of 10 meters was nothing to the ocean or the mountains. It was like exposing herself to the enemy. Gunyinji raised her phone and looked at it expressionlessly. She really didn't think that the other party would have the ability to mobilize Europe's Copernicus satellite positioning system. Most people knew that cell phone signals could be tracked by satellites, but Gunyinji knew from a Nanda satellite positioning system incident that it took a lot of energy and cost to use satellites to track a specific cell phone signal. In order to track a specific cell phone signal, the satellite orbit change alone would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, not to mention the large team cooperation needed to achieve the effect of shadow following. It definitely wasn't something that could be tracked easily, and not any small fry's phone was worth tracking. So in the beginning, she didn't even think about it. Now that she understood this logic, she wanted to give herself a thumbs up. She was so valuable that it was worth spending hundreds of millions of dollars to take her life. How awesome! So she had to protect herself well. She couldn't lose such a valuable life for nothing. And the identity of the person behind the scenes was even higher than she had previously estimated. Gunyinji sneered in her heart. It looked like the other party was pressuring her step by step, but the truth was that they were at their wits' end and were giving themselves away more and more. Because there were really only a handful of people who could mobilize Copernicus satellite positioning system. Reinitz turned around, and his heart also jumped. Is there a problem with your phone? They have someone who knows my phone number, so when I turned it on, they used the satellite positioning system to find my location. They really think too highly of me. Gunyinji's voice was flat as she pressed the open button on the phone. After scanning her fingerprint, she opened the phone and entered setting. She pressed reset everything, reinstall, destroy all records. Everything inside was reformatted and erased, so the phone returned to its original state. The iPhone's sapphire screen flashed a few times, then dimmed and went out. Gunyinji looked at the phone that had accompanied her for 2 years and fondled it reluctantly for a while. Then she asked Reinitz, "Is there a lake or a river nearby?" "Yeah, the most important thing here is a lake or a river." Reinitz knew what she wanted to do, so he led her onto a path that led down the mountain. The two of them didn't go far before Gunyinji saw another lake. It was even larger and deeper than the one she saw near Mother Hannah's house. The sky and clouds were reflected in the lake, and it was so blue that it was hard to tell where the sky was and where the lake was. Gunyinji looked down at her phone and gritted her teeth. She suddenly raised her arm and drew a beautiful arc in the air before throwing her rose gold phone. Splash! The water splashed on the surface of the lake and drowned the rose gold mobile phone. After throwing the phone into the lake, Gunyinji felt empty in her heart. It was like she had lost her support and had nothing to rely on. "Let's go." Reinitz gently hugged her shoulders. "It's okay. When we get out of here, I'll give you a phone." Gunyinji snapped back to reality and smiled at Reinitz. She shook her head and said, "It's okay. I don't want to use a phone for now. If I need one, I can buy it myself." Reinitz didn't force her. He took her hand and walked up the mountain path. "That's fine. You can follow me until your parents and relatives come to pick you up." Gunyinji was sad. "I don't have parents." After saying that, she felt something was wrong. "I don't have a mother. I only have a father. He just found me." Reinitz seemed a bit surprised. He stopped and looked at her gently. "You were also an orphan when you were young? A child whose parents weren't by their side could be called an orphan, right?" Gunyinji actually still didn't know what her background was. Although her father had been found, her memory hadn't recovered. Her experiences from childhood to adolescence were blank. A person without a childhood wasn't a complete person. However, she didn't say much to Reinitz. She only nodded. "I guess so. I didn't know I had this father until a few months ago." "Then wait for your father to pick you up." "He won't come and pick me up. He's been in a vegetative state for many years." Reinitz didn't expect that when this seemingly delicate and weak little girl said those words, she didn't feel so much pain that she wanted to die, nor did she resent the world. She just said it calmly, as if she was talking about someone else's business. His feelings became more and more complicated. Holding her hand tightly, Reinitz didn't say anything else. He simply said, "It's okay. You have me in the future." Gunyinji smiled. "Reinitz, thank you for comforting me, but I'm already an adult and don't need a guardian anymore." Reinitz fell silent and continued walking. After a while, he said, "I know. I meant that you can follow me until you get home safely." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you." Gunyinji didn't refuse. At this time, she really needed someone like him to help her get home. It wasn't impossible for her to rely on herself. If she insisted on leaving, Reinitz would let her go, but Gunyinji thought that would be too impolite. She didn't want to leave a bad impression with someone who was unconditionally good to her. "When we get to the small town up ahead, I'll find a place to go online and call my family. It should be much safer without my own phone." Gunyinji sighed and looked at the road ahead. It wasn't as bumpy and winding. The two of them walked for a day. Gunyinji, who had been walking alone in the Alps for 8 or 9 days without any problems, fell ill again just as she was about to see the light. She was dizzy from the fever and relied on Reinitz to carry her step by step out of the mountains. Today was the 10th day since Gunyinji had left the hotel. Smith and his 3 colleagues had been restless since 3 or 4 days ago. They had received a text from Gunyinji saying that she was visiting a friend and would be back in 10 days. At the time, they hadn't thought too much about it because they were already busy with work. Also, they had received news the day after Gunyinji left that Seth had escaped from the hospital. They had kept an eye on the police, hospital, and court to urge them to arrest Seth and bring him to justice. They had been busy for 6 or 7 days. They were too busy, so Smith said he wanted to call Gunyinji and ask if she could come back earlier. There were too many things to do, and the 4 of them couldn't handle it anymore. In the end, the 4 of them had called countless times since that day, but they couldn't get through. Every time, they were sent to voicemail. When they couldn't get through the first time, they didn't care and thought it was just a lack of battery. But in the next 3 days, they couldn't get through. Something was wrong. Although the four of them were anxious, they remembered that Gunyinji had said 10 days. Perhaps she didn't want to work and simply turned off her phone when she was on vacation. Smith and the others were the same sometimes. If they really wanted to go on vacation, the only way was to turn off their phones or not bring them with them at all to get rid of the endless work. They thought Gunyinji was in the same situation. But today, Gunyinji should be back no matter what. Even if she didn't come back, she should have called or sent a text to let them know. In the end, they waited from sunrise to sunset and didn't receive any news from Gunyinji. When they called again, the phone was already out of service. Smith paced around his room with his arms crossed. The other 3 lawyers sat on the sofa in his room, all looking worried. They didn't speak, but they could see the worry and anxiety on each other's faces. Smith, stop pacing around. You're making me dizzy. One of the lawyers pressed his hand down. Sit down. Everyone, let's discuss what's going on. I think something happened to Lawyer Gu. Smith put down his arms, his expression grim. The lawyer's intuition told him that Gunyinji was probably dead since there had been no news of her for 10 days. And if something really happened, they would have missed the most precious 36 hours. The precious 36 hours would have passed before they realized Gunyinji was missing. If they couldn't find the missing person in the first 36 hours, the chances of finding her again were too small. Smith and his 3 colleagues were all gloomy and angry. They actually only discovered Gunyinji after she disappeared for 10 days. Were they pigs? They were too slow. They had thought that she had gone on a trip with friends, but now they knew that there might have been an accident. The 4 of them all thought of the past Gunyinji. Actually, they weren't particularly familiar with her. She was always reading and studying in her room. She had always been so quiet and only came out to talk to them and have meetings when needed. The rest of the time, she was studying, writing trial summary reports, or learning German with a translator. She was busy and happy. In addition, when they joked with Gunyinji in the past, Lawyer He's cold face would appear in front of them, and then they would find themselves in all kinds of disadvantageous situations. Therefore, they all tacitly stayed away from Gunyinji and the trouble of being attacked by Lawyer He. So when they realized that they hadn't heard from her for a long time and couldn't get through to her on the phone, they realized that she was probably missing. The 4 of them discussed anxiously in the hotel room for a while. Smith, should we call the police? One of the lawyers asked uncertainly. Chapter 649. Smith thought about it and shook his head. Let's look for it ourselves. I don't really trust the police system here. The other 2 lawyers agreed. We're not familiar with this place, and we're here to represent our clients against the German police and government. I think it's best not to call the police for now in case there's a misunderstanding, and we don't want to make a big deal out of this. Smith wagged his finger. How about this? Let's go to the hotel and ask for the surveillance footage from the past 10 days and see if we can find anything. They showed their lawyer identities and asked for the surveillance footage from the Hilton Hotel. Although the management of the Hilton Hotel wasn't very willing, for the sake of the largest law firm in the United States, they still made a copy of the surveillance footage of the hotel's entrance and back door for the past 10 days. The surveillance footage didn't involve the client's privacy, so it was fine to let them see it. But of course, the 4 lawyers weren't satisfied with only the surveillance footage from the entrance. What if Gunyinji was killed by someone from the hotel? This was not unheard of. For example, there was a very famous case that happened in New York a few years ago. A young woman suddenly disappeared and was found naked in a cistern on the roof of the hotel she stayed in. The cistern was 2 meters high and covered with a very heavy cement lid. It required several strong men to lift the cement lid, but the New York police ruled it a suicide. The 4 were all relatively famous lawyers in the United States, and because they had seen too much chaos in the police system, they didn't blindly trust the police's ability. Also, Gunyinji's sudden disappearance was too strange, and they didn't dare trust the German police. Smith's expression was cold as he yelled at the Hilton Hotel security director. If something happens to our colleague in your hotel, can you bear the responsibility? I can guarantee that if something really happens to her here, your Hilton Hotel will not be able to continue operating in the world." The Hilton Hotel security director's face flushed and paled as he glared at the imposing lawyers. In the end, he reluctantly asked for permission from his superior. In order to keep the peace, the Hilton Hotel's management agreed to make copies of the surveillance footage from all the corridors in the hotel for the four American lawyers to see. With the surveillance footage from inside and outside the hotel, Smith was confident they wouldn't miss anything. So the four of them each distributed a portion of the footage and began working overnight. Everyone stared at her for the entire night. Their eyes were bloodshot, but all they saw was Gunyinji's figure leaving the hotel early in the morning 10 days ago. However, they clearly saw that she had left the hotel in their commercial car. Ever since that time, he had never seen her return. The time she left also matched the last time she used her access card. Smith perked up a little and immediately called the driver of their business car. He pretended to have something urgent and asked him to come to the hotel immediately. He said that he needed his help with something important and that the price would be extra. The chauffeur was so happy that he arrived at the Hilton Hotel within 5 minutes. Smith and the others invited him to the small conference room in the hotel room. They quietly turned on the video recording on their phones and asked him casually, "Did you send lawyer Gu out 10 days ago? Where did he go?" The driver quickly said, "Oh, yes, I remember. Lawyer Gu said she wanted to go to the Konig Sea to see a friend and asked me to take her there. It's about a 2-hour drive from Munich." 09 small say net. After the driver finished speaking, without waiting for Smith to continue asking him, he said, "How did Lawyer Gu come back? Did she call another car? She said she was only staying for 1 day and would call me when she returned at night. I waited for her there for 2 days, but she didn't call. Did she have too much fun and forget to go home?" Just as he finished speaking, the driver realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately changed his words. "Oh no, she stayed for 10 days. I forgot it was 10 days. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes slyly to avoid Smith and the others' gazes. He was extremely regretful. After so many days, these lawyers had only asked him about the situation at the time. In his excitement, he had forgotten what the person had asked him to say and told them the truth. Fortunately, he remembered to salvage the situation. He hoped that these people wouldn't mind his slip of the tongue. Was it 10 days or 1 day? How can you remember something like this wrongly? Smith crossed his arms and frowned at the driver. It's been so long. How can I remember it so clearly? The driver was very sly and asked carefully, "Is Lawyer Gu back? You can ask her yourself." "If she's back, will we still ask you?" Smith glared at him. "Think about it carefully. Did Lawyer Gu tell you it was 1 day or 10 days? When the driver heard that Gunyinji hadn't returned, his heart skipped a beat. He was a little afraid. After weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and told the truth. "It seems to be 1 day. Yes, it should be 1 day. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." The four lawyers were all speechless when they heard this. It couldn't be, right? First of all, Gunyinji had texted them that she would be out for 10 days, but she had personally told the driver that it was only 1 day. She had also said that she would return at night and would call him to pick her up. Was it 10 days or 1 day? This was the first point of contradiction. After losing contact, Gunyinji's phone couldn't get through. It kept transferring to voicemail, and in the end, the phone is not in service. Unusual, too unusual. At night, the four of them met in Smith's room, their expressions grim. Although they were very reluctant to admit it, they had to admit that Gunyinji was probably missing. It was definitely not that she had gotten lost, but that she had fallen into someone's trap. Whose trap could she have fallen into? Gunyinji was a citizen of the Huaxia Empire and had come to Germany specifically to fight lawsuits. If she had offended someone, it could only be Seth and his family of lawless tyrants. The four of them looked at each other and understood what everyone was thinking from their eyes. Although lawyers were only representing clients in lawsuits and had no direct interest in the other party, being a lawyer was directly linked to the law. It was truly too easy to attract hatred. So it was common for the defendant to harm the plaintiff's lawyer or the plaintiff to harm the defendant's lawyer. Could it be Seth's family? His stepfather, York, isn't easy to deal with, one of the lawyers said coldly. We've already investigated his background. It's definitely not clean. Don't forget, Seth also escaped. Although the report from the hospital was from 9 days ago, that was when they discovered that he had escaped. If we push back the time of his official escape slightly, it might coincide with Lawyer Gu's disappearance. Smith was the first to think of this possibility, and his heart shuddered. It wasn't because of anything else, but because when he and Gu Nianji went to the hospital to see the seriously injured Seth, the way Seth looked at Gu Nianji was truly abnormal. Oh, it really has something to do with that perverted B*TCH Seth? Then what should we do? No one knew better than the lawyers who knew the details of Li Haiqing's case what kind of scum Seth was. Let's call a lawyer, he first. Tell him clearly before calling the police. Smith rubbed his temples. We can't delay it any longer. There's still no news from Lawyer Gu. I'm very worried. What were they worried about? Everyone looked at each other and had a tacit understanding, but no one dared to say it out loud. It was as if their worries would come true if they said it. As long as they didn't say it out loud, Gu Nianji would be safe. Everyone prayed in their hearts that such a despairing and terrifying thing wouldn't happen to Gu Nianji. Although they didn't know Gu Nianji personally, they had been on the same page for the past month. They also admired this hard-working and smart female lawyer from the Huaxia Empire, so they couldn't bear her getting into an accident. They even dared to touch a lawyer. I think the German legal system isn't just your average level of evil. After the four of them finished their discussion, Smith called He Jichu on the spot. However, after dialing He Jichu's number for a full hour, all he got was a voicemail message. The other three were very surprised and also took out their phones to call He Jichu's number. He called his personal phone, work phone, and even the Huaxia Empire's University professor's building, but none of the calls actually went through. They all got voicemail. Smith stared at his phone and muttered, "Didn't he say he went home? Where did he go? Antarctica? Or the North Pole?" He didn't even pick up the phone. Forget it, Smith. A few of his colleagues comforted him. Aren't we the same when we're on vacation? He doesn't even answer our work calls or emails. This was a vacation. Why else would they go on vacation? Wouldn't it be better to just work overtime? One of the lawyers added, "Also, lawyer, he said he'll be back in 2 weeks at the latest. He'll be back in 4 days, so we'll see when the time comes." Smith thought it made sense, but Gu Nianji's matter couldn't wait any longer. How about this? Smith hesitated. We still have to call the police. Also, Lawyer Gu is a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. If something happened to her, we have to notify their embassy. If Gu Nianji was a U.S. citizen, they would have gone to the U.S. embassy already. Unfortunately, she wasn't, so they could only go to the Huaxia Empire's embassy in Munich. After discussing the order, they finally decided to split into 2 groups and act at the same time. One group would go to the police, while the other group would report to the Huaxia Empire's embassy in Munich. Smith had more contact with the police, so he and another lawyer went to the police station to report. The other 2 lawyers knew a bit of Chinese, so they went to the Huaxia Empire's embassy in Munich. What did you say? Your lawyer is missing. The officer in charge of missing persons cases at the Munich police station looked at Smith and his colleagues as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Smith had been at the Munich police station every day for the past few days because of Seth's escape from the hospital. He urged them to quickly arrest the fugitive, so everyone there was familiar with him. Some police officers understood and sympathized with him, but others hated him and felt he was interfering with their work. Also, their accusations had tarnished the reputation of the German police, so they weren't friendly toward him. Now that he had come to make a report, a few police officers took pleasure in his misfortune and kept making things difficult for him. Smith was infuriated by them, but he couldn't do anything. Missing? Do you think it's that easy to file a missing person case? If she was a minor and lost contact for 24 hours, it could indeed be reported as missing. Unfortunately, she's already 18 years old and is an adult, so the Munich police officer refused to accept Smith's report. Smith sneered and propped his hands on the officer's desk. He stared straight into his cloudy gray eyes and enunciated each word clearly. Oh, now you think 18 years old is an adult. Then how can the son of your colleague, who's 21 years old, be called a minor by you? Doesn't your German law say 22 years old is considered an adult? Tell me, I fought a fake lawsuit. Or did Germany come up with a fake law? How could this police officer be a match for an elite American lawyer when it came to arguing with the law? The officer's face flushed red from Smith's rebuke and couldn't find a way out of it. He angrily pounded the desk and said, "If I say she's an adult, then she's an adult. As for your lawsuit, ask the judge. What does it have to do with me?" That's right. Maybe the disappearance was just a misunderstanding. Your colleague is already a practicing lawyer. Is there a need to rush to report a case? The officer's colleague also chimed in. Also, a missing person case can only be reported by immediate family members. Which one of you is her immediate family member? Seeing the arrogant lawyers in court being defeated, the police officers were secretly pleased. Too many times, the suspects that the police worked so hard to catch were exonerated by glib-tongued lawyers and couldn't be convicted. But they didn't consider that lawyers had also helped the police and prosecutors a lot by helping them convict suspects. It could only be said that some people only remembered how others treated them badly and completely forgot about how others treated them well. Smith was blocked by the police officers. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said righteously, "It's precisely because you said my colleague is an adult that we don't need immediate family members to report a case about her. I think you're just spouting nonsense. What legal provisions? They're all bullsh*t to you. Whenever you need an excuse, just pick one. I don't care if your words are contradictory or not." Huh? Trying to reason with us? Don't you know we're the police? We're a violent law enforcement agency, not a reasonable one. The police officers in the office rolled their eyes. If you want to reason, go to court. The door is over there. Goodbye. How can you do this? We're law-abiding citizens and followed legal procedures to report a case. How can you treat us like this? Smith slammed the table. Have you thought about the consequences? What consequences? We're also law-abiding citizens and followed legal procedures. The law has never said that colleagues can report cases as immediate family members. Smith and his colleague could only leave angrily and think of another way. The other two lawyers who went to the Huaxia Imperial Embassy in Munich were treated much better than Smith and his colleague. As soon as they said they were the plaintiff's defense team for Li Haiqing's case in the reception room, the embassy staff immediately warmly invited them in. When they arrived at the small reception room of the embassy, the deputy consul warmly received them. You're members of the American team, right? Thank you so much for your wonderful defense and bringing justice to the case of the overseas students from our country. We will remember you. The deputy consul was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He maintained himself well and looked like he was in his early 40s. The two of them quickly said humbly, "We're here for our lawyer, Lawyer Gu. She's also a citizen of the Huaxia Empire." "Oh, it's Lawyer Gu. Yes. She's very good. I listened to her argument in court. Her English was so fluent, there was no accent at all. Perfect Oxford accent." The deputy consul chuckled and complimented Gun Yinji. The two lawyers saw that the deputy consul was very helpful, so they immediately struck while the iron was hot. Yes. She's very good. Although she's young, she's extremely smart and hardworking. She's the main trial lawyer for this trial. She's very experienced. Ha. Our country's female lawyers are indeed very good. The deputy consul was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, he didn't forget what the two American lawyers had just said. So he asked, "You just said you're here for her. What's going on?" "It's like this." The two American lawyers became serious. One of them spoke first. 10 days ago, Lawyer Gu told us that she was going out to meet a friend and said she would be back in 10 days. In the end, we couldn't get through to her cell phone for the past 10 days. Every time we called, it was transferred to voicemail. When we called her cell phone yesterday, it wasn't in the service area. We were worried. The other lawyer continued. We felt that there was a problem, so we got some people to investigate Lawyer Gu's whereabouts. In the end, we found our charter driver. He said that 10 days ago, Lawyer Gu personally told him that she was going to the Conic Sea for a day and would call him to pick her up at night. But the driver waited until now, and she still hasn't called. The deputy consul understood what they meant and stopped smiling. He frowned and thought for a while. You mean Lawyer Gu disappeared? The two American lawyers said together. Our other two colleagues have already gone to the Munich Regional Police Station to report the case. The two of us specially came to inform you. After all, you are the embassy of Lawyer Gu's country and have an obligation to protect your country's citizens overseas. That's natural, not to mention that she's a lawyer who was entrusted by Minister to come to Germany to fight a lawsuit for her compatriots. Even if she's an ordinary overseas student or labor worker, our embassy will do it. The deputy consul slapped the table. Fill out Lawyer Gu's information. I'll contact the country right away and see what they're doing. Chapter 650. There was actually a limit to what the people in the embassy could do. Most of the time, they needed authorization from domestic departments before they could act abroad. It was precisely because of this that they were too inflexible and caused delays that Xiaoheng and the Special Operations Forces were born. The two American lawyers nodded and sat in the small conference room to carefully fill in Gun Yinji's resume. They weren't familiar with Gun Yinji, but she was an employee of their law firm, so the HR department had detailed information about her. The two American lawyers immediately contacted the American law firm. It was around 2 p.m. in the United States. The two lawyers called back to the American law firm. After some effort, they finally contacted the HR director and told him about Gun Yinji. When the HR director learned that Gun Yinji might have gone missing in Germany, he took it seriously and immediately sent Gun Yinji's resume to the two lawyers. At the same time, he texted a number He Jichu had specially left for the law firm's executives. Only the executives knew this number. The employees didn't know. He Jichu had told them that if he returned to his hometown and the law firm was in a difficult situation and needed to be resolved quickly, they could text this number. Otherwise, they shouldn't contact this number. In all these years, they hadn't used this number to contact He Jichu. This was the first time. To appease the two American lawyers, the HR director said to them, I've already sent the message to Lawyer He. He will contact you when he knows. The HR director of the law firm knew that Gun Yinji had been single-handedly recruited by He Jichu, so he chose to personally train her after she was recruited. According to the rules, Gun Yinji was a rookie lawyer. It was impossible for her to be taught by a lawyer and partner like He Jichu. But what were the rules? Rules were meant to be broken. He Jichu had personally instructed them to take care of Gun Yinji, so the HR department knew what was good for them and insisted on following the rules. The law was not unreasonable. Those who could reach the top were all shrewd people. The two American lawyers at the Huaxia embassy in Munich heard that He Jichu had already sent the message. They immediately said, we also tried to contact Lawyer He, but we couldn't get through to his phone. It kept on a voicemail. Really? I'm not sure about that, but I've already texted him. Let's see if he'll call you back. The HR director pretended that he had tried his best and didn't mention that the number wasn't known to his subordinates. The two lawyers saw that the law firm had tried their best and didn't ask for more. They finished filling out Gun Yinji's resume at the embassy and left. This resume was, of course, the identity that Gun Yinji could use in the Huaxia Empire, including the fact that her father, Gu Xiangwen, had appeared later. This was also on the American law firm's data sheet. When the deputy consul of the Huaxia Imperial Embassy in Munich saw the information sheet, he didn't realize who Gun Yinji was. This was because the deputy consul had never known Gun Yinji before. He had never had any contact with Hui Xiaoheng's rank or department. Gun Yinji's situation had changed as well. Because her identity had already been verified, someone used it as a reason to lower her security level. She was now no different from a normal Huaxia citizen and no longer enjoyed the highest security level that Hui Xiaoheng had given her before. Because of these two reasons, the deputy consul didn't realize the severity of the situation when he checked Gun Yinji's information at the embassy. He sent the news of Gun Yinji's disappearance back to the Huaxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs to wait for a domestic review to determine the scope of action they could take. However, the two lawyers didn't know about these procedures. After returning to the Hilton Hotel from the embassy, they chatted and had a good impression of the Huaxia embassy staff in Munich. They were happy that things had gone smoothly. They had just returned to their room to tidy up when they saw Smith and another colleague return with dark expressions. Well, looking at the two men's downcast faces, the two knew that their trip was not going to be smooth sailing. "What's going on? Don't tell me you only went to report a case, but the other party refused to file it." One of the lawyers said exaggeratedly. He had only wanted to make fun of them, but Smith rolled his eyes and snapped. "These pigs, they have the guts to refuse to file it." Everyone was speechless. Did I really get it right? Why? The lawyer who had made fun of them was confused. How can they refuse to file something like this? Let me tell you, the Munich Regional Police Department has a lot of drama. They first said, "We aren't Lawyer Gu's immediate family, so we can't file a case for her." Smith retorted and said Lawyer Gu is an adult and doesn't need immediate family to file a case. They immediately said, "We have too little evidence and won't even file it for us." They insist Lawyer Gu was just having fun and forgot to contact us. They won't admit she's missing. The other lawyer who went to the police station with Smith shook his head and sighed. "What should we do? They're such bastards. I bet Lawyer Gu didn't forget to contact us because she was having fun. Do you have any common sense?" The other two lawyers who had just returned from the Huaxia embassy in Munich were also furious. "This is too much. We need their embassy to step in at this time." "Right, you went to the embassy of Lawyer Gu's country. How was it? What do they plan to do?" Smith poured himself a glass of red wine and swirled it in his hand before downing it. "Oh, their embassy is great. The deputy consul came to see us personally and had us fill out Lawyer Gu's information form. It seems he wants to consult his superiors." One of the lawyers who went to the Huaxia embassy in Munich began to report on their situation. It was obviously much better than Smith's. Really? Smith finally felt better. If they can personally come forward to file a case, I'd like to see if these sly police would dare to refuse to file a case. He slammed the glass of red wine down on the bar in the room. Another lawyer also said, "At that time, we even directly called the director of the Human Resources Department of the American law firm. He happened to be in the office, so he sent Lawyer Gu's information to us. He also said that he had already sent a text message to Lawyer He to let him know about this. Gu Nianji was He Jichu's personal lawyer, so if something happened to her, He Jichu would definitely be notified." He texted Lawyer He? Did it work? "Does the director know we can't get through to Lawyer He's phone?" Smith asked suspiciously. "The four of us have each called countless times, but there's still no reply." He slammed his hand on the table and was in the midst of righteous anger when he suddenly heard his phone ring. He took it out impatiently and froze. It's Lawyer He." Smith raised the phone and trembled as he shouted excitedly. They were almost in despair after not being able to contact He Jichu for so many days. The other three people in the room were also excited. They didn't speak and focused on Smith. Smith simply put on speaker. He Jichu's voice came from the phone's microphone. It was the usual American English within our sound. "What's going on?" The director of Human Resources didn't make it clear. "What happened in Yinji?" Smith took a deep breath and said solemnly into the phone, "Lawyer Gu has been missing for 10 days. The other side of the phone didn't speak for a long time. He didn't know if He Jichu didn't understand or was shocked, but it was silent for a long time until Smith thought he had hung up. He Jichu said simply, "I'll be right back." Then he hung up. Smith and the three lawyers in the room looked at each other for a while and seemed to sigh in relief. Okay, Lawyer He'll be back soon. Once he was back, they would have a pillar of support. In He Jichu's room, he sat in front of the window with one hand supporting his head and the other resting on the sofa armrest. He watched the scenery outside without moving. It was evening, and the setting sun was like a round, salted egg yolk against the western sky, emitting its last bit of heat. There was a huge ginkgo tree outside the window. When the evening wind blew, countless yellow and green leaves fell like fans. A woman in plain silk pants carried a small basket and bent over to pick up the fallen leaves under the ginkgo tree. As if sensing someone looking in her direction, The woman looked up and smiled at Hijichu's window. It was when Shui. Hijichu didn't look at her. His gaze was in the direction of the ginkgo tree, but his mind was actually empty. He was thinking about Gun Yinji. How could it be so coincidental? He had just left, and Yinji had gotten into trouble. It was like this last time, and the time before that, this kind of thing happened again and again. Hijichu couldn't help but think that there were still people around him who were holding him back. He thought he had gotten rid of those people a long time ago, but now it seemed that he hadn't. The biggest culprit was still lurking around him. No matter who this person was or what their identity was, once he found them, they would be tortured until they wished they were dead. This was also why Hijichu didn't want to bring Gun Yinji back for now. He couldn't be sure that he was completely safe with her. He had originally thought that Gun Yinji would be absolutely safe with Huo Xiaoyang, so he would rather let her stay with him, even if it hurt him to death. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Hijichu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He rubbed his temples to calm his anger. After a while, he picked up the phone and ordered his people, "Get ready immediately. I'm going to Germany." 10 minutes later, Hijichu went to Senior Mr. He's room to say goodbye. He made some arrangements and only left after obtaining Senior Mr. He's approval. By the time when Shui received the news and rushed over, Hijichu had already left. "Auntie Qin, has the eldest young master already left?" When Shui asked worriedly. The old master just finished his craniotomy, and he dares to leave by himself? Auntie Qin sat in her room and patiently arranged flowers. She picked out fresh flowers from the greenhouse from the basket and said dryly, "The old master's surgery was very successful. He doesn't have to worry about the future anymore." Also, Auntie Qin didn't say anything else. She smiled, and it was as if a bolt of lightning had lit up the dimly lit room. It was dazzling and blinding. She slowly turned around to look at Wen Shui. Come and help Auntie Qin finish arranging the flowers." Wen Shui slowly walked over and knelt beside Auntie Qin. She patiently helped her arrange the remaining flowers and grass one by one. Auntie Qin's hand touched her shoulder. Her hand was so white and smooth that it looked like it was carved from suet jade. It was even colder than real suet jade. "Yi is the best. I didn't have to say anything, and you could arrange the flowers exactly the way I wanted. I was taught by Auntie Qin. How could I not understand your intentions?" Wen Shui smiled good-naturedly and didn't dare look at Auntie Qin's face. She was truly too beautiful. Every time she looked at her, she would fall into a daze. But Senior Mr. He... Sigh. How could he be so blind? Ever since Senior Mr. He's first wife passed away, he didn't even care about a stunning woman like Auntie Qin. However, this kind of infatuation had an irresistible attraction to women. It was the same for Auntie Qin, right? When Shui silently held up the flowers and said, "Should we put these flowers in Senior Mr. He's room?" "No." Auntie Qin sighed. "We can't go in before Senior Mr. He gets up." "What?" When Shui cried out. "How can we do that?" "Auntie Qin, you and Senior Mr. He are husband and wife." Although she was the second wife, she was still his legitimate wife. Auntie Qin shook her head indifferently. How could those people dare to disobey the young master's orders? But it doesn't matter. As long as Senior Mr. He gets better, I'll do anything. As she spoke, she placed her suet jade hand on her abdomen. There was a new life growing there. When Shui sighed and praised, "Auntie Qin, people are made of flesh. Senior Mr. He will definitely understand your heart in time." "I hope so." Auntie Qin tilted her head and looked out the window. Her large eyes sparkled like stars, and her entire body lit up. At 7 a.m. the next day, a private plane from Boston landed at Germany's Munich International Airport. Hijichu got off the plane expressionlessly and was surrounded by people as he exited through the airport's special VIP passageway. After exiting the airport customs, a custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom bulletproof limousine was already parked at the airport entrance, waiting for Hijichu to get in. The Munich police were notified ahead of time and even provided 2 police cars. The police cars cleared the way and escorted Hijichu to the Hilton Hotel without any obstructions. The pedestrians and cars on the road all moved out of the way, and everyone looked curiously at the Rolls-Royce Phantom surrounded by police cars. Which country's leader was sitting inside? I wonder if any foreign leaders have visited Munich recently. Maybe it's a private visit, someone muttered. That won't be reported on the news, but the reception won't change. Oh, that's possible. As everyone chatted, someone took a photo of Ijichu's Rolls-Royce Phantom and posted on social media to let everyone guess which country's leader had come to Munich in private. However, the photo was immediately deleted as soon as it was posted, and the IP address of the person who uploaded the photo was blocked. His phone immediately received a warning call from the police, saying that taking a photo of someone else without the owner's permission and posting it on social media was a violation of someone's privacy. He would be subject to punitive compensation. Not to mention anything else, just punitive compensation was more frightening than going to jail. As long as it wasn't a life sentence, one would eventually be released from jail. However, punitive compensation would cause one to be stuck in poverty for the rest of their lives, and they would never be able to lift their heads again. For people like that, a fine was more painful than going to jail. This way, no one dared to post a photo of Ijichu's Rolls-Royce Phantom again. Ijichu returned to the Hilton Hotel as fast as he could. Smith and the others received a call early in the morning saying that Ijichu would be arriving at the hotel soon. They immediately dressed up and waited at the Hilton Hotel for Ijichu's arrival. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom surrounded by police cars appeared, Smith and the others never expected it to be Ijichu's personal car. So when Ijichu got out of the car and walked to the Hilton Hotel lobby with a group of bodyguards and subordinates, Smith and the others were stunned. They froze for a while before hurrying to catch up and call out, "Lawyer!" Ijichu stopped and turned around to see Smith and the others rushing over. He nodded and gently waved his right hand, and the bodyguards beside him immediately made way for them. Smith and the others walked over and were shocked speechless by Ijichu's extravagance. He stood among the sturdy bodyguards and subordinates with his usual aloof expression. His shimmering peach blossom eyes were devoid of any emotion, and although he wasn't as sturdy as the bodyguards, his aura was invincible. He was like a king who ruled over the world. Smith couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was a completely different state of mind from treating Ijichu as his boss. Lawyer! Smith greeted Ijichu with trepidation, his eyes constantly glancing at the bodyguards and subordinates beside Ijichu. It seemed like only 10 days had passed, and the quiet but refined and modest Ijichu was gone. The current Ijichu was both unfamiliar and familiar to those who had known him before. Ijichu knew what Smith and the others were thinking from their expressions, but he wasn't in the mood or time to explain it to them. "Come with me," Ijichu said dryly, then turned to walk into the hotel lobby and into the elevator. Smith and the others hurried to follow and found a place in the elevator that was crowded with bodyguards. Chapter 651. The elevator quickly ascended and soon arrived at the floor where Ijichu and the others lived. "Come in and talk." Ijichu used the key card to open his door and turned to let Smith and the others in. His 4 American legal assistants filed in, and Ijichu was the last to enter. He closed the door, and his bodyguards and followers waited outside. Once they entered Ijichu's room, Smith and the other 3 finally let out a sigh of relief. Lawyer, outside, those people outside." Smith stammered out the biggest question on his mind. They had originally thought Ijichu was a rich kid at most, but now it seemed like his background wasn't ordinary at all. It seemed like Lawyer he had kept a low profile when he brought them to Munich. Ijichu didn't want to talk too much about his family, so he simply said, "A friend of mine made this for me because I was in a hurry to get back." "Oh, so it was because of Gunyinji again." Everyone understood immediately. "What's going on?" Ijichu sat down on the armchair and gestured for Smith and the other 3 to sit down. The 4 lawyers sat in their usual seats, and Smith began to talk about Gunyinji. "The day after you left, Lawyer Gu said she was going to meet a friend and texted the 4 of us to say she would be back in 10 days. Smith said as he swiped open the phone with Gu Nianji's text message for He Ji-chu to see. This is the text message I received from Lawyer Gu on my phone. All three of them received the same text message from Lawyer Gu's phone. The other three lawyers also took out their phones for He Ji-chu to see. He Ji-chu only glanced at it before replying expressionlessly. Who would have nothing better to do than send the same text to everyone? Are you close to Nianji? With just one sentence, Smith and the others understood what was going on and immediately felt extremely ashamed. They truly hadn't thought about it from that perspective. At the time, they only thought Gu Nianji wanted to give them an explanation. So, she sent a group text to everyone. But that didn't make sense. Logically speaking, even if she planned to take 10 days off, she would at most inform her boss and a colleague she was close with. Some people wouldn't even tell their colleagues and would only ask for leave from their boss. People who would greet their colleagues usually did so when they had work to do for them. Gu Nianji obviously didn't have any work for Smith and the others to do. He Ji-chu wasn't there at the time, and Gu Nianji was the closest to Smith, so it wasn't strange for Smith to receive the text. However, it was strange for the other three people who weren't close to her to receive the same text. If the four of them had been slightly more vigilant and immediately called Gu Nianji to ask what was going on, perhaps things wouldn't have gotten to this point. He Ji-chu took Smith's phone and tapped on it a few times to check its settings before tossing the phone back to Smith. Someone installed a Trojan horse blocking program on your phone. I'm guessing that Nianji might have called you, but she was intercepted and transferred away. Trojan horse. No way. I've never been on a phishing website. Smith howled. Lawyer He, you have to believe me. I really didn't. The other three looked at each other and showed their phones to He Ji-chu in unison. Lawyer He, can you take a look at this for us? He Ji-chu took them and checked them one by one before tossing them back to them. Your phones are the same. It's the same Trojan virus. The four lawyers' faces instantly turned ashen. Modern people's phones were like their own personal secrets. There were more or less things they didn't want others to see on them. Now that they knew there was a Trojan virus on their phones, they felt like they had been naked in broad daylight. It was so shameful that they didn't want to show their faces. He Ji-chu originally wanted to persuade them to change phones, but then he thought about how Gu Nianji wouldn't know their numbers if they changed phones now. What if she found a chance to call for help? Wouldn't that mean they couldn't find the number? He Ji-chu immediately changed his mind. He first extended his hand to Smith. Give me your phone. I'll remove the Trojan virus for you and install an app that can block it. That way, if anyone is blind enough to do something to your phone again, you'll know immediately. He Ji-chu would also know immediately because he had secretly added his own phone to the Trojan virus blocking app on their phones as a copy of the information transmission. He Ji-chu also had this app on his phone. He had used it to discover that Zhao Yangzi from the Huaxiao Empire had attempted to do something to his phone. Smith was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Thank you, Lawyer He. Thank you, Lawyer He. With such a great app, Mama would never have to worry about someone installing a Trojan virus on his phone again. He Ji-chu did the same thing and removed the Trojan virus blocking app from the other three lawyers' phones. He also installed an app that could block the Trojan virus. While installing the app, He Ji-chu was excited and analyzed the text messages Gu Nianji had sent to Smith. He actually discovered that the text messages weren't sent from Gu Nianji's phone number. Gu Nianji's phone number displayed on Smith's phone was a disguise. Just like how many virus emails could use a fake email address to disguise themselves, the person sending the text messages also used a fake phone number to hide their real number. It was just that using a fake email address for a virus email was relatively easy. People only needed to be a bit more careful to see the clues. However, it was much more difficult to disguise a fake number in a text message. It was even harder to investigate. Smith and the others looked at He Ji-chu with admiration. They all looked like they wanted to worship him. Their eyes were shining with admiration. Gu Nianji's family background was better. He was younger, he was smarter, more hardworking, and more knowledgeable. It was no wonder that someone like that became a partner at their law firm before the age of 30. They originally thought that He Ji-chu relied on his family background to become a partner at the largest law firm in the United States in his 20s. Now, they understood that even without his family background, Hijichu's ability was more than enough to become a partner. Hijichu felt uncomfortable being stared at by the four people. He frowned and pointed at Smith. Continue. What happened after that? Smith came back to his senses and quickly said, but we waited for 10 days and found that we still couldn't contact Lawyer Gu. We went to the hotel surveillance footage and found that Lawyer Gu left the hotel in the morning 10 days ago in a private car we chartered. The private car driver told us that Lawyer Gu personally told him that she would only be staying at the Conic Sea for 1 day. She said that she would call him that night and ask him to pick her up. As Smith spoke, he showed Hijichu the video of the interview he had recorded with the private car driver. Hijichu sat up straight and stared at the video for a while. He murmured, Nianji really went to the Conic Sea? Yes, we checked the hotel's security footage for the past 10 days. Lawyer Gu left the hotel in the morning 10 days ago and got into the private car. We haven't heard from her since. Smith also showed Hijichu the surveillance footage they had requested from the Hilton Hotel. Of course, they only showed Hijichu the surveillance footage related to Gu Nianji. There were so many other videos that Hijichu didn't have time to watch them all. Hijichu frowned as he saw Gu Nianji wearing sportswear on the video and carrying her favorite Hermes bucket bag. She walked briskly out of the Hilton Hotel lobby, walked down the stairs, and got into the private car. Smith pressed pause, and the video stopped at the moment Gu Nianji got into the car. Hijichu stared at the image for a long time, his face a bit pale. Smith and the other three looked at each other and said one last thing to Hijichu. Also, the day after Lawyer Gu disappeared, Seth escaped from the hospital and hasn't been caught yet. What? Hijichu stood up abruptly. Say that again. What does this have to do with Seth? He clenched his fists, and his shimmering, sultry eyes narrowed dangerously. He was no longer carefree and instead had a suppressed ruthlessness. Smith was a bit scared and shifted back on the sofa. There's currently no evidence to prove the connection between the two. I'm just telling you the truth. Hijichu couldn't stay calm anymore. He crossed his arms and paced around the living room as he said to Smith, Tell me everything in chronological order again. Start from when you and Nianji went to the hospital to see Seth. Was that *TCH really injured? Smith nodded and patiently recounted everything from the beginning. He even said, Since the day after Seth escaped from the hospital, I've been urging the Munich Police Department to put him on the wanted list every day. In the end, the police gave us all kinds of excuses, and we still haven't heard from Seth. They didn't say it, but everyone knew that Seth must have escaped after so many days without any news. He might have even gone into hiding overseas. Also, this Munich Police Department is evil to the core. We went to report Lawyer Gu's disappearance yesterday and asked them to investigate, but they actually refused to open a case. Smith was filled with righteous indignation. Thinking about how the Munich Police Department had made things difficult for him yesterday, he wanted nothing more than to sue them for another billion. When Hijichu heard that, his brows no longer furrowed. He actually chuckled, and his laughter carried a chilling sense of ruthlessness. His expression gradually calmed down as he thought to himself, I wanted to discuss the law with you, but you actually want to use your background against me. I wanted to treat this case fairly, but you actually used underhanded methods against my people. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no other way. Okay, I got it. You guys can leave first. Hijichu made up his mind. He waved his hand and said to the four lawyers, You guys go and investigate the driver of the charter bus first. See if he's been acting strangely this past month. See if he's been in contact with our enemies. Especially, see if there were any strange changes in his bank account. Oh, you're saying there's something wrong with this driver? Smith and the others were stunned. No. Would the driver hired by their law firm be the kind of person who would break the law? Wasn't there supposed to be a background check? He was the last person to see Nianji, so you can't ignore him no matter what, Hijichu said coldly. Get out. Smith and the others looked at each other and left in shame. Coming out of Hijichu's room, Smith punched the wall hard and said angrily, Don't let me find out there's something wrong with this driver, or else I'll make sure he goes to jail for the rest of his life. The other 3 lawyers were also very uneasy. In the 10 days that Gun Yinji had been missing, they'd ridden in this driver's car many times and never thought that he was someone with ulterior motives. He Ji-chu stood alone in the hotel room with his arms crossed and a gloomy expression on his face as he stared at the French windows. The weather was gloomy and there was no sun. It was already late September, and the weather was starting to turn cold. At this time, Nyenji, how was she? Ji-chu couldn't think about it. The moment he thought about it, he felt like someone had taken a knife and carved out his heart, cruelly chopping it up and throwing it in front of him over and over again. His flesh was a bloody mess, and the pain was excruciating. In this world, the person he wanted to protect the most was Nyenji. But what exactly had gone wrong that caused him to miss her time and time again? If something really happened to her this time, Ji-chu no longer planned on living alone. He hadn't been able to protect her when she was alive. Then he could only chase her down to the underworld and use his own life to repay her. When that time came, no one would be able to separate them. Smith and the other 3 lawyers returned to their rooms and, after a simple assignment, began investigating all of the driver's whereabouts for the past month. They found the best detective agency in Munich and offered a high price they couldn't refuse. There were no other conditions other than to quickly and completely investigate a month's worth of information on the driver within 2 days. When Smith and the others heavily investigated the driver of the business car, Ji-chu also used his own private help to intervene in the case. Not long after Smith and the others left his room, Ji-chu called Secretary General Philip, the Supreme Commander of NATO in Europe. NATO appeared to be a military alliance led by the United States, but in reality, it was the emperor of the European countries. The Supreme Commander of NATO's status and connections in Europe were unimaginable to the average person. Secretary General Philip was extremely excited when he received Ji-chu's call. He had long heard of Mr. He, who had deep cooperation with the U.S. military, but never had the opportunity to get to know him. Now that Ji-chu took the initiative to extend an olive branch, of course Secretary General Philip was more than happy to accept. No problem, no problem. It's just a few phone calls, and I'll contact them for you right away. Secretary General Philip wanted nothing more than to nod and bow to Ji-chu to express his respect. Ji-chu agreed and said, I want to see them at the entrance of the Munich Police Department at 10 in the morning. It's only 9 now, so there's still an hour. Even if the person you're looking for is in Berlin, I can send a private plane to pick them up immediately. Secretary General Philip patted his chest and guaranteed. Thank you. I'll see you in the United States when I get back. Ji-chu promised Philip a meeting in the United States, which was exactly what Philip needed. He was overjoyed and stood up immediately. Mr. He, you're too kind. It's just a few phone calls. But I heard that everyone yearns for Mr. He's banquet, so I hope I'll have a luck and opportunity. Ji-chu laughed lightly. At the end of next month, I'll be holding a birthday banquet at the manor, and I hope Mr. Philip will come. The invitation will be sent to your place in a few days. Oh, it's your birthday, Mr. He? Philip was ecstatic. To be invited to a birthday banquet meant that he was a very close friend. No, it's my good friend's birthday. It was Gun Yinji's birthday. If she could come back safely this time, he would accept her back to his side again. He would no longer tolerate her, and he would no longer ignore her. I understand. Philip instinctively knew that this good friend had to be his girlfriend. He was overjoyed and kept saying, thank you, even though Ji-chu had already hung up. The smile on Philip's face didn't disappear as he immediately called the people Ji-chu had requested. He happened to be familiar with these people. Although they weren't from the military, they were all powerful political figures in Germany. Of course, he had to have a good relationship with the Emperor of Europe. Ji-chu asked him to help make a few calls to the mayor of Munich, the Minister of Justice, and the chairman of the Munich Regional Council. He asked them to go with him to the Munich Police Department that day. An hour passed, and it was 10 o'clock in the morning. When Ji-chu arrived at the Munich Regional Police Department with his bodyguards and followers, the mayor of Munich, the Minister of Justice, and the chairman of the Munich Regional Council were already waiting for him outside. Mr. He, I've heard a lot about you. The Minister of Justice of Germany had been sitting in on Li Haiqing's case for a while, so he immediately came over when he received a call from the NATO Supreme Commander, Secretary General Philip. He Zichu didn't like to show his face in public, but that didn't mean he didn't have connections. His status in the United States was enough for all the German officials to treat him kindly. He Zichu smiled reservedly and casually shook hands with the Minister of Justice before parting ways. The mayor of Munich and the chairman of the regional council came to He Zichu's side respectfully and shook hands with him. Then they asked with concern, "Mr. He, what brings you to the Munich Regional Police Department?" These people already knew that He Zichu represented an American law firm in Germany for a lawsuit a month ago, but they didn't know He Zichu's other identity in the United States. This time, it was He Zichu who took the initiative to use his connections in the United States to allow the NATO Supreme Commander, Secretary General Philip, to reveal his other identity in the United States to these important German politicians. Chapter 652. Even the Supreme Commander of NATO had to lick his boots, so of course the German officials and lawmakers couldn't ignore him. 09 Xiao Shua Net. We always knew you were representing that female student from the Huaxia Empire in the lawsuit, but we didn't expect you to have such status in the United States. We were negligent, very negligent. The mayor of Munich almost bowed 90 degrees. He Zichu nodded lightly with a half smile. I did come to the lawsuit and never thought about asking Mr. Philip for help. But your Munich Police Department is too powerful. My right-hand man who helped me with Li Haiqing's case couldn't be found for a while. My subordinates came to the police department to file a case to find her, but your police department refused to file a case and even talked to me about being underage. If He Zichu really had the ability to get NATO to help, then it meant military control. This was more than just ruthless. Oh, your right-hand man can't be found? Where did he go missing? The mayor of Munich stuttered when he heard that, and sweat beaded on his forehead. The local officials knew exactly what kind of lawsuit He Zichu and his men were fighting. But how could they have known He Zichu had such a background and status? Of course, everyone tacitly stood on York and Seth's side. After all, they were citizens of their own country, so they couldn't help outsiders. Also, York knew how to conduct himself and was very resourceful. The high-ranking officials all more or less benefited from York, so they turned a blind eye to the stalemate over Li Haiqing's case. The Germans had always looked down on the eastern countries, especially the Huaxia Empire, which had been so backward and incompetent in the past. In their minds, the Huaxia Empire was still the weak eastern country that was isolated internationally and beaten up by other countries. They didn't expect this weak country to surpass them all these years, and their national power shot up like a rocket. Within 20 years, they went from a third-rate country to China and became the second most powerful country in the world. They were second only to the United States and had long left established European countries like Germany in the dust. However, because their national power rose too quickly, they hadn't accumulated enough prestige and influence internationally, so they were often ignored and looked down upon. It could be said that if the victim in Li Haiqing's case was an American, the German police and court wouldn't have dared to tamper with the case so blatantly. He Zichu knew these people very well. He looked straight ahead as he walked towards the police station. We'll talk about the specifics later, but I'm not here today for this matter. I'm here for something else. The mayor of Munich, the German Minister of Justice, and the chairman of the Munich Regional Council all felt their faces burn. He Zichu's words hurt. The three of them grumbled inwardly about York's overreach. It was one thing for him to be able to do whatever he wanted in the Roslau area, but now he even had a finger in the Munich Police Department. He Zichu wasn't the only one who was unhappy. Even the mayor of Munich felt a little uncomfortable. When the four of them walked to the entrance of the Munich Regional Police Department, the chief of the Munich Regional Police Department received the news and finally rushed over. He walked out of the door and extended his hand to the mayor of BER from afar. "Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." The mayor of Munich shook hands with the Munich regional police chief with a straight face and introduced He Jichu to him. This is Mr. He, a close friend of NATO's Supreme Commander Philip. He has some matters to discuss with your police station. 09 small say net. The Munich regional police chief was no stranger to He Jichu and could guess why he was here. He just didn't expect He Jichu to be able to find the Supreme Commander of NATO, the mayor of Munich, the German Minister of Justice, and the chairman of the Munich Regional Council to support him. Mr. He, what can I do for you? The Munich regional police chief was almost bowing to the ground. His bald head was shiny, but it wasn't clear if it was from sweat or oil. I don't dare to give you advice. Yesterday, my subordinates came to report that my right-hand man went missing in your place, but you refused to file a case. I want to know why. He Jichu folded his hands behind his back and stared sharply at the Munich regional police chief. Don't you think you should give us an explanation? The Munich regional police chief immediately knew what he was talking about. He Jichu's first two assistants came to report that their colleague went missing yesterday and requested the police station to file a case for her. But they refused. Is it about your assistant's disappearance? The Munich regional police chief stammered as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. He couldn't refuse, but if he agreed, what would happen to York? The Munich regional police chief cursed York for being brainless. He wasn't even his biological son, so why did he have to do this? For the sake of his good-for-nothing stepson, he was going to drag all of them down with him. Well, actually it was like this. At the time, they didn't say they wouldn't file a case. They only said there wasn't enough evidence and asked your subordinates to collect more evidence. The Munich regional police chief was sweating profusely and kept wiping the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. He respectfully invited He Jichu, the mayor of Munich, the German Minister of Justice, and the chairman of the Munich Regional Council into his office to speak. Mr. He, are you here today to report the disappearance of your right-hand man? The Munich regional police chief asked respectfully. He stood before He Jichu as if he was shorter than him to begin with. He Jichu walked into the Munich regional police chief's office with two powerful bodyguards who looked like mercenaries. He sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and rested one hand on the armrest. His aura was intimidating as he glanced around the office. He laughed coldly and shook his head. Of course not. This matter doesn't matter anymore. My assistant is already back. They were impatient and made things difficult for you. He wouldn't let everyone know about Nianji's disappearance. Also, Seth was related to her disappearance, so He Jichu didn't want anyone to connect the two incidents. Public opinion could melt metal, and slander could wear away at one's bones. If someone with ulterior motives started rumors online, he didn't even need to think to know how bad it would be. So he didn't mention anything about Nianji's disappearance at all. He put his hand on his other hand and continued. I came today for another matter. I lost something important and was worried it would be smuggled out of Germany, so I came to report it. He also said, I don't need you to search for my lost item. After all, I was careless. Although I went missing in your territory, there's nothing we can do about it if you're complying with us on the surface but slacking on the inside. Therefore, I'll personally fund and hire people to search for it. However, I need your authorization to allow me to use the necessary means within Germany. 09 small say this method of course included but was not limited to the use of force. To be honest, He Jichu didn't believe the Munich police would sincerely send people to search for Gu Nianji. Even if they could take the initiative to look for her, He Jichu didn't want everyone to know about it. He Jichu couldn't put Gu Nianji's photo in the German missing persons file, nor would he allow Gu Nianji's photo to be sent to everyone's phone as a missing victim. The Munich regional police chief was the first to applaud He Jichu's words. He truly didn't want to help search for Gu Nianji. Even an idiot would know that the disappearance of the female lawyer had something to do with York and his son. At this time, the police chief only wanted to be on his own and didn't want to get involved in the case again. He Jichu personally said that his assistant had returned, but he lost something important to find. Naturally, the police chief was happy to pretend he didn't know anything and didn't expose him. I agree. I completely agree. I can immediately help Mr. He apply to the court for permission, so you can look for your lost treasure in Germany." The Munich regional police chief rubbed his hands and wanted nothing more than to send He Jichu to the court immediately. He Jichu nodded with satisfaction and glanced at the Munich mayor. "What do you think?" The Munich mayor originally wanted his police to personally help find He Jichu's capable assistant, so it would leave a deep impression on He Jichu. But his police chief had already started to shift the blame, so he had no choice but to follow. He laughed. "Sure, no problem, but this legal process still needs to go through. Your people must at least have the qualifications of a detective agency." The German Minister of Justice immediately shook his head and helped He Jichu find legal basis. They don't have to have the qualifications of a detective agency. As long as the court allows it and there are social figures vouching for it, Americans, especially the U.S. military, could take necessary actions in Germany. As expected of the Minister of Justice, he really knew how to play around with legal provisions. He Jichu's calm and gloomy face finally showed a hint of a smile. He spread his hands. "Thank you, Mr. Minister. My people are indeed Americans, so they should meet the requirements of your country's laws." The Munich Regional Council chief waited for a long time for an opportunity to curry favor and immediately said, "That's great. Why don't I help you apply to the court for permission? This is a case that happened in Munich, so as the representative of the citizens of the Munich region, I have the responsibility to protect the personal and property safety of the people in my jurisdiction, including but not limited to German citizens, as well as legal immigrants, tourists, and workers on official business trips." He Jichu's lost item was, of course, his property's safety being compromised, so it was also within the scope of the law. The three people who came with He Jichu today were almost all the top leaders in the Munich region. With their help, He Jichu's permit application went smoothly. At noon, he had already received the court permit to take necessary actions in Germany. With this permit, he could use the excuse of looking for important property to secretly search for Gunyenji. He had decided to do this a long time ago, so he directly brought close to 50 of his personal subordinates from the United States. Other than 4 of them who were his bodyguards, the rest were brought by him specifically to search for Gunyenji. These people were all detectives in the United States, and many of them were directly retired U.S. soldiers. They were all experts in tracking and investigation in the military. When they began their search in Munich, none of the Munich media reported Gunyenji's disappearance. Even Smith and the others understood He Jichu's intentions and kept quiet about it. They all said Gunyenji had already returned from her trip and couldn't be reached before because her phone had been stolen. She had changed her number and was having fun with her friends, so she forgot to inform them. Even the Huaxia Imperial Embassy in Munich received He Jichu's notification that Gunyenji had already returned, so they didn't need to search for her anymore. Of course, the embassy didn't want any trouble, so they quickly reported it back to the Huaxia Empire to say everything was fine and that Gunyenji had already returned. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Huaxia Empire had their own procedures, so when they received the second internal report from the Munich embassy's deputy consul saying Gunyenji was fine, the first report about her disappearance had already been reported. However, it was suppressed in a department within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, so no one reported it. Therefore, the Huaxia Empire didn't know about it yet. After suppressing the news of Gunyenji's disappearance, He Jichu began to focus on searching for her. Lawyer Gu was last seen at the Königssee, a 2-hour drive from Munich. He Jichu sent them the coordinates of the Königssee. "This is your permit. You can use force if necessary." Actually, this permit was similar to a gun permit, except that the gun permit was for Huaxia citizens, while the general permit was for foreigners. He Jichu's designated search team consisted of 41 people. They were divided into 4 groups of 10, and each group had a team leader. The remaining person was the team leader and was in charge of the 4 groups. "What do you plan to do?" He Jichu only asked the team leader. The team leader was a retired soldier in his 30s. He used to be a Special Forces soldier in the U.S. Navy SEALs and majored in reconnaissance and sniping. The team leader took out his tablet and brought up the topography and situation near the Königssee. He pointed to the surroundings and said, "Lawyer Gu has been missing for 10 days. It rained a few times in those 10 days, so it's hard to say if we search now." Normally, the first 36 hours of a person's disappearance would be a long time gone by. If they wanted to find someone, they had to find another way. He Jichu nodded. "Interesting. Go on." The team leader continued, "Look here. The Königssee is a famous scenic spot near Munich. There are many tourists every day. I think we should work with the Munich government's tourism department and say that in order to promote the Königsee's tourism resources, we could start a video competition in Germany. The theme will be the original video of the Königsee's trip over the past month. It has to have scenery, people, specific time and location, and no signs of editing. It has to be natural, and then we can let experts choose the first, second, and third prizes. We can set the prize money higher, so there will be more people participating and a greater social impact." He Jichu understood. With this method, they could discreetly filter out the video of the day Gun Yinji disappeared and find out if she had appeared. Based on the situation they were facing, this was the best way. "Yes, I agree." Ijichu turned around and ordered his personal assistant, "Go contact the Munich Tourism Department. Don't use our name. Find a random American company and work with the tourism department under their name. The prize money can be set as one first prize of 100,000 euros, 10 second prizes of 50,000 euros, and 100 third prizes of 10,000 euros. The deadline must be tight and the registration will end in 5 days." He set up so many prizes to attract more people to participate and make people feel that even if they couldn't get first prize, they could at least try for third prize. For many Germans, 10,000 euros was still a large sum of money. Also, it didn't take much time and effort to get this money. They only needed to find the video of the Königssee that they had taken in the past month. Hijichu's personal assistant wrote down all of his requirements and immediately found a suitable American company to use as a cover. Then he contacted the tourism department of the Munich black market. By the afternoon, the news of the competition had been broadcasted to all of Germany's media like never before. It had a wide coverage. Countless Germans saw the advertisement and felt they had a chance to win. They all searched their phones for their records from the past month. There are many German tourists who went to the Königssee in the past month, and most of them were from Munich. By 10 p.m., the competition website Hijichu set up had already received countless uploaded videos. When these videos were uploaded, the uploader was required to specify the date and time the video was taken, from start to finish, and accurate down to the second. Therefore, it was very easy for Hijichu and his team to find the time period they wanted from these videos. That night, the staff responsible for watching the videos didn't sleep at all. In the wee hours of the morning, a staff member whose eyes were almost swollen suddenly saw the silhouette of a girl in purple sportswear standing under a big tree next to the Königssee. He immediately jumped up and shouted, "Found it! Found it!" Hijichu, who had been sitting silently behind them, immediately walked over and bent down to look at the screen. "Where?" The staff member pointed at Gun Yinji's silhouette on the screen and excitedly said, "Here, here." Hijichu clicked on the mouse and kept zooming in on the silhouette. Finally, he confirmed it was Gun Yinji. The time on the video showed that it was 9:55 in the morning 10 days ago. Hijichu sighed deeply and pressed play. The video continued to play. Suddenly, a man and a woman hugging walked into the staff member's camera and walked behind Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji seemed to realize someone was walking toward her. She turned around to look and stepped to the side. The man suddenly walked up and raised his arm to pat Gun Yinji's back. "Pause," Hijichu immediately said. Hijichu immediately spoke. His eyesight was extraordinary, and he had already discovered some clues. Enlarge the man's hand. The staff member gently clicked the mouse and zoomed in frame by frame. Finally, everyone saw a shiny object in the man's palm. From the shape, it looked like a syringe. Chapter 653. Hijichu's face twitched as he clicked play again, and the video continued to play. They all saw Gu Nianji's body stiffen for a moment, then fall straight back. The man and woman quickly stepped forward and held her arms, almost carrying her back. Gu Nianji was no longer in the video, and the person's video began to change to the beautiful scenery of the Koenig Sea. The scene just now happened to be in between the two scenes, so it was recorded by the person. Also, because they weren't allowed to edit, that part of the video was retained. If they didn't know that something had happened to Gu Nianji, anyone who saw the scene would think it was a reunion of old friends. He Jichu suppressed his restlessness and praised the staff member. Good job, continue. Let's see if anyone else recorded the rest of the video. The other staff members were encouraged by the fact that they could really find clues this way, and they watched the videos even more seriously. By 10 o'clock the next morning, they had already screened out 3 videos that happened to show the entire process of Gu Nianji being taken away. The first video showed Gu Nianji being drugged, knocked out, and taken away. The second video showed the 3 of them walking towards 2 cars parked under the shade of a nearby tree. The third video not only showed the man taking Gu Nianji to the car in front and the woman getting into the car behind, but it also showed Seth's disgusting pig face peeking out of the car in front. It also showed the license plates of both cars. Nianji was really taken away by that *TCH Seth. Ijichu was filled with rage. He kicked the armchair he had been sitting on, causing it to flip over. He was still angry, so he walked into the room and took out his pistol. Bang, 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 bang. He fired repeatedly, shattering all the coffee cups on the coffee table. Porcelain pieces flew everywhere, and dark brown coffee spilled all over the table and onto the floor, staining the snow-white carpet with coffee stains. The people working in the outer room didn't even dare to breathe. They knew the boss was furious. He Jichu threw a tantrum, and when he came out, everyone pretended not to see his slightly swollen peach blossom eyes. Okay, no need to watch the video anymore. Get someone to check those 2 license plates. Hijichu secretly clenched his fists and swore to hack Seth into pieces. Even if he hadn't done anything to Gu Nianji, Hijichu wouldn't let him off. If he did something to Nianji, thinking about Li Haiqing, the female exchange student who had been tortured to death by Seth, Hijichu felt intense fear for the first time in his life. He was afraid. He was truly afraid. However, what he was most afraid of was that Nianji would no longer be in this world. It didn't matter if she was humiliated. In his heart, she would always be his Nianji. He wasn't the kind of man who wished for nothing more than for women to die when they were humiliated. But the humiliation she had suffered, he would personally return it to her. Under He Jichu's orders, the search began in an orderly manner. With the license plate number, it was easy to find the owner. He didn't expect the other party to be so vigilant. Mr. He, these 2 license plates have long been abandoned. They belong to a British company, but that company was originally a shell company with only one person. 7 years ago, the boss suddenly passed away and declared bankruptcy. There are no clues left. Hijichu sneered when he saw the information they had found. Brilliant. It was truly brilliant. Even he had to admire it. A car with an abandoned license plate can actually drive so well in Germany. Hijichu pointed at the information they had sent. Continue the search. If you find these 2 cars, I will reward you handsomely. Therefore, in noon that day, Germany's Munich TV station and all social media in Germany were pushing the news that someone was offering a large reward for information about the 2 cars. As long as there was a clue, 1,000 euros would be offered. If the 2 cars were directly found, 100,000 euros would be offered. As soon as the reward was announced, everyone in the Munich area stopped working. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the cars beside them, wishing they could see flowers blooming from their eyes. As Hijichu made his move step by step, Smith and the others didn't stay idle. Within 2 days, they had hired the best detective agency in Germany to investigate all the information on the driver of their business car for the past month, including what he had done, who he had met, and even how many times he had slept with his wife and had affairs with his lover. It was all recorded. They even found his bank account. There's really something wrong with this driver. Smith looked at all the information the detective agency had sent and slammed the table in anger. The other 3 lawyers gathered around. What's wrong? You found everything? Look, 15 days ago, his bank account suddenly had 100,000 euros. The money was neither too much nor too little. It was exactly the driver's annual salary for 2 years. It wasn't too much, but it was definitely not little either. This 100,000 euros was transferred from a Swiss bank account. A lawyer who was more proficient in financial crimes looked at the information and said thoughtfully, "This is going to be difficult to investigate." Swiss banks were famous for being tight-lipped. People from all over the world deposited shady money with them, and they relied on this to make money. Who cares which bank it came from? Anyway, this driver accepted such a shady sum of money. So there's something wrong? Also, look at these phone records. 12 days ago, the day before Lawyer Gu's accident, a number called him many times, and he even drove to the Königssee several times before that day. The 4 lawyers discovered these suspicious points and felt that they could apply to the police to arrest the driver. But judging from Lawyer He's intentions, he didn't want everyone to know, so a lot of things were done in private. Even finding people was done by his personal subordinates. So even if the driver was in the wrong, they couldn't really call the police to arrest him. They had a headache. Let's go ask Lawyer He first. Smith picked up the evidence provided by the detective agency and went to He Jichu's room to ring the doorbell. He Jichu's personal assistant opened the door and glanced at them. What's the matter? Mr. He is very busy. Smith cleared his throat. We found some clues and want to report to Lawyer He. He Jichu heard it from inside the room and said directly, "Let them in." The personal assistant quickly moved to the side and watched Smith and the other 3 people enter. He Jichu took them to the small study next door to sit down and asked, "What did you find?" Smith told him about the abnormalities in the driver's bank account and the fact that he had gone to the Königssee the day before. He Jichu secretly clenched his fists and sneered. He betrayed his employer for only 100,000 euros. How short-sighted. Rubbing his temples, He Jichu said to Smith and the others, "Okay, you don't have to worry about this. Leave it to me. I'll leave the matters of the law firm to you guys. I don't have time to worry about it." Yes. Smith and the others quickly nodded and didn't want to cause He Jichu any more trouble. Although they were also very worried about Gunyinji's safety, they knew that they couldn't help much at this point. They could only help He Jichu by not causing him trouble. Smith and the other 3 lawyers walked out of He Jichu's room stiffly and looked at each other without saying anything. "How about a drink?" Smith suggested. "Let's go to my room. I bought some red wine a few days ago and haven't finished it yet." Okay. The other 3 lawyers were also very depressed and needed a drink to drown their sorrows. The 4 of them all knew that He Jichu's next move would most likely not be honorable. It was likely that he would play around the edges of the law. Without a certain level of backing, this kind of play would be very risky. He Jichu telling them to stay away was for their own good. Anyway, I already knew the power He Jichu displayed. It wasn't something they could compare to or imagine. I hope Lawyer Gu can come back safely. Smith raised his glass to the sky outside the window. I hope Seth can be arrested and brought to justice soon. Another lawyer also prayed to the sky. One case hadn't even ended and another had started. Although they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that He Jichu could win with a surprise attack. Just as they expected, He Jichu didn't plan on using legal means to deal with the driver. He didn't have the time. Once he went through legal procedures, he didn't know how long it would take. He couldn't wait, and Gunyinji couldn't wait either. He Jichu looked at the information Smith and the others had submitted and immediately ordered the driver to be taken to the Königssee near Munich. It was already evening when they arrived at the Königssee. The sun was about to set, and the surface of the lake shimmered. The weeping willows by the shore were still there, and there were few tourists. Most of them had already gone home. Several black Hummer SUVs sped over and stopped by the Königssee. The driver's heart had been pounding ever since he was taken away from his home. When faced with Smith and the other 4's questions, he was able to respond calmly. Even if he said something wrong, he was able to cover it up. But now, faced with the murderous men who looked like mercenaries, looking at their strong muscles and cold demeanor. He found his legs were so weak he couldn't stand up. He wore a pair of sunglasses of an unknown brand and stood under the willow tree by the conic sea. Half of him was in the light and the other half was in the dark, and his light-colored casual were made his figure stand out even more. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and the setting sun shone on his face, casting a shadow on his straight and handsome nose. It was just like his entire person, half in the light and half in the dark. "Clear the area." Hijichu waved his hand and gave the order without looking back. Soon, the people he brought with him persuaded the remaining 2 or 3 tourists to leave. "The police are handling a case. Please leave the scene." They took the documents the police gave them and the court's permit to seal off the entire conic sea scenic area. Soon, all the tourists left and the sky darkened. Only Hijichu's people and the driver were left near the conic sea. "Tell me what's going on. Who told you to contact me? Who told you to bring Lawyer Gu to this position?" Hijichu's voice was cold and emotionless, but the tone of his voice was more terrifying than a loud roar. Although the driver was much fatter and stronger than Hijichu, he was short, so Hijichu's imposing manner was overshadowed. He trembled and said in a hoarse voice, "No, no one contacted me, no one." Hijichu turned around. "Make him speak the truth." He stood facing the conic sea. Behind him, a bodyguard walked over with an expressionless face. He grabbed the driver's neck and twisted him to the edge of the conic sea. He kicked the driver's knee and made him kneel down. Then the bodyguard knelt on one knee next to him and suddenly pressed down hard with his arm, pressing the driver's head into the cold lake water. The driver was caught off guard, and his face was soaked in the lake water. The water poured in through his nose, choking his windpipe and flowing into his lungs from his windpipe, immediately causing a burning pain. He instinctively struggled and waved his hands in an attempt to break free from the bodyguard's grip. But how could a fat taxi driver like him resist the strength of a special forces soldier? His head was lifted out of the water, and before he could catch his breath, he was pressed back into the water again. After only 2 presses, he broke down and yelled, "I'll talk. I'll talk." Hijichu raised his hand. The bodyguard lifted the driver's head out of the lake water and dragged it to Hijichu. The driver, who was choking to death from the lake water, lay on the ground and coughed for a long time before saying in a trembling voice, "Someone called me and asked me to bring Lawyer Gu to the willow tree on the conic sea to wait for someone. He said he was Lawyer Gu's friend and wanted to give her a little surprise." "Why would he give you 100,000 euros to surprise someone? Do you think we're stupid?" Hijichu folded his hands behind his back and didn't even look at the driver at his feet. "Keep pressing." The driver was shocked. He didn't think he would even know someone was giving him money. It looked like these things couldn't be hidden from him. The bodyguard walked over and grabbed the driver's neck to press him into the water again. The driver yelled, "Don't drown me again. I'll talk. This money was given to me by Seth's father, York. He asked me to help him find out what the lawyers would discuss." Hijichu was a bit surprised. The money was actually given to him by Seth's father, York, and not the people who took Ninja away. If it was to find out the lawyer's trial strategy, it would make sense. Sometimes a conversation between lawyers in the car was enough for the other party to analyze for a long time. For such important information to only give him 100,000 euros, York and his men were the ones who got the better end of the deal. Hijichu walked over and looked down at the driver. "But you came to the conic sea several times before. What were you doing?" "When that person called me, he told me a lot about Lawyer Gu. It sounded like he was her friend and asked me to recommend a place that needed to be quiet and hidden. There weren't many tourists, and it had to be close to the road into the mountains. I came to see a few times." The driver lied on the ground and mumbled the truth. He was really afraid of being thrown into the lake by these people and choking. "So you provided the route and location and tricked Lawyer Gu to come here, right?" Hijichu stepped on the driver's left cheek. "Speak." The driver's fat face was almost deformed from being stepped on. He stuttered, I didn't know they wanted to harm Lawyer Gu. I thought it was her friend. The conic sea is full of people. How could something happen? Lawyer Gu also asked me to bring her to the Konig Sea to see a friend. He really didn't know what these people were going to do. The $100,000 was to buy information from these lawyers, which was a very fair price. He didn't expect it to be to buy Lawyer Gu's life. Lawyer Gu told you to see a friend? He Ji-Chu was surprised again. He thought Gu Ninji was purely tricked by the driver. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Or was there more than one group of people who tricked her? He Ji-Chu's heart tightened. He asked sternly, "Who did Lawyer Gu want to see? If you dare lie, I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun." The driver was terrified and burst into tears. "It's true, Mr. He. I don't know who it was, but Lawyer Gu really said she came to see a friend, and she was very happy. She kept laughing in the car. Mr. He, I didn't lie. I really didn't lie." He Ji-Chu withdrew his foot from the driver's face and rubbed it on the grass in disgust. He turned around and said, "Put a lie detector on him," and asked the question again. His personal assistant brought him a portable chair and placed it under the big tree by the lake. The bodyguard set up all kinds of electronic equipment to monitor the area within a 5-mile radius. The driver was taken to the other side for a lie detector test. The lie detector was carried with him to see if the driver was telling the truth. As time passed, He Ji-Chu's heart burned with anxiety. His expression grew colder and colder. The sky had completely darkened. A cool breeze blew across the surface of the lake, carrying with it a heavy dampness that assaulted one's face. He Ji-Chu closed his eyes and supported his head with one hand as he leaned against the armrest of the portable chair. 5 minutes later, his assistant came down and said, "Mr. He, the lie detector test passed." What he said at the end was the truth. He Ji-Chu opened his eyes. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes sparkled. He stood up from the portable chair and walked around. He looked at the Konig Sea, then at the Alps not far away. He thought about what the driver had said. Why did the other party ask the driver to find a place closer to the road into the mountains? Did they take Ninji to the Alps? The thought made He Ji-Chu's heart sink. If it was in the Alps that ran through almost all of Europe, how could he find her as soon as possible? He looked up at the night sky. The moon was bright and the stars twinkled. The stars twinkled. The stars. He Ji-Chu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered what Smith and the others had said. Since 2 days ago, when he called Gu Ninji's phone, it was out of service. Was her phone turned off or thrown away? If it was turned off, it would be fine. He had a way to find Gu Ninji's location through her phone. But if it was thrown away, so what if he found her phone? At most, it could prove that she had appeared somewhere. It was even possible that the other party had deliberately thrown it away, tampered with it, or set up a trap. What should he do? Chapter 654. He Ji-Chu rubbed his forehead in annoyance as he paced around the Konig Sea. It looked like it was unlikely to find Gu Ninji directly, so he had to start from the side. He Ji-Chu calmed down when he remembered Seth from the video they received. He had been too anxious and too worried. How could he have forgotten the most important person? Seth. Since Seth was involved, Seth's stepfather, York, must have helped a lot. It would be strange if York didn't know about Gu Ninji's disappearance. But dealing with someone like York couldn't be the same as dealing with this driver. He Ji-Chu clenched his fists and prayed to the night sky. He only hoped Gu Ninji could think of a way to survive. No matter what, there was only hope if she survived. Go back to the city. He Ji-Chu made up his mind and turned to get in the car. He Ji-Chu had just sat in the car and hadn't even caught his breath when his phone rang. What is it? He Ji-Chu unlocked the phone. It was a call from the agency that was helping him investigate the license plate numbers. The person was very excited and spoke German quickly and anxiously like a machine gun. Someone called and said they saw these 2 cars. He Ji-Chu immediately said, "Send the address to my phone. I'll go check it right away." He was outside and could check where the 2 cars were on the way. He Ji-Chu originally thought the other party had used the 2 cars to commit the crime and would definitely abandon the cars now that they were found. In the end, he didn't know if they were too careless or believed they were hidden well and wouldn't be found. Anyway, when the addresses of the 2 cars were sent, He discovered one car was not far from the outskirts of Munich, and the other was in the parking lot of a small clinic in downtown Munich. Let's go to this place first. He sent the address in the outskirts of Munich to his people. A few Hummer SUVs left the Königssee as fast as lightning and headed toward BR under the cover of the night. They drove quickly and kept overtaking other cars on the highway. In the end, it only took them an hour to reach the address. The address was in a medium-sized community in the outskirts of Munich. The community was filled with single-family villas, and there was a small garden in front of each house. The place was not particularly big, but there was a front yard and a back garden. There were many tall pine trees planted here. The advantage was that they were evergreen all year round and could always maintain the privacy of this community. Even with satellites, it was difficult to detect the street view here. The disadvantage was that it was gloomy all year round and the lighting was not very good. He didn't get out of the car. He rolled down the window and saw the house in front of him. It was a large villa with nothing special about it. It was the kind of house that was commonly seen in the suburbs of Munich. It was neither flashy nor low-key. It was hidden in the community and was not conspicuous at all. There was a very common flower bed in front of the door. There were triangular plum blossoms and a few stalks of roses. They were bright red and purple. There was a kind of vulgar liveliness, but it was nothing special. If they hadn't found this place, because of the license plate number, they might not have been able to find this place by themselves. Since there were so many similar houses on the outskirts of Munich, it would be difficult to notice this place without a special reason. Go take a look. He looked away and ordered his subordinates. A bodyguard got out of the car and rang the doorbell. After a long time, no one came out. Finally, someone in the house next door heard it and came out to the courtyard to look at them curiously. The bodyguard went over to greet him and asked, "Hi, do you know if this family is home?" The neighbor shook his head with a smile. "I haven't seen anyone come out of this house in a while. I think they moved away." They moved away. The bodyguard was shocked but still thanked the neighbor and came back to inform He frowned and looked at the house again from the car. "Bring someone inside to take a look." The bodyguard nodded and turned to call over a few of his skilled colleagues. They climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard of the villa. The neighbor next to them stared at them with wide eyes. Another bodyguard walked over with a smile and explained to him, "That family owes our boss money and hasn't returned it. They haven't even returned our calls. They recently canceled all their phone numbers, so we came to take a look." The neighbor stared blankly at the group of people who didn't look like good people and immediately put a stamp on their heads. "Loan sharks. Oh, you guys go ahead then. I'll go in." The neighbor stammered and quickly slipped back to his house. The bodyguard didn't care and noted down the neighbor's house number, just in case. He then walked back to check on the people who went in. 10 minutes later, the people who had climbed over the wall came out again. They reported to him, "There's really no one inside. There are only a few cars parked in the backyard. One of them has the license plate we checked, but there are no clues about that car. It's the car behind." Someone added, and everyone understood. The car parked in the villa wasn't the one that had stuffed Gunyinji into, but the car following behind. There shouldn't be any clues inside. Just to be safe, He instructed them, "Go in and take a look. Take photos." The bodyguards returned and took many photos inside and outside of the car. They made a few marks and destroyed the car's engine before climbing over the wall. He looked at the photos they took frame by frame and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He thought that only by finding the car that had stuffed Gunyinji into in the video would they truly have some clues. He put away the photos and didn't say anything else. He waved for them to get into the car. "Let's go to the clinic in the city." When they arrived at the clinic in downtown Munich, they discovered it was already empty. There were several cars parked in the parking lot behind the building. One of them was the car that had stuffed Gunyinji into. It was also the car that Seth had driven. This time, He got out of the car and personally went to the car. Under the night sky, he looked at the car with an expression as cold as the South Pole. Just one look at him would freeze people to death. "Open it." After a long time, he spat out 2 words from between his teeth. His voice was cold to the extreme. The subordinates he had brought this time were all especially skilled in this area. For example, they could pry open car doors even without keys. One of the bodyguards walked over with a retractable iron ruler that was 2 feet long and 1 centimeter wide. He inserted the ruler vertically into the handle of the car and turned it for a while before dexterously opening the door. Hijichu was the first to get into the car. The interior had obviously been cleaned and the seats were all new. However, the car's exterior was so shabby that it made the interior seem brand new. It looked like the interior had been completely replaced. Hijichu slowly exhaled. "Take this car back for a forensic analysis." He got out of the car. Returning to his own car, Hijichu propped his chin on his hand and thought about the day's findings. First, Nianji had been taken from the Koenig Sea. Where did she go after that? The most likely place was the Alps. But why did they take her into the Alps? The 2 cars that had taken her had been found, which meant they weren't with Nianji. There were only 2 possibilities. 1, after leaving the Koenig Sea, they drove directly into the mountains and then came out again. 2, after leaving the Koenig Sea, they changed cars and didn't enter the mountains, or they changed cars after entering the mountains. If it was the first possibility, they drove directly into the mountains and then came out again. This was the most dangerous possibility. If they went in and came out, but Nianji was nowhere to be seen, and the car had been renovated, there was only one possibility. A fatal conflict had occurred in the car and left traces that were difficult to erase, so the other party had to renovate the entire car. Under what circumstances would a fatal conflict occur? It must have been that silly girl Nianji desperately fighting back. Thinking of this, Hijichu's eyes couldn't help turning red again. The last time he had been in so much pain was 7 years ago when Nianji disappeared. He hadn't shed a tear in so many years, but this time, it was for her. Hijichu tried his best to hold himself back. He closed his eyes and covered them with his hand. He sat quietly for a while before finally holding back the bitter tears. His heartbeat gradually returned to normal, and Hijichu continued to think of the second possibility. The 2 cars didn't directly enter the mountains, or they changed cars after entering the mountains. This possibility was slightly better than the first because it meant there was a high chance that Nianji was still alive, although she might have been tortured even more at that moment. Hijichu actually couldn't figure out if he wanted Nianji to survive no matter what, or not suffer the heartbreaking torture. No matter which possibility it would be a lifetime nightmare for Nianji. Hijichu pursed his lips. This time, he was going to take her home, and no one could stop him, whether she was alive or dead. He was going to take her home and be with her forever. Hijichu thought about it the entire way. Time flew, and before long, they returned to the Hilton Hotel. A bodyguard came down to ask Hijichu, "Mr. He, what do you plan to do?" They had towed the car behind the Hummer SUV and parked it in the parking lot of the Hilton Hotel. Hijichu got out of the car and looked at the car. "Do an autopsy, then hand the car over to the police." "Yes, Mr. He." The captain of the bodyguards quickly saluted, his military habits showing again. Hijichu glanced at him. "You don't have to do this. You've already retired." Mr. He, I'll be careful." He had just retired and became a mercenary, so his military habits were still very strong. "Okay, tell your men that the forensic analysis of the car will be done tonight. Also, I booked the entire 16th floor of the Hilton Hotel for you. You can stay there." Hijichu finished speaking and turned to leave. As for the forensic analysis of the car, the mercenaries had expertise in this area, so Hijichu didn't have to worry about it. He only had to return to his room and wait for the results. He returned to his room with the 4 bodyguards, and Smith and the other 3 legal assistants also came to talk to him. After all, he was also their boss. They would feel bad if they lost their colleague when they brought him to Germany for a lawsuit. Hijichu saw them, but didn't have any intention of inviting them to sit down. He was mentally and physically exhausted and wasn't in the mood to entertain these irrelevant people. "What's the matter?" He resumed his cool and composed demeanor and put his hands in his trouser pockets as he stood in front of the window. "Lawyer He, is there anything we can help you with?" Smith walked up and asked. "I can go to the police station again and ask Seth about the problem. He's already been on the run for 10 days. He shook his head. I said you don't have to interfere with this matter. I know what I'm doing. You can go back. If you have nothing else to do, you can ask the court for the results of the first trial of Li Haiqing's case. If the verdict is still delayed, then go to the higher court and sue the judge in this case. He Jichu's expression was somewhat hostile, as if he was saying, I'll make life miserable for anyone who makes me unhappy. This was something Smith and the others could do, so they immediately said resolutely, Yes. Lawyer He, the four of us won't do anything else. We have to ask the court to get the verdict of the first trial. The results of the forensic analysis were placed on He Jichu's desk the next morning. First of all, the tires of the two cars were tested and confirmed to have been in the Alps. That was because there were traces of soil unique to the Alps in the gaps of the tires. Secondly, by spraying luminol in the car, it was confirmed that there were indeed bloodstains in the car. Also, the forensic experts confirmed that there were signs of a struggle in the car. In particular, the bottom of one of the seats had been derailed by an external force and had been straightened afterwards. When he saw the bloodstains, He Jichu's heart almost jumped out of his throat. However, when he saw the blood test report, he finally sighed in relief because the blood type wasn't Gunyinji's. Gunyinji was omnipotent type O, but the blood type in the car was type A. If He Jichu remembered correctly, that bastard Seth was type A, so he immediately ordered someone to go to the court and ask for Seth's blood sample for comparison. The DNA comparison proved that the bloodstains in the car were Seth's. Something major had happened in the car, but it was Seth who was bleeding, not Gunyinji. Could it be inferred that Seth was the one who didn't get what he wanted, not Gunyinji? With that thought, He Jichu's anxiety and unease slowly subsided. He closed his eyes and thought about everything from beginning to end again, including the new clues and new evidence. He Jichu opened his eyes and looked at the Alps in the distance. What exactly happened in these two cars? And where was Nyinji? When He Jichu arrived in Germany and began secretly searching for Gunyinji, Gunyinji had just been carried out of the Alps by Reinitz. She had been sick for 2 days, but she didn't have a high fever. It wasn't a serious illness, and she didn't lose consciousness. She was just physically weak, so she panted heavily after walking for a while. Reinitz realized that it would be faster if he carried her on his back instead of walking and stopping. The two of them had been camping in the mountains for 2 days, and thanks to Reinitz's strong ability to survive in the wild, they were able to make it out safely. However, the two of them had been exercising excessively for 2 days, and even a strong man like Reinitz couldn't take it. He had lost a lot of weight, and his blonde hair was tangled. A light golden beard grew on his face, but his blue eyes were even brighter than before. Are you thirsty? Reinitz carefully put Gunyinji down and leaned against a rock. I still have some water here. There were 2 bottles of mineral water in his duffel bag. For the past 2 days, only Gunyinji had drunk the water in the bottle. Reinitz had found mountain springs, rivers, and lakes to drink. Gunyinji saw that there was only a thin layer of water left in the bottle. Because she had a low fever, she was especially thirsty and drank a lot. She also knew that Reinitz had given her these 2 bottles of mineral water, which were very precious in the wilderness, so she was very grateful. Reaching out to hold the bottle, Gunyinji looked at Reinitz's thin face and pushed it in front of him, wanting to give it to him. Reinitz understood what she meant, and his blue eyes became even brighter. I'm not thirsty. Here, drink. He opened the bottle cap and carefully supported Gunyinji's neck with one hand. With the other, he placed the bottle to Gunyinji's cracked lips. Open your mouth. Gunyinji could only slowly open her mouth and let Reinitz feed her. She only took a sip to moisten her lips before shaking her head. I don't want it. Reinitz smiled, and his blue eyes sparkled again. Drink it all. We're about to leave. Oh, really? Gunyinji was extremely excited. After wandering around the Alps for more than 10 days, she felt that her body had reached its limit. That was why she fell sick when victory was in sight. Holding onto Reinitz's hand, Gunyinji slowly stood up and looked at the winding road down the mountain. At the end of the mountain path was an asphalt road, and further ahead was a beautiful town at the end of the asphalt road. We really made it out. Gunyinji was overjoyed. She was so excited that she felt her temples throbbing and her blood pressure rising rapidly. Soon, her vision went black and she fainted. Reinitz hurriedly supported her and carried her on his back as they walked down the mountain. He originally thought it would be very tiring along the way and that he would be free once they reached the bottom of the mountain. However, along the way, he realized that this was perhaps the sweetest burden of his life. Reinitz carried Gunyinji on his back in a daze. Step by step, he walked slowly and steadily. The distance that should have been covered in half a day took him a full day. By the time they entered the town, it was already midnight. He carried Gunyinji into the town's only clinic. There was a small emergency room inside. After the bearded doctor in the emergency room took Gunyinji's blood pressure, he was so shocked that his glasses almost popped out. Such high blood pressure. Will she still be able to wake up? You're only bringing her to the hospital now. Are you trying to murder her? It was even more severe than a stroke. Reinitz was also shocked when he saw the data displayed on the doctor's blood pressure monitor. He froze for a full half a minute, and his mind went blank. He couldn't recover for a long time. The bearded doctor poked him twice in the arm before he finally said, "Then can you check for me? Is she still alive?" When he said the word alive, Reinitz's voice actually choked a little. Chapter 655. The bearded doctor glared at him. "If she's not alive, I'll call the police to arrest you right now. You're a murderer." Reinitz let out a sigh of relief. He looked up at the ceiling of the emergency room and let out a long sigh. Then he turned around and walked out. "Hey, where are you going?" The bearded doctor panicked. Although she's still alive, she could die at any moment. Such a high blood pressure defied all the basic medical knowledge the doctor had learned. He couldn't understand how she could still be alive. Reinitz didn't even turn around. "I'll go make a call. Please wait a moment." After leaving the emergency room, Reinitz took out his phone and dialed a number. He said calmly, "I need a helicopter." "Yes, I have a seriously ill patient here. I'll give you 20 minutes. Be there immediately." After making the call, Reinitz put away his phone and found the clinic's on-call room. He politely asked the chubby nurse to borrow the landline phone. The nurse was dazzled by his handsome face. Although he was thin, had stubble on his chin, and his clothes weren't very neat, he stared at her steadily. His blue eyes seemed to have a magical power, and the nurse couldn't help but do as he said. "This is the phone. SS, please use it." The nurse stuttered as her face flushed. Reinitz wasn't as gentle in front of the nurse as he was with Gunyinji. His attitude was indifferent and restrained. With a hint of alienation, he took the phone from the nurse and began dialing. "May I ask if this is the Alps Ranger base? I want to ask if you guys managed to save Mother Hannah from the fire 2 days ago. Those forest rangers all knew Mother Hannah and had eaten her white sausages." The ranger's affirmative reply came through the phone. "Mother Hannah? We rescued her as soon as we could, but she was in the basement for too long and fainted. There are signs of dehydration, so she's still in the hospital." Reinitz sighed again. "Thank God. Please help me transfer Mother Hannah to Berlin's St. Joseph Hospital." "Yes, contact them and tell them my name. They will take her in." After making the call, he covered the phone with his hand and pondered for a moment before dialing another number. At this hour, it wasn't a special agency, nor was it a 24-hour ranger base. No one picked up, so he left a voice message. "Mr. Hans, I'm sorry. I quit. I won't come to work tomorrow." After Reinitz said this, he put down the phone and pushed it back to the nurse. The nurse looked at him with her mouth open. After a while, she said, "Sir, why did you resign? Are you sick?" Reinitz glanced at her and didn't say anything. His expression was cold and dignified. The nurse was frightened by his gaze and didn't dare ask again. She lowered her head and pretended to fill out forms. Reinitz walked into the emergency room expressionlessly and saw that the bearded doctor was still looking at Gunyinji's data. He walked over to remove the blood pressure monitor and stethoscope from Gunyinji's arm. Since she's in danger, I already called the hospital in Berlin. They agreed to send a helicopter to pick her up. Berlin was the capital of Germany and had the best hospitals in the country. Of course, a village doctor like the bearded man couldn't compare. As soon as Reinitz said this, the bearded doctor looked relieved and said, "Then you have to be careful. Her data has stabilized, but you have to remember not to let her emotions fluctuate too much. Otherwise, if her blood pressure rises again, even the Virgin Mary won't be able to save her." Reinitz didn't say anything and sat quietly in the cherry armchair in front of Gunyinji's bed. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. His hands were clasped together to support his chin as he stared unblinkingly at Gunyinji's snow-white face. Half an hour passed quickly, and the roar of a helicopter could be heard in the sky. The bearded doctor pushed the door open and said, "The plane has arrived. How are you going to take her up?" Reinitz stood up and straightened his clothes. "We have someone come and pick her up." Before they could finish speaking, a few doctors in white coats and masks pushed a simple mobile hospital bed in and nodded at Reinitz. "Where is the patient?" Reinitz walked to the bed and carefully carried Gunyinji horizontally and placed her on the mobile hospital bed. "Let's go." The doctors who got off the helicopter quickly pushed Gunyinji onto the helicopter, and Reinitz followed. Soon, the helicopter turned its propellers and took to the sky, flying straight to Berlin. An hour later, they landed on the top floor of the Charlotte Hospital building in Berlin. Charlotte Hospital was the best hospital in all of Berlin and also the best and most expensive hospital in all of Germany. Reinitz carried Gunyinji, who was wrapped in a blanket, out of the helicopter. His expression was extremely cold. He didn't speak to anyone and walked straight to the elevator on the top floor to the VIP room 1 on the 18th floor. The room was equipped with the most advanced medical equipment and various instruments in all of Germany. It was comparable to the best Johns Hopkins Hospital in the United States. He carried her all the way to the VIP room 1 and placed her on the clean, snow-white bed. The conditions here were obviously much better than the small clinics in the countryside near the Alps. 2 female nurses walked in and said to Reinitz, "Sir, please leave us for a moment. We need to change her into the hospital gown." Reinitz nodded. "I'll be at the door." He then walked out. The 2 female nurses helped Gunyinji take off the nun's uniform, as well as the tattered sportswear and underwear underneath. They directly put the hospital gown on her. It was actually a striped gown that covered her from head to toe. After changing, the 2 nurses pushed the door open and said to Reinitz, "You can go in now." As soon as Reinitz entered, Germany's most famous neurosurgeons and neurologists also came to Gunyinji's room to examine her. All sorts of instruments were connected to her brain, heart, and pulse. Her blood pressure, heartbeat, and brainwaves were all carefully measured. However, when the doctors were about to draw Gunyinji's blood, Reinitz stopped them. "That's all for today. She's still very weak. She can undergo a blood test when she's better." Of course, the doctors could only listen to Reinitz. "Okay, sir." The doctors looked at the data displayed on the instruments and didn't think it was too outrageous. Temperature 38 degrees Fahrenheit, low fever, blood pressure normal, heartbeat normal, pulse normal. "Do we need to do a CT scan?" "We'll do it when she wakes up." Reinitz didn't want Gunyinji to be tortured again. "You just need to tell me how is her health condition?" "So far, everything is normal. She's just a bit weak, probably caused by hunger and thirst." The doctor was confused. "May I ask, is she a patient from Africa?" Malnutrition caused by hunger and thirst is probably only found in the African region of the world. Reinitz shook his head. "No." However, he didn't explain further and said to the doctors, "Give her 2 bottles of nutrient fluid to quickly replenish her nutrients." It was mainly glucose, which could quickly replenish her energy. "Then when will her fever go down? Is it because of the infection in her body? Do you need an aspirin?" Reinitz asked again. He was a bit worried about Gunyinji's persistent low fever. The doctor said that it was probably due to malnutrition that caused the body's immune system to drop. As long as she was replenished with nutrients, when she recovered, the low fever would naturally go down. They all advocated that anti-inflammatory drugs should be avoided if possible. Reinitz glanced at Gun Yinji and nodded silently. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. It was already past 2 in the morning. After the doctors left, Reinitz specifically asked someone to send his clothes from his apartment. After the change of clothes arrived, he went to take a shower in the bathroom of the special care VIP single ward. After shaving in the bathroom, Reinitz remembered Gun Yinji's nun uniform. For the past 2 days, she had worn this wrinkled and dirty nun uniform all the way here. The black nun uniform made her small face look even more pitiful. Reinitz changed and walked out of the bathroom. He picked up his phone and began shopping for clothes for Gun Yinji. He didn't know much about women's clothing brands, so he randomly searched online and found a designer brand, Freiser. This brand's women's clothing had good cuts and simple styles, and was sought after by high-income young women. Each piece was like a work of art. It combined Scandinavian style with German practicality. The pictures also looked especially suitable for Gun Yinji's lively temperament. Reinitz looked at them one by one and smiled knowingly. He tapped on his phone screen repeatedly and bought dozens of clothes for Gun Yinji. He bought almost all of Freiser's new designs for this season. Blouses, pants, skirts, dresses, windbreakers, matching shoes, scarves, and headwear. Reinitz remembered that Gun Yinji had beautiful long hair. It was black and shiny like seaweed and had natural curls. He hesitated for a moment when it came to underwear, but in the end, he opened the most famous lingerie website in Germany and bought a dozen sets of bras and underwear from Gun Yinji. He remembered that Gun Yinji said she was a D cup, so he bought them all D cups and the underwear in the smallest size. She was so thin that her waist wasn't even as long as his palm. He didn't know if the underwear would be able to hang around her waist. Reinitz even had the urge to buy juvenile brands for Gun Yinji, but they were too ugly and didn't fit his taste, so he gave up. After buying clothes for Gun Yinji, Reinitz went to a skincare website to buy a set of La Mars skincare products for Gun Yinji. Only then did he relax and fall asleep on the sofa. This time, it wasn't on a grassy rock in the Alps, but in the best hospital room in all of Germany. The long sofa there was custom-made by the best furniture manufacturer. It was more ergonomic than a normal mattress. Reinitz slept very soundly. When he woke up, it was already 5 o'clock the next day. The 15 hours of sleep had finally allowed him to recover. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Gun Yinji sleeping on the hospital bed. Her black hair and snow-white skin contrasted so strongly and vividly. It was clearly the simplest color, but it was like a flash of light. Reinitz looked away and took a deep breath. He got up from his sofa and walked over to Gun Yinji's hospital bed to look down. Gun Yinji hadn't woken up yet. She was still asleep. The equipment connected to the hospital bed showed that her vital signs were all normal. It was as if the explosive blood pressure data he saw in the village clinic last night had been an illusion. Reinitz slowly reached out and held Gun Yinji's hand. He was about to bend down when he heard the sound of the ward door behind him. Someone had come in. He quietly tucked Gun Yinji's wrist under the thin blanket and straightened up. Turning around, he saw an old man with a head of white hair but a rosy complexion. He looked very well, standing in front of him and smiling at him. "Reinitz, I knew you wouldn't let me down." Reinitz smiled and nodded slightly at the old man. "Mr. Lidishi." "Yeah." Lidishi leaned on a cane and slowly walked over to Gun Yinji's hospital bed. Standing in front of her hospital bed, Lidishi clasped his hands on the cane and looked at Gun Yinji like he was looking at a rare work of art. He exclaimed in English, "She's perfect, isn't she?" Reinitz stood behind him with his hands behind his back. His shoulders were straight, but he didn't respond. Lidishi didn't want to hear a response either. He was just sighing. "When will she wake up?" Lidishi looked at the various equipment next to Gun Yinji's hospital bed. "How'd she get sick?" Reinitz finally said, "I don't know. I'm still observing." "Okay, you treat her well." Lidishi looked at Gun Yinji for a while, then patted Reinitz on the shoulder. "I'm leaving. Contact me if anything happens." Reinitz nodded and watched Lidishi leave. Shortly after Lidishi left, the clothes, shoes, socks, and skincare products that Reinitz had ordered for Gun Yinji arrived one after another. Because he had chosen express delivery and paid a high shipping fee, they were all delivered within a day. The armchair in front of Gunyinji's bed was filled with boxes of all sizes. She would see them as soon as she woke up. However, Gunyinji slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, the best doctor in all of Germany was by her side to ensure that Gunyinji was fine. Her condition had been very stable, and all her data indicators were steadily rising. The malnutrition has been resolved, and her body temperature is normal. There's no longer a low fever, which means that our previous diagnosis was correct. There's no need to give her penicillin or aspirin. As long as her nutrition keeps up, her low fever will subside on its own. The doctor was very satisfied with Gunyinji's recovery. It was completely in line with his expectations. Reinert stood beside him with his arms crossed and frowned. But why hasn't she woken up yet? She hadn't woken up for 3 days and 3 nights. Wasn't it because she was sick? From the data, she isn't sick. The doctor carefully checked the equipment again to ensure that there was no malfunction. She's just asleep. Reinert looked at him in confusion. Reinert, you have to know that the human body is like a sophisticated instrument. It has its own rules. The human body is most able to repair itself when it's asleep, so don't worry. This girl is just too weak and tired, so she needs more time to recover than others. The doctor gave his own medical explanation. Reinert didn't really believe it, but he didn't continue arguing with the doctor. He nodded. That better be the case. After the doctor left, Reinert sat on the sofa and took out his phone to look at the news. There were 2 particularly sensational events in Munich recently, and the entire German media was reporting on them. The first was the Munich Tourism Department collecting videos from a certain area of the König Sea for a competition. The requirements were complete and unedited, and they said it was to promote the König Sea's tourism resources. The second was a large reward for 2 cars, and the license plate numbers were given. Although it was already over, because of the large reward, there were also many people who received the reward. Therefore, there were even more people who spoke up. It was a hot topic on the internet, and there were news and comments about these 2 pieces of news everywhere. Reinert looked at the 2 license plate numbers and frowned imperceptibly. His fingers rubbed the phone for a while before Reinert finally opened his contact list and called the relevant department. Some news should be deleted from the internet after it's over. Do you want to keep it for Christmas? He spoke to the other side without any reservations. The other side immediately accepted his suggestion and began to secretly delete all comments and news related to these 2 pieces of news. At the same time, they buried the 2 pieces of news to the bottom. Soon, the 2 pieces of news could no longer be seen on the German website. For the public, news had a time limit. As long as no one intentionally set the pace, the new news would naturally suppress the old news. Reinert scrolled through his phone again and felt the internet was much more pleasing to the eye. On the morning of the 4th day, the sun had just risen, and the first rays of dawn shone into the hospital room, creating a golden glow. Gunyinji finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the snow-white ceiling and the modern shadowless lights on the ceiling. Gunyinji blinked and moved her gaze from the ceiling to the side. She saw Reinert sleeping on the sofa across from the bed. He wore a handsome hunting jacket that revealed the crisp white collar of his shirt. His black trousers wrapped around his long legs as he lay on the sofa. His shirt and trousers were slightly wrinkled, but he didn't look dispirited. His cold facial features had a religious beauty to them, as if all the joy in the world had nothing to do with him. Gunyinji looked at Reinert as if she was admiring a beautiful oil painting. Reinert abruptly woke up, and before his handsome face could soften, he saw Gunyinji looking at him. Her large black eyes were naturally warm, and as soon as he saw them, the icy coldness immediately transformed into the warmth of spring. "You're awake?" Reinert stood up and asked very gently. He walked to her bedside and reached out to touch her forehead. "You don't have a fever anymore." Gunyinji tried to curl the corners of her mouth into a grateful smile. "Thank you, Reinert. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.